My Steel Suit 151. My Steel Suit 151. Tony never thought of Obadiah's betrayal. After the death of his father Howard, Tony only felt chills in his heart since Obadiah took charge of Stark Industries with him. During the campaign's difficult times, Obadiah persuaded him to sell a part of the shares, which led to the current board of directors, and later the campaign's listing, company structure and departments, personnel adjustments, and many other things. In fact, he is deliberately weakening his rights in the company. Now, Obadiah has finally kicked him out of the company as he wished, and has taken over the management of Stark Industries alone. Originally, if Obadiah could manage the company well according to his philosophy, Tony wouldn't mind being an arm-flinging shopkeeper, but he sold his weapons to terrorists for profit. The weapons he made fell into the hands of bad guys and were used to harm innocent civilians. This was absolutely unacceptable to Tony Stark, so he decided to take all these weapons back. While Chen Mo was not in the laboratory, Tony stepped on the automatic dressing platform with a frosty face, equipped with Mark II steel battle clothes, and flew to the information that Phil Coulson gave him. The locations of several terrorists and rebels are marked. After Tony flew away from the passage, Chen Mo slowly walked downstairs. Jarvis, display the real-time image, location and status information of Mark II. Chen Mo commanded the smart steward Jarvis. Okay, Lord. Tony gave Chen Mo the same highest authority as him, so Jarvis directly executed Chen Mo's commands. The screen next to it lights up immediately, showing a satellite map. The location of Mark II is clearly marked on it, and it is moving at high speed. At this time, he is crossing the Atlantic Ocean towards Fly to the East at high speed. On one side of the screen, the real-time image that Tony saw and the flight speed, altitude, and battle clothes status of the Mark II are displayed. A few hours later, Tony crossed the Atlantic Ocean and reached the target area. With strong steel battle clothes, Tony easily found the weapons produced by Stark Industries secretly sold by Obadiah and destroyed them all. The counterattack of terrorists has no lethality in front of the steel battle clothes. All kinds of bullets hit on the battle clothes are directly bounced off. Even the tank shells cannot pose a threat to the Mark II. People can stop Tony Stark from cleaning up. After visiting all the locations in the intelligence and destroying all the weapons, Tony finally felt a little less depressed in his heart. After confirming that there were no emissions, the Mark II exploded with a large amount of ammunition. In the intense flames of the sky, moved towards Flew at high speed in the direction when it came. However, on the way back, Tony was intercepted by a U.S. Air Force fighter. After Chen Mo found two F-22 fighters on the screen, he immediately called Phil Coulson. Soon, Edward Air Force Base Flight Command received a call. After the on-site commander answered, the stern expression on his face instantly relaxed. Putting down the phone, he turned to the crowd and said loudly, "The alarm is lifted. The recall of the fighters is the secret department's mission." The title of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau is still very good. This is also Chen Mo. The reason for obtaining this level of identity is convenient. However, Tony Stark is obviously not aware of these. He thought that with the more powerful performance and higher speed than F-22, he successfully got rid of them, and quietly returned to the villa in a happy mood. Tony not at all stops here. His company is still in the hands of Obadiah. Even if he has destroyed the weapons he sold, he will continue to sell the weapons produced by Stark Industries to others. Must completely knock him down and end all this. He has made a mistake before, regardless of the consequences, only knowing that he will make powerful weapons according to his interests, let Obadiah use them, and do so many bad things. Now, he must not let this mistake go on. So, after returning to the villa, Tony asked Pepper to return to his office for him, use the equipment he provided to hack into the company's mainframe and help him copy all the company's shipping lists, as evidence of Obadiah's behind-the-scenes arms trade. Because he has now been stopped by the board of directors and cannot enter the company, this task can only be done by Pepper. As Tony's most trusted and close person, Pepper returned to the company without the slightest hesitation after knowing what he thought. in order to help him make up for his mistakes. After Pepper successfully hacked into the company's mainframe, he not only found evidence that Obadiah sold arms to terrorists, but also found even greater secrets. It turns out that Tony Stark was kidnapped while demonstrating Jericho missiles in Afghanistan. It turned out to be Obadiah's behind-the-scenes command, and his original request was for terrorists to kill Tony directly in order to help him master the entire company and smooth out obstacles. What he didn't expect was that the terrorists discovered Tony_Stark's true identity, did not kill him, and let Ethan Carter Kadamishan, who had been caught by them, rescue Tony, who was seriously injured, let him make weapons for them. Obadiah obtained the design drawings of Mark I, and she found out about the establishment of the 16th District to study the steel battle clothes. After copying all the evidence into the U-Disk, Pepper was about to shut down and leave, but when he was told that she had come to the company and entered Tony's office, Obadiah came and blocked it. Pepper couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Obadiah came here by such a coincidence. Obviously he had doubts about her arrival, and through the information she just saw, Obadiah obviously it is not a good man and believer. Once she found that she had copied his criminal evidence, she would definitely not let her leave safely. "What are you doing on Tony's computer?" Obadiah walked directly to Pepper with a calm face, obviously intending to check directly, and the atmosphere became tense for a while. "Stand up." Just as Pepper was thinking of how to get out in a little panic, the office door was pushed open again, and a serious-looking Phil Coulson strode in. "Potts, young lady, the commander sent me to pick you up." The two men who were in a tense confrontation at the desk turned their heads and looked over at the same time. After Pepper saw Phil Coulson, he was heart relaxed and there were others around. Obadiah should not dare to act blindly without thinking, not to mention a senior agent. She also remembered at this time that Tony's legendary godfather Chen Mo was still a senior member of a special organization. Although he didn't know much about that organization, Chen Mo was able to rush to Afghanistan immediately after the incident and took over the command of the rescue operation from the military. Finally, he successfully rescued Tony and took the military plane returned to New York. From this series of events, we can see that Chen Mo and his organization called the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau must be very powerful. Obadiah's feeling is just the opposite. The sudden appearance of Phil Coulson makes him very angry. After Tony was rescued by Chen Mo, he specifically investigated the details of the mysterious person that popped up, including the subordinate who had been following him, who appeared in front of him at this time. Phil Coulson. He mobilized all the forces he could mobilize, but in the end he did not find out any results. He only knew that they came from a mysterious organization called the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. As for the detailed information of this organization, no one revealed to him, but the only advice he got was not to provoke them. Obviously this mysterious organization is not weaker than FBI and CIA, and even more powerful existence. Looking at Phil Coulson, who was serious and sharp-eyed, Obadiah knew he couldn't keep Pepper, so he got up and let her leave. Looking unwillingly at Pepper, Pepper walked out of the office under the escort of Phil Coulson. Obadiah took back his eyes and sat in front of the computer. After checking it, I soon discovered that many important encrypted files in the company's mainframe had been accessed and copied, including his behind-the-scenes transactions with terrorists, and his instigation of terrorist attacks and killing Tony. Evidence from Stark. Obadiah knew that those things he had done had been completely exposed. In this case, he decided to cut off one's means of retreat. Don't forget that he still has a trump card in his hand. Ironmonger designed based on Mark I has been manufactured, but the energy aspect has not yet been resolved. Obadiah, eager to put Ironmonger into service, hurried to the large primordial arc reactor of Stark Industries. The engineers under his staff have studied this large primordial arc reactor for a long time, but unfortunately they have never achieved any results. They think that the miniaturization of the arc reactor is basically impossible. Obadiah, hearing this, surprisingly angry, moved towards Chief in Charge William Cortaca. Domitian roared in anger. "Do you know what Tony Stark used to make in the cave? A bunch of broken parts." Facing Obadiah was furious. "William Cortaca," Domitian whispered. "Sorry, I am not Tony Stark." The evidence of his crime has been taken by Pepper, and he may be taken action soon. He must take the risk. Immediately put Ironmonger into use. As long as Pepper and Tony Stark are killed, no one can threaten him anymore. Since his men can't make the mini-arc reactor, they can only get it from others. Obadiah, who was already a little crazy, once again came to Tony_Stark's beach villa, paralyzed him with a nerve paralysis device, and took away the second-generation arc reactor from his chest. Obadiah, who thinks that Tony will die, no longer hides himself, and frankly admits what he did until now. My Steel Suit 152. My Steel Suit 152. After taking down Tony_Stark's chest of the arc reactor, Obadiah thought that Tony was bound to die, so he no longer concealed himself, and frankly admitted what he had done until now. In Afghanistan, he ordered the terrorists to kill Tony Stark, and he always regarded Tony as a tool for making money, using his talent in weapon manufacturing to make money for him. Until this time, Tony_Stark fully understood the true face of Obadiah, and deeply regretted his previous naivety and ignorance. Before leaving, Obadiah proudly told Tony that he had created more powerful steel battle clothes, and the mini-arc reactor would serve as the core of this powerful new generation weapon, helping him control the entire world. Furthermore, after Tony, he was about to attack Pepper, which made Tony_Stark anxious, but he was helpless. Without the energy supply of the arc reactor, the electromagnets built into the chest cavity could not continue to absorb the shrapnel in the chest. They began to move slowly to the heart with the blood, and Tony Stark seemed extremely painful and weak. But due to the function of the nerve paralysis device, he was completely unable to move even a little bit. He could only sit on the sofa and feel the constant approach of death, unable to stop Obadiah. After Obadiah left the villa with the second-generation arc reactor triumphantly, Chen Mo walked out of the underground laboratory slowly, holding a newly built third-generation arc reactor in his hand. Tony's desperate gaze became excited the moment he saw Chen Mo. After Chen Mo installed a new reactor for him, the electromagnet worked again and absorbed the positive heart. With the moving shrapnel, he finally relieved the threat to his life, and his complexion slowly improved. Chen Mo immediately called Phil Coulson and asked him to take Pepper to a safe place, and immediately sent someone to evacuate people near Stark Industries. Obadiah's private arms trade and the evidence that instigated terrorists to kill Tony Stark have been obtained by Pepper. He will definitely jump the wall in a hurry. A big battle is inevitable. With the strength of steel battle clothes' huge might, nearby civilians are very vulnerable. Phil Coulson, who received Chen Mo's order, ignored Pepper's request to summon Obadiah's request, and took her to the New York branch of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Agency. There is heavily guarded there, and there are underground shelters. Even if Obadiah calls in steel battle clothes, he cannot hurt Pepper. Confirming that Pepper is not dangerous, Tony is finally sighed in relief. When the effect of the nerve paralysis device passed, Tony Stark, who had recovered completely, stepped onto the equipment platform with a murderous aura face and put on steel battle clothes. Obadiah got the mini-arc reactor, so the steel battle clothes he made have energy. Although I don't know what kind of battle clothes he made, since he can instruct terrorists attacking yourself and claiming to have made larger steel battle clothes, then he must have obtained the design drawings of Mark I he left in the base, and may even include the prototype that crashed in the desert. Obadiah is now in full control of Stark Industries. With the company's strength, with drawings and prototypes, it is not difficult to produce steel battle clothes that are stronger than Mark I. The only thing that can trap him is the energy that drives the steel battle clothes. Now that he got the second-generation arc reactor from Tony, his steel battle clothes also have power. Based on Tony_Stark's understanding of steel battle clothes and Stark Industries' scientific research capabilities, Even if OD's steel battle clothes were not made by him, they were made by Stark Industries engineers in Mark I. Improvements made on the basis of its destructive capacity must also be extremely amazing. He must be stopped in time. Tony does not allow the things he created to be taken by others for evil and harm the innocent. Shenmue didn't stop him. A strong fighter must go through battles. To become a superhero, Tony will inevitably go through countless battles in the future. Obdia is a good one. Practice object. Furthermore, the person who betrayed him wants him to solve it himself. Although they have been studying the new third-generation arc reactor and battle clothes fast-dressing system during this period, Tony not at all left the Mark II completely idle. Tony, who is very satisfied with this armor set, took the time to modify it, added the weapons system, and painted the whole, just like in the movie. He took a lot from his collection. The car is painted in similar gold and red colors, warm, eye-catching and handsome. After finishing the equipment on the dressing platform, Tony_Stark moved towards Shenmue and Ethan nodded on the side, directly activated the thruster to accelerate and left the passage. After Tony left, Shenmue quickly put on his Edman alloy armored combat suit, opened the door of a sports car parked in the garage and sat in. Ethan saw this and hurried to the other side to get in the car. "You want to go too? Bring me." Shenmue hearing this can't help but think of the movie Ethan caught a Mission. In order to buy time for Tony, held his rifle and roared in the within cave looking at the scenes of driving away several terrorists. I have to say that the normally elegant Ethan Mission is afraid of even terrorists. But now he obviously doesn't need him to work hard. "Ethan, you stay. There is still a very difficult task for you to complete." Ethan Mission hearing this stopped immediately, looking firmly with his face looking at Shenmue, a determined expression of generosity to death. "Don't worry, leave it to me." "What task?" Shenmue stepped on the accelerator, and in the deep and loud engine rumbling sound, the sports car speed up and move forward, rushing towards the passage. Shenmue's voice came from the car. "Give me navigation, I don't know the road." Although Shenmue guided the sports car under the guidance of the Ethan version of the manual voice navigation system, it drove to the fastest speed, showing speed and passion along the way, but it still did not fly as fast as Tony Stark's steel battle clothes. By the time he arrived at Stark Industries, Tony had been fighting a larger steel armor for a while, and the surrounding buildings had been demolished by the two. Fortunately, this is the park of Stark Industries. The employees have gone home from get-off work. Civilians within a few kilometers of the surrounding area have also been evacuated and a cordon has been set up. Therefore, the battle between the two has destroyed a lot of construction, not at all caused civilian casualties. However, their fighting was too fierce. They hit the road from the factory to the road, and the momentum was amazing. They were still seen by many people who were curious and watching from a distance. The Ironmonger driven by Obdia is obviously rougher and much behind the Mark II, but its huge volume allows it to have enough space to install a more powerful power unit. In terms of strength, it was much stronger than Tony's Mark II, and the heavy armor made it difficult for Tony to break through its defenses. So after Shenmue arrived, he saw that Tony was being beaten by Obdia. He could only rely on the Mark II's greater flexibility and speed to deal with Ironmonger. There have been many scars on the surface of the battle clothes, and they have obviously received a lot of attacks. Fortunately, the defensive power of the gold titanium alloy enhanced composite defensive armor of the Mark II is strong enough that it has not been directly dismantled. Stark Industries is a munitions manufacturing company, and naturally there is no shortage of weapons. Ironmonger's huge size can also be loaded with more and larger weapons with stronger formidable power. It's just that the engineers who made Ironmonger don't have the talent of Tony_Stark. They hide all their weapons in the battle clothes. Most of these weapons are directly mounted on Ironmonger. The difference from the movie is that because Obdia's left hand was chopped off by Brock Rumlow, Ironmonger's left hand was changed to a heavy impact hammer, capable of bursting out powerful. The impact drove the enemy into the air. After using the impact hammer to blow Tony out again, He fell into a pile of twisted steel pipe racks and temporarily unable to escape. The armor behind Ironmonger slowly opened, and a one was extended. The long heavy missile, locked to Tony, moved towards him and launched it. This is the largest formidable power weapon equipped on Ironmonger, and the only weapon hidden in battle clothes. Its formidable power is enough to kill a tank head-on. If the Mark II is hit directly, it will also suffer a lot of damage. Fortunately, Tony got out of the twisted steel in time when the missile flew, avoiding the missile's frontal attack, but was still hit by the huge impact of the missile explosion into the air. While rolling in the air, Tony directly activated the thrusters under his feet and the two-handed flight stabilizer, and floated steadily in mid-air, which made Obdian unable to catch him. "Wow, it's amazing. You upgraded your armor?" Obdia's proud voice came from Ironmonger, admiring Mark II. "What a coincidence. I also made some improvements." After Obdia finished speaking, Ironmonger's legs began to deform, and two thick thrusts extended the jet pipe of the engine, and the thruster ignited immediately, ejecting a strong stream of flames, pushing Ironmonger up to fly. Although the propeller of the Ironmonger is obviously much behind that of the Mark II, the huge model makes up for the shortcomings to a certain extent, so that the heavy Ironmonger also has the ability to fly. Seeing Obdia controlling Ironmonger flying towards him, Tony quickly increased the power of the thrusters and flew high. Obdia, who wanted to kill Tony, saw that he turned his propeller to its maximum power. A fierce flame spurted out with billowing smoke, and the huge Ironmonger dragged two thick lines under his feet. The plume of smoke chased Tony into the sky. At the moment when Ironmonger took off, Tony had a brainstorm and couldn't help but think of the Mark II flight test, when it flew to an altitude of 150,000 feet. Shenmue was sternly stopped by Shenmue. "My steel suit 153, my steel suit 153. During the test flight of Mark II, Shenmue sternly stopped it when it flew to an altitude of 150,000 feet. Although Mark II did not at all have icing problems at the altitude that exceeded the flight limit of the aircraft, it does not mean that the Ironmonger of Obdia can also be safe. Be aware that the Mark II has been improved and strengthened through Shenmue's guidance. The gap with the Mark I is simply incalculable. And Obdia is based on the Mark I, the Ironmonger, which was hurriedly manufactured in such a short period of time, has a huge size and an advantage in strength and defense, but the overall performance of other aspects is fundamentally impossible. Comparable to Mark II, especially in places that Tony hadn't noticed, such as icing at high altitude. Just do what he thinks. Tony relies on his speed advantage and deliberately keeps his distance from Obdia, leading him to high altitude. Although the propeller of the Ironmonger is huge and the flame it ejects is much larger and more spectacular than Tony's Mark II, but due to the huge technological gap, the propulsion power is actually far less than that of the Mark II equipment. A more compact energy engine. In addition to the heavy weight of Ironmonger, its flying speed is actually not fast. Tony suppresses the speed and always maintains a distance almost within reach, making the red eye to kill Tony's Opadria followed him into the sky regardless. Although the speed was suppressed, the two quickly entered the altitude of tens of thousands of feet. Seeing that he is about to catch up with Tony, Obdia is taunted with excitement. "Tony, your design is great, but unfortunately, my battle clothes are more advanced." Indeed, judging from the performance since the two played against each other, Tony's Mark II having been completely suppressed, the Mark II itself is not as powerful as the huge Ironmonger. Equipped with few weapons, and without heavy weapons, it is not a threat to the heavy armored Ironmonger. It's just that Obdia, who was chasing behind Tony, found that the surface of Ironmonger's armor had begun to freeze, and as they flew higher and higher, the ice on the surface was also thickened quickly. "Then how did you solve the icing problem?" Tony looked back at the thick layer of ice on the Ironmonger and responded. "Ice problem?" Obdia didn't quite understand. After all, he was just a businessman and was not proficient in technology. At this time, Their altitude has not reached the 85,000 feet flight altitude reached by the SR-71 Blackbird high-altitude high-speed strategic reconnaissance aircraft, but it has exceeded the flight limit of ordinary aircraft. OBD's tone barely fell. Ironmonger's propeller stopped working after a series of muffled noises, and the battleclothes operating system also crashed under this extremely low temperature. The entire battle he completely lost his power and fell downward. Tony just sighed in relief and stopped. Originally thought that this set of battleclothes was perfect, but did not expect a lot of problems in actual combat. Thanks to Chen Mo's advice to Mark II, the improvement of the number, otherwise it will not be able to defeat Obdia this time. It seems that the steel battleclothes still need to be upgraded. I looked at Ironmonger, which was falling acceleratingly below, in a mixed mood. Until he was almost out of sight, Tony controlled the Mark II move towards the ground and returned to where they were fighting place, in the Stark Industries Park. The fierce battle just now made him exhausted physically and mentally. What he wanted to do at this time was to take off his armor and take a good rest. Just as he opened the helmet and was about to catch his breath, Ironmonger, who was supposed to have crashed, suddenly fell behind him. Before he could react, he used his sturdy and powerful right mechanical arm, hold the Mark II firmly. The high-altitude low-temperature before indeed caused a thick layer of ice to condense on the surface of the Ironmonger, and the internal control system also crashed at low temperatures, but Tony ignored the huge volume of the Ironmonger and the thickness of the armor. Although it was frozen in the beginning and fell to the ground, the actual situation is not at all that bad. The temperature inside the battleclothes just exceeded the lower limit of the control system, but during the fall, the temperature of the environment continued to rise, and the battleclothes falling at high speed and the air violently rubbed, and also produced a lot of the heat. The ice layer on the surface was completely peeled off under the impact of tumbling and air currents, and the internal temperature also rose rapidly. Before it fell to the ground, the control system finally restarted, and the propellers resumed work, making the Ironmonger safely landed on the ground. Immediately, Obdia, who had almost fallen to death, hit himself, waiting for Tony_Stark to land. At the moment when Tony thought he had fallen and relaxed his vigilance, Obdia suddenly flew out of hiding and fell behind Tony. Before he could react, he grabbed him by his strength and fixed it to his chest. At the same time, he raised the left hand with a giant impact hammer, moved towards Mark II's head heavily hammered up. The moment Tony noticed that he was strangled, he quickly closed the battleclothes mask and struggled vigorously at the same time. Unfortunately, compared with Ironmonger, which was several times larger than him, his power there was still something to be done, and seeing the struggle, Tony had to gritted his teeth. The heavy impact hammer hit the Mark II's head hard, and the huge impact force shook the entire battleclothes. The Obdia in Ironmonger can feel the upload from the battleclothes. With the huge shock that came, the parts that directly received the attack even slightly deformed. A stern smile appeared on Obdia's face. Today, he will completely solve Tony_Stark, the biggest obstacle to his complete control of Stark Industries. Fortunately, the defensive power of the Mark II is extremely powerful. Tony Stark in the battleclothes just felt that his head was shaken a lot, a little dizzy, but not at all suffered substantial damage. In the movie, Tony Stark wearing Mark III was hit by a tank shell and fell directly from a high altitude, smashing the ground into a big pit, but only the surface of the battleclothes was slightly damaged. The body under the protection of clothes is unscathed, which shows the defensive power of steel battleclothes. In addition to defensive's powerful gold titanium alloy armor, in the defense system of the entire battleclothes, the most important thing is a special shock-absorbing buffer system. This technology can be said to be the core technology of steel battleclothes. It is with it that steel battleclothes can have super defensive power beyond heavy tanks in such a small volume. This shock-absorbing buffer system, which can be regarded as a black technology, is also Chen Mo's favorite. If it weren't for Tony_Stark, it might not be possible to study it for hundreds of years. Only Chen Mo, who has personally participated in the design and manufacturing process of Mark II, knows what is most valuable in this set of battle clothes. Although the design of the arc reactor energy, flight thruster, and the drive system of the entire battle clothes is high in technology, it is not absolutely impossible to manufacture. Iron Man No. 2 Middle School, Hanwha Industries imitated armor similar to steel battle clothes. Although it was not mature at the time, it was far from Tony Stark's steel battle clothes in many respects. It was completed with the help of another genius scientist, Ivan Vank, and possessed the combat ability. But even so, they are just some steel machines that have been remotely controlled, and their speed, defense, agility, maneuverability and other aspects are average. Furthermore, without the core shock absorption system developed by Tony Stark, if a person is driving inside, the operator will be directly shaken to death by a strong attack or the huge impact generated when falling. The Whiplash mecha made by Ivan Vank looks powerful, but in fact it only relies on two flexible and powerful energy whips to make people unable to get close. Its defensive ability is not strong, mainly relying on the surface steel armor for protection. The shock-absorbing buffer system invented by Tony Stark can greatly weaken the impact of the outer defense armor, and the final impact on the body is minimal. It can be said that as long as the outer alloy armor does not, if it is broken, then there will be no mortal danger for the people inside. So Obadiah's attack not at all shook Tony Stark to death as he wanted. But the gold titanium alloy used in the outer defense armor of the Mark II was used by the Seraphim military satellite. The super special alloy is not indestructible after all. Under the attack of the heavy impact hammer, it still has a slight deformation. Obadiah is not at all annoyed when he sees that he can't kill Tony in one blow. It's surprising. It seems that you have also upgraded the defense system. Obadiah couldn't help but admire the powerful defense of Mark II. Tony, you are really a genius. Unfortunately, you have to die today, Obadiah said. His face began to change, getting ferocious. Tony allowed Tony to make useless struggles fixed by Ironmonger's thick robotic arm, and once again raised the impact hammer of his left arm to launch a continuous attack on Mark II's head. Despite the counteracting of the defensive armor and the shock-absorbing buffer system, Tony was still buzzing in his brain by the continuous strong impact, and he could only instinctively make useless struggles. The damage to the head armor is 15%. Jarvis' voice rang in Tony's ears, and a sketch of Mark's panic armor appeared in his shaking eyes. The red alarm has been lit on the head, and the damage degree is displayed with a progress bar next to it. As Ironmonger's heavy impact hammer strikes continuously on the head of Mark II, the armor damage becomes more and more serious. Sir, the damage to the head armor is rapidly increasing. It has reached 37%. The estimated damage time is 24 seconds. Jarvis' warning made Tony_Stark anxious, but at this time, he was unable to resist at all. Just as he racked his brains thinking about the cracking method, the damage of the head armor has reached 90%. Seeing that it will be completely destroyed if he receives a few more attacks, when the time comes, his head will be blown up along with it. Tony, who was still at a loss, could only watch as the damage continued to increase. A desperate mood quickly rose in his heart. He had felt this kind of powerless despair twice. Once in the desert of Afghanistan, lost in the vast expanse of hot sand, and once when Obadiah was overpowered by a nerve paralysis device and took away the second-generation arc reactor from his chest. This time, it was Chen Mo who appeared in time to rescue him from the brink of death. It's just this time. Let's not say that Chen Mo should be still at the beach house at this time. He can't make it. Even if he does come, it's probably not the opponent of Ironmonger of Obadiah. Look, I'm really going to die this time. It's just Pepper. Just when Tony put down his last hope, and was somewhat regretful and unwilling to prepare for death, an extremely bright silver sword light suddenly passed over his head. My Steel Suit 154. My Steel Suit 154. A dazzling silver sword light swept across Ironmonger's head. The arm that was originally swinging towards Tony_Stark seemed to lose power in an instant. Under the action of inertia, it lightly hits the helmet, and the slight vibration is completely offset by the defense system of battle clothes. Can give Tony any feeling. Obviously, under that sword light, the impact hammer has lost its power and can no longer exert the powerful impact before it. The other steel arm that had bound him firmly fell down weakly. Tony rushed forward a few steps, then quickly turned and looked towards Ironmonger behind him. I saw Ironmonger's huge body standing quietly. The original head position was cut off by the roots. The cut in the armor below was smooth as a mirror, and some cut lines were exposed in the cut. The cable is still sparking from time to time, and the entire armor has completely lost its battle strength. Under Tony's gaze, the huge body of Ironmonger, whose head was decapitated, slowly fell backward, and the heavy weight shook the ground. In the smoke and dust that Ironmonger fell on the ground, a tall and stalwart black silhouette walked out slowly and came to Tony, holding a silver 1 meter long in his right hand. The two-handed knight heavy sword clearly cut out the devastating silver sword light that Tony_Stark saw just now. Black's full body armor and Silver's two-handed rider head sword. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes before, Tony Stark was very familiar with these. When he was a child, he did not listen to his father Howard. Chen Mo's equipment and clothing, the origin and performance of each weapon and equipment, he knows well. Designed by Chen Mo himself, the tightly defensive and indestructible Edmund alloy armored battlesuit, the legendary sword of King Arthur, the sword of the king that no stronghold one cannot overcome, is only one primordial inner world Edmund alloy shield, can eliminate all attacks invisible. These legendary weapons and equipment that he couldn't be more familiar with appeared in front of him at this time. So although he did not see the face of the person in front of him, Tony_Stark can conclude that this is his godfather, Commander Chen Mo. Tony Stark, who was rescued by Chen Mo in despair, quickly opened the battleclothes mask, and moved towards the tall silhouette in front of him, shouting excitedly, "Father!" It turned out that Chen Mo had arrived at Stark Industries long before the two flew high, and witnessed the entire process of the two fighting. Just for the purpose of training his godson Tony_Stark, Chen Mo not at all rushed to shoot. Until discovering that Tony was in danger, Chen Mo drew out the long sword behind him, exploded with all his speed, moved towards and the two rushed quickly. As he approached behind Ironmonger, Chen Mo used his feet and jumped up from the ground. The sharp sword of the king in his hand directly slashed out, cutting Ironmonger's head completely. After cutting it down, Ironmonger also lost control and fell heavily to the ground. One sword killed Ironmonger and relieved Tony Stark's danger. Chen Mo inserted the sword of the king back behind him and strode to Tony's body, staring at him said solemnly with a stern look, "The battle is not over until the enemy's death is confirmed." Under Chen Mo's stern gaze, Tony felt ashamed to think of his carelessness just now. He nodded earnestly to Chen Mo's teaching. "I remember, Daddy." This is the third time he was rescued by Chen Mo in danger. Looking at Chen Mo's tall and stalwart silhouette, Tony couldn't help but feel admiration. It feels good to have a dad. Sneeze. At a distance from Stark Industries not too far away in the secret underground base of S.H.I.E.L.D., Howard_Stark, who was conducting an experiment in the laboratory, suddenly sneezed uncontrollably. The hand holding the tool inevitably shook. A crackle sound accompanied by a large amount of electricity. Sparks sounded, and the components on the test bench in front of them were completely scrapped. "Fuck. Damn it. What's the matter? I've been sneezing recently. Is it Tony, that little bastard, thinking about me?" Looking at the experimental parts smoking in front of him, Howard rubbed his nose in irritation. He knows that Tony was kidnapped by terrorists, but because Chen Mo is there, he is not worried about Tony's safety, so he can safely leave it to Chen Mo to solve it. Since the suspended animation, he has not interfered too much with the affairs of Stark Industries until now, not at all. Howard regards these as training for Tony. He doesn't want Tony to become a child who will never grow up under his secret care. To truly grow, he must experience some setbacks. He also followed Chen Mo on the battlefield, and his son must be a real man. Before, he was a little worried about Tony. After all, he was an unreliable playboy. Fortunately, Chen Mo is back now. With him by Tony's side, Howard believes that Tony will be big. There is an improvement. Think about the people brought out by Chen Mo: Steve, Huang Quan, Han King, Luo Zhen, Wang Kun. None of them are bad guys, all of them are heroes. Give Tony to Chen Mo, Howard 100 rest assured. In the Stark Industries Park, Chen Mo looked at Tony Stark, who was looking at him with excitement and admiration, shook the head somewhat helplessly. Seeing Chen Mo shaking his head, Tony looked towards Chen Mo a little puzzled. "What's wrong, Daddy?" Chen Mo gave Tony a sideways glance and asked harshly. "What did I say?" Tony, hearing this, didn't understand why Chen Mo was angry, but he replied with a serious face. "The battle is not over until the enemy's death is confirmed." Under Chen Mo's gaze, Tony finally reacted after speaking and turned to look towards and fell down. Ironmonger on the ground. At this time, he remembered that although Ironmonger had his head cut off by Chen Mo just now, he lost control and fell to the ground, but the cut surface where it was cut was only a broken cable with sparks. Not at all bleed, and there is no vein brain. That is to say, Obadiah is not dead. Because I don't know the design and layout of Ironmonger, and because he was rescued by Chen Mo in the crisis just now, Tony_Stark just instinctively thought that his head was cut off and the battle was over. Completely ignored these details. He didn't realize until then that the huge Ironmonger's internal layout is different from Mark II, and it's not completely close to the body. Obadiah's position is even lower, in Ironmonger's body. Inside, cutting off the head just destroyed Ironmonger's control system, not at all hurting Obadiah. Under Tony's gaze, a sound of mechanical exhaust sounded from the Ironmonger's body, which fell on the ground, accompanied by a few white air currents ejecting from the chest armor. Amidst the sound of mechanical operation, Ironmonger, the armor on Monger's chest was fully opened, and Obadiah stood up from inside with a hideous look. Looking at Ironmonger, whose head was cut off behind him, Obadiah turned his head, fiercely looked towards Chen Mo, and said with hatred, "Who the hell are you?" After Ironmonger's head was chopped off just now, Obadiah, of rigorous schemes and deep foresight, wanted to hide in the armor, waiting for the opportunity, taking advantage of Tony's carelessness to come out a sneak attack. Didn't expect was discovered by this mysterious person who suddenly appeared. Lay bare the truth with one remark. Chen Mo looked at Obadiah coldly, not at all paying attention to what he meant. However, Chen Mo's eyes suddenly stopped when he glanced across Obadiah. Obadiah saw Chen Mo ignore his question, and his already hideous face was even more angry, but strangely, he did not have the Ironmonger destroyed. Lost the panic and fear of the greatest reliance, and did not seem to be afraid of Chen Mo, who killed Ironmonger, and Tony Stark, who was still wearing steel battle clothes. Under the strange gaze of Chen Mo, Obadiah raised his left hand with a brutal look, and saw that his left hand that should have been cut off by the crossbones Brock Rumlow looked like it was intact as before, but if you observe carefully, you will find that the movement of this hand is very stiff. Obadiah raised his left hand, facing Chen Mo and Tony Stark with his palm, and then, under the gaze of the two, this hand split a gap between the middle finger and the ring finger. The palms on both sides were separated along the gap and open to both sides, and a cipher-like silver barrel stretched out in the middle. A triumphant smile appeared on Obadiah's face, and a string of light blue light began to light up from the base of the barrel and quickly spread towards the muzzle. When the entire barrel is lit up with blue light, it seems that the energy accumulation has been completed. Along with a somewhat harsh whistling sound, a group of shallow blue hazy lights emitted from the muzzle. Very quickly the speed flew towards Chen Mo and Chen Mo. As early as when the abnormality of Obadiah's left hand was discovered, Chen Mo was already on guard. At this time, seeing the change of this arm, Chen Mo couldn't help but flash a strange look in his eyes. Looking at the hazy light group flying at high speed, the shield behind Chen Mo disappeared instantly, and then it appeared directly in Chen Mo's hand, blocking the light group. The hazy, shallow blue light group touched the shield, but did not blast Chen Mo together with the shield into pieces as Obadiah imagined, but like a cloud of smoke hitting the wall, there was only a faint ripple, and it dissipated in the air directly, without even making a sound. How is this possible? How could the sonic cannon be blocked so easily? Oh dear, who had the chance to win, saw that his attack was easily cancelled out and eliminated. Invisible, unbelievable. He has personally tested the formidable power of this weapon in his left hand. Even an armored vehicle will disintegrate in a single blow. How could it be easily blocked by a person with a shield? Exclamation mark. Suddenly, Obadiah seemed to think of something, and he carefully looked at Chen Mo, who had just put down the shield in front of him. Under this look, Obadiah's expression could not help but change drastically. The black alloy armor that covers the whole body, the round shield that can withstand powerful attacks, cut off the ironmonger's head in one blow, and the silver two-handed rider head sword that cuts the iron like mud. Connecting all these things at the same time, the name of a legendary character appeared in his mind. Recalling the relationship between the legendary character and Howard Stark, Obadiah was more certain of his guess, but his gaze towards Chen Mo was full of disbelief. "Are you the commander of the Special Forces?" Exclamation mark. My steel suit 155. My steel suit 155. Didn't you die long ago? Obadiah looked at Chen Mo in disbelief. A person who has been missing for 70 years and who should have died suddenly appeared in front of him. It is indeed difficult for ordinary people to accept it for a while. For Obadiah guessed his identity, Chen Mo not at all was too surprised. Although he did not make movies, act on stage, and become a well-known American star like Steve, Chen Mo's the fame is not in the least under Captain Steve of the United States. After all, the entire World War II situation can be said to be rewritten by him. Chen Mo's great contribution to the whole world of mankind is indelible. After he fell into the sea and disappeared, countless people in the Allied countries are grateful for his great achievements, and his legendary deeds are extolled everywhere. Biography, novels, comics, and even adapted into movies, so although 70 years have passed, Chen Mo's deeds are still well known by countless people. His strength, his arrogance, his fearless, his sacrifices, and everything on him are deeply attractive to ordinary persons, regardless of men and women, young and old, for him and fascinated, admired and even admired him. If they knew that he was still alive, there would be countless crazy fans rushing in, and Tony_Stark's mansion would be destroyed by them directly. Of course, Obadiah also knows Chen Mo, and as a partner of Howard_Stark, from Howard's mouth, Obadiah has a deeper understanding of Chen Mo, and because of this, he knows Chen Mo. Mo's fear is deeper. Obadiah, who was full of confidence, finally showed a look of fear. Chen Mo didn't care about these, but watched Obadiah transform into a high-tech weapon's left hand. A trace of thought flashed in his eyes. Ulysses Crow. Chen Mo looked into Obadiah's eyes and said a name in his mouth. Obadiah's pupils locked, and he was shocked by the discovery of Chen Mo's true identity, adding a bit of deep fear. How did he know? Obadiah was chopped off with his left hand by Crossbones Brock Rumlow in Afghanistan. After returning to New York with the Mark I prototype and design drawings, he planned to install his left hand. The previous impact hammer was similar to the one on Ironmonger. As a result, the arms dealer Ulysses Crow, who had been in business with him before, didn't know where he heard the news of his loss of his left hand, and took the initiative to send him this formidable power, a huge sonic cannon. Of course, Obadiah also paid a huge sum of money for this, but he thought it was very worthwhile. Usually, the sonic cannon is hidden under a simulated robotic arm that can perform simple actions. It can be used as a good prosthetic arm. When attacking, the palm splits, revealing the sonic cannon hidden inside. This sonic cannon can launch powerful sound waves and shock waves, causing the object under attack to vibrate and impact strongly, thereby disintegrating directly. With this sonic cannon disguised as a prosthetic, even without Ironmonger, Obadiah still has a strong offensive ability. It can be regarded as a very good hole card, very suitable for surprises. Sneak attack. After the destruction of Ironmonger, Obadiah originally planned to wait for Tony_Stark to relax his vigilance and use a sonic cannon to carry out a sneak attack and kill him with one blow, but Chen Mo found out that didn't expect up. Then the sonic cannon's attack was easily resisted by Chen Mo with a shield. He even called out the name of Ulysses Crow, who sold him the prosthetic sonic cannon, making Yuan the confident Oh dear completely lost his confidence. But Oh dear, who is already a little crazy, not at all give up. Even if Chen Mo is the legendary commander, he is powerful and can easily withstand the powerful attack of the sonic cannon, but Tony is not necessarily so. At this point, either you will die or I will die. There is no retreat. Oh dear temporarily put down his fear of Chen Mo, and once again pointed the sonic cannon with his left hand to the side. Tony Stark. This sonic weapon can not only emit powerful shock waves, but also emit sound waves, which can cause the machinery to vibrate at a high speed, and then the structure will collapse. It can be said to be the nemesis of all machinery. Although the defensive power of the Mark II is amazing and it has a shock-absorbing and buffering system like Black technology, Chen Mo is really not sure whether it can withstand the attack of the sonic cannon. The reason why Chen Mo can easily block the previous attacks is the magical characteristics of primordial Edman alloy that absorb energy, attack and vibration, and neutralize all attacks. The sonic cannon, which mainly relies on sonic vibration as an attack method, is completely restrained by the shield, and the attack is directly absorbed and offset. The powerful destructiveness is not displayed at all, and it is not a threat to Chen Mo. However, the armor of the Mark II does not have the magical characteristics of primordial Edman alloy. So, when Odu aimed the sonic cannon at Tony_Stark, Chen Mo quickly stepped forward to block Tony's body, and at the same time a throwing knife appeared in Chen Mo's hands instantly. He raised his hand, the flying knife turned into a stream of light, and flew towards Obadiah like lightning, just inserting it into his left shoulder joint. A sharp pain struck. Obadiah's left arm instantly lost all strength, and fell weakly. It was already lit, and the sonic cannon barrel that was accumulating also dimmed. Calm down. I have to thank you for helping Tony with several lessons. Now, you can die. Chen Mo finished speaking but did not continue to do it, but turned his head and looked towards Tony_Stark. Tony, kill him. Second day, Tony_Stark was talking about the battle between the two Iron Men near Stark Industries last night at the press conference. As in the movie, he admitted that he was Iron Man. As Tony's voice "I am Iron Man" fell, the press conference scene instantly boiled, but Phil Coulson turned his head helplessly and looked towards Chen Mo, with a look in his eyes. The meaning is obvious. Boss, your son did not come as planned. Before Tony Stark took the stage, Phil Coulson gave him a prepared speech, explaining the hero Iron Man who fought with evil robots last night and protected civilians as one of Tony's bodyguards. Didn't expect Tony, but directly admitted that he was Iron Man. Chen Mo is not at all angry because Tony doesn't play cards according to the routine. This is the real Iron Man. Tony_Stark. Don't look at Tony as well behaved as his own son in front of Chen Mo, but he is actually a very arrogant, conceited and extremely narcissistic person. If he hadn't grown up listening to Chen Mo's legendary story, his heart Zong admires Chen Mo and was rescued by Chen Mo several times. Tony Impossible is so obedient in front of Chen Mo. At this time, Tony_Stark is what he usually looks like. He doesn't bother to cover up his identity, cautiously hides himself with lies. I am me, unrestrained, no need to be low-key. After this press conference, Tony became a celebrity completely, this time no longer because of his genius, gold, and romantic, but because he is a superhero, Iron Man. The specific details of the battle that took place in Stark Industries that day are not known to the outside world. The incident was taken over by the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. The police are not at all qualified. Death did not cause any trouble. In the end, Obadiah still died in Tony_Stark's hands. Tony_Stark is no longer the previous playboy. He has been kidnapped by terrorists in Afghanistan, and he is close to trust. Tony Stark has matured through the deception and betrayal of Obadiah. When he destroyed the arms that Obadiah sold to terrorist organizations and anti-government forces, he also personally killed many militants. Tony not at all was too reluctant to kill, but what he wanted to kill was he used to be a close partner and had lost his battle strength. Tony still hesitated somewhat. Under Chen Mo's deep and sharp gaze, Tony_Stark also understood that he had some excess tendency to clemency at the moment, and couldn't help but start to reflect in the heart, thinking of what Obadiah has done for so many years, and the great harm caused by the arms exchange behind the scenes. Chen Mo's hesitant heart gradually became firmer. If he does not kill Obadiah today, with his character and until now performance, it will inevitably become a huge hidden danger. Obadiah's ambitions are very big. When he was first at Stark Industries, he always wanted to seek control of Stark Industries, and he was almost succeeding. After he got the powerful steel battle clothes invented by Tony Stark, his ambition further expanded, and he wanted to control the entire world with the powerful new weapon of steel battle clothes. If you don't kill him today, if he escapes in the future, his huge ambition and life-threatening madness will inevitably bring greater damage to the world. If so, let his evil deeds end here. Tony_Stark, who made up his mind, took a palm shot to Obadiah. Chen Mo is nodded satisfied. What he wants to cultivate is a superhero, a defender of world peace, not a pedantic law enforcer, a huge hidden danger that threatens the safety of the earth. For the real sinners, the best way to deal with them is to cut weeds and eliminate the roots, instead of putting them in jail and leaving them a chance to come back. Obadiah has been killed and the cancer in Stark Industries has been cleaned up. Then it is time to completely solve the company's problems. After the press conference, Chen Mo asked Tony to summon all the members of the Stark Industries Board of Directors to convene the Board of Directors. At the instigation of Obadiah, the Board of Directors stopped his work and took control of Stark Industries out of his hands on the grounds that Tony changed into post-traumatic stress syndrome after he was kidnapped in Afghanistan. Takeaway: now that Obadiah is dead, the company's rights need to be reshuffled. My Steel Suit 156. My Steel Suit 156. In a large conference hall in the office building of Stark Industries, all directors of the company are present. They sat in their respective chairs and talked intimately, complaining about Tony Stark, who was not here. After Howard's suspended animation, Stark Industries was once in trouble. At the instigation of Obadiah, Tony_Stark inherited from Howard 40% of Stark Industries shares were sold. 10%, in order to save the troubled company. This is how we have the current board of directors. Furthermore, after the company went public, Tony_Stark reduced his holding of 20% of the shares as tradable shares. Now Tony only has 10% of Stark Industries in his hands. After a series of share changes, the board of directors, the scale of the company has been further expanded. There are now 9 directors who hold more than 10% of the company's shares. So the actual control of Stark Industries is not in Tony_Stark's hands, but the board members present here. This is also Obadiah's plan to vacate Tony through the board of directors and control Stark Industries. For Tony_Stark, the board members are the same as Obadiah, but they use him as a tool to make money for them. Tony_Stark continues to develop new weapons, and they sell these weapons to anyone who needs it, whether they are a national army or a terrorist, as long as they can bring them wealth. They will not care if these weapons are in the hands of who. From this point of view, they are consistent with Obadiah's ideas and pursuits. So when Tony planned to close the weapons manufacturing department, they stopped Tony's work without the slightest hesitation, helping Obadiah seize power and let him fully control the company. This is also the result of many years of planning and working hard for Obadiah. Now, the spokesperson of the board of directors, Obadiah, is dead, and Tony Stark, the chairman of the board, summoned them to convene the board of directors. They did not know what Tony's purpose was for the board of directors this time. Although he has become an Iron Man, in their opinion, he is still the playboy who was played with applause by them. If they would never disclose their identity. he would still be like the same arrogant and naive before. If he knows current affairs, they don't mind resuming his job. Let him continue to run the company and make money for them. After all, Tony Stark is really a genius in weapon research and development. As long as he is willing to continue to develop more advanced and formidable power weapons for the company as before, then they will continue to do the same as before. Enjoy the continuously great wealth that Stark Industries has created for them. And if Tony Stark is still a stubborn, they don't mind continuing to restrict him and replanting an obedient spokesperson. Anyway, Stark Industries' existing weapon technology is enough for them to make huge profits. No more Tony_Stark, they just made less money. So when Tony Stark walked in, the eyes of the board members were not at all any respect for the chairman, but with an aloof and remote scrutiny. But soon, their eyes turned to the few people who walked in with Tony Stark, especially when one of them was a tall, great cultivator, a long, grim and majestic Chinese young man. After sitting down on the chair that originally belonged to the chairman of the board of directors, the brows of several directors could not help but frown. Tony, who is this person? A mean-looking man who looks more than 50 years old, wears a pair of gold glasses, looks like he has just been in Shenmue. Tony Stark, who sat down beside him, asked unceremoniously. Tony_Stark ignored his questioning. Without even looking at him. Dare to use this attitude to speak very much to me, it's strange that I care about you. Moreover, he doesn't know how to introduce Shenmue. Tell everyone, this is my godfather, can you call him father like me? Ah no, it's uncle, because he is almost 100 years old and has just emerged from under the ice. You can live here to point your fingers. Thank him for his life-saving grace. Tony Stark only met Shenmue's request to meet the board of directors, but Shenmue's plan is not clear to him. But no matter what Shenmue wants to do, he will fully support him. The director who asked the question just now found that no one paid attention to him, and his face flushed uncontrollably. He gave Tony Stark a fiercely look and turned his gaze to Shenmue, just as he was about to question Shenmue directly. Shenmue's gaze suddenly turned towards him. Shenmue's eyes are indifferent and cold, which makes his body cold. It seems to be able to freeze the soul of a person. The sharp aura contained in it is even more heartbreaking. The questioning words to be exported were directly held back into the stomach, and the proud head lowered unconsciously, avoiding Shenmue's sight. Shenmue's gaze swept across the faces of everyone present. For those who meet his gaze, the original arrogant expression changes drastically in an instant. These directors are just wealthy people who have the power of the company. In the final analysis, they are just ordinary persons. How can they be compared with Shenmue, who has killed countless people and is in charge of the imperial power? Under his sharp eyes, they retreated one after another, did not dare to look at him, and felt a little jealous about this strange character who suddenly appeared in his heart. Shenmue glanced indifferently. Shenmue raised his hand and waved to Phil Coulson behind him, when he and Pepper came forward and sent the documents they were holding to everyone. Shenmue slowly said, I am the boss of this company. Everyone present, including Tony Stark, hearing this, was taken aback, and then they saw Phil Coulson and Pepper placed the file in front of them. With doubts, everyone opened the file in front of them and looked at it. As the files are reviewed, the expressions on everyone's faces become more and more exciting. On the top of the document, there is a copy of the equity transfer contract. This contract shows that 70 years ago, Howard sold 60% of Stark Industries shares for $60 million to Shenmue. That is to say, the person named Shenmue in the contract holds 60% of the company's shares and is the real boss of Stark Industries. In fact, everyone here knows that Stark Industries has a mysterious major shareholder who owns 60% of the company's shares, but he has never appeared or interfered with the company's operations. The huge annual dividends have also been paid to Howard's private research account. After Howard's death, it became Tony_Stark. Therefore, Tony_Stark until now's research funding is actually all it was provided by this mysterious controlling shareholder. If Howard hadn't spent too much money to research anti-gravity technology and spent all the money in his account, Tony Stark wouldn't have been encouraged by idea. The shares were sold to save the troubled company. Although Tony Stark only owns 10% of Stark Industries, he actually enjoys 70% of the company's dividends, and several directors on the board of directors are only about 1% each. It's just that Tony_Stark is obsessed with weapons and technology research and development, and spends most of this huge income on experiments. The final results are produced and sold by Stark Industries, allowing the company and other shareholders saved a lot of research funds. It's just that Tony Stark didn't care about these things. In his opinion, experimentation and research are his hobby. He enjoys this process, and Stark Industries is also his own company. So the shareholders of these boards are actually taking advantage of Tony until now, and they feel at ease. Tony Stark didn't care about it before, because anyway, the last 70% of the profits returned to him, and the money was a number to him. Stark Industries was founded by his father Howard. Now handed over to him, he hopes to see it continue to grow and develop, and his research results are used by his own company, which is nothing for R&D expenses. Of course, now, after being plot against by Obdia and the board of directors, Tony will no longer be as naive as before. In fact, everyone, including Tony, didn't know the situation of this mysterious major shareholder before. His information seemed to have been deliberately hidden. Everyone only knew his existence, but no one knew him. In the end, who are you? And why is it that he has a controlling stake but never participates in the management of the company, and gives a huge dividend to the people of the Stark family for free use? At this time, this contract solved the doubts in everyone's minds. An additional clause on the contract stated that Chen Mo handed all the proceeds to Howard for research purposes. As for not participating in management, it was a private verbal agreement between the two of them. Of course, for the two of them, this is enough. If it is not for the shareholding and income distribution that require formal documents, the two even have a contract. No need to sign. Howard dare to rely on Chen Mo's account? Obviously he didn't have the guts, and if Chen Mo is renege on a debt, Howard can only tolerate it. Who will let him beat Chen Mo? The authenticity of this contract can be found out by checking. They don't think it is fake, but some people have discovered the problem. This contract was signed 70 years ago. Don't tell us, you are Chen Mo? Although Chen Mo's imposing manner was deterred at the beginning, it was related to the major event of the company's control. The huge benefits let them put aside their fears. At this time, Tony Stark, who had read the contract, spoke. You should know the identity of my father. During World War II, he joined a special department of the Allied forces. You must have heard of one of his former comrades, that is, the commander of the special forces, Chen Mo. This is the one in front of you. My Steel Suit 157. My Steel Suit 157. Special Force Commander. This is a name even more familiar than Captain of the United States. Even 70 years later, people will still hear often discussed, and when it comes to his position in history, he is still above Hitler. Hitler provoked the war and almost conquered the world with military force, but the commander almost wiped out the highest battle strength by the strength of oneself. Equipped with advanced weapons, the battle strength is powerful. Hydra Legion then ended World War II in one fell swoop and maintained world peace. Moreover, in order to prevent Hydra's crazy plan to destroy the world and protect the world's major cities from being destroyed, the commander chose to sacrifice himself and drive the super bomber that Hydra used to execute the plan to destroy the world without hesitation into the sea, saved hundreds of millions of civilian lives. His incomparably powerful power and savior-like great achievements have made countless people admire and worship, but what he left to the world is wrapped in a dark full-body armored combat suit, with a sword and shield on the back, and 2 guns. Most people only know that he is the commander of the Special Forces, but they don't know much about his name. So, seeing Chen Mo's name on the contract, the directors of Stark Industries don't at all think of the commander. Until Tony Stark revealed the identity of Chen Mo, they did not know that the original boss of Stark Industries until now, the mysterious controlling shareholder who holds 60% of the equity, turned out to be the commander of the legendary task force. But thinking of Howard Stark's former identity, his close relationship with the commander, and the various legends they know about the commander, they are not surprised. It is said that the commander comes from a mysterious and ancient family in China, with a wealth of billions and a wealth of rivals. Howard Stark is obsessed with the research and development of advanced technologies such as anti-gravity, spending money like flowing water. Stark Industries earns no amount of money will be enough for him. So two people, one has money to spend, but the other has not enough money to spend, and the two are close comrades in arms. Howard sold Stark Industries to Chen Mo. Not surprising, Chen Mo has never been involved in the management of the company, and it makes sense to give all the proceeds to Howard for research. It's just the commander had fallen into the sea with the plane 70 years ago. Even if he is still alive, he is now in his 90s. What about this young man? It may be the commander. A director looked at Chen Mo's young face and didn't believe what Tony said. Tony, don't treat us all as fools. Other directors also criticized Tony_Stark. The commander saved the entire world back then. Our parents and elders survived because of him. If this person is really a commander, would we all call him uncle? I think the name is grandfather. Ha. Tony, you are so naive. You came up with this way to get it back control of the company. Do you think we are idiots? Will believe you such an obvious lie? Absurd. It's ridiculous. What the directors said to Tony_Stark, sitting in front of them, Chen Mo, who looked younger than Tony, simply did not believe what the commander said. They only thought it was Tony who discovered the equity transfer contract and knew the true identity of the company's mysterious shareholder is the commander of the Special Forces, and wanted to take back control of the company from them and regain control of Stark Industries. It's just that, in their opinion, Tony's ideas are too naive. He even found a young man who looked imposing manner out of the ordinary and wanted them to believe that he was missing for 70 years. Commander is simply whimsical. He wouldn't think that they would really believe such a ridiculous lie. It's really nonsense. Tony Stark saw that everyone didn't believe it. He looked towards Chen Mo helplessly. Chen Mo didn't respond much to the noise of the people below, looked up at the time, moved towards Pepper, who was standing beside Tony, said, "Turn on the TV." Although Pepper didn't understand Chen Mo's intentions, he turned around and picked up the remote control from the table on the side and opened the side wall of the conference hall. TV hanging on. It seems that a press conference is being broadcast live on TV. Looking at the Pentagon logo on the background wall of the press conference, it seems to be a military organization. Seeing that Chen Mo didn't speak, Pepper changed several channels at random, but found that all the scenes were the same. It seemed that every TV station was broadcasting the news conference. Pepper felt something unusual, and then seemed to think of something, so he stopped and continued to switch channels. Everyone's eyes were cast on the TV. They were going to see, this counterfeit goods are happening in what the hell is happening. Soon, the press conference officially began, and a middle-aged officer with a straight military uniform and a resolute face stepped onto the stage. "Everyone, the Ministry of National Defense is holding this press conference. It is a very important announcement. 3 months ago, a polar expedition team was on the ice shelf. A giant aircraft that had been frozen for 70 years was found in the worm. And in this aircraft, we made a huge discovery. In World War II, the legendary hero, commander of the Special Forces, and Major General Chen Mo, who rescued the people of the world from the war and made great contributions to the end of the war, were frozen in this plane, and along with it, I slept in the glacier for 70 years. And not long ago, after thawing, the commander has successfully thawed from the frozen state, ended the 70-year dormancy, and woke up. That is to say, our hero of all mankind, commander of the Special Forces, Major General Chen Mo, is back. He will continue to devote himself to protecting human safety and safeguarding the world in the great major event industry or peace. From today onwards, people's safety has added a powerful guarantee. As the officer's voice fell, the entire conference site was completely boiled and everyone fell into in a passionate mood. The legendary hero, the creator of world peace, the protector of human security, savior. The commander Chen Mo did not die, but it was frozen in the glacier for 70 years, and after 70 years today, he miraculously came back to life again. All this is simply too unimaginable, unbelievable. An uncontrollable excitement surged from their hearts. This news brought them as shocking as they learned that true God had come to the world. At the same time, a strong sense of security also emerged. A hero who went to his death generously to protect civilians from bombing is more secure than the spiritual god of aloof and remote. Not to mention the excitement and enthusiasm of the people at the press conference and the whole world after they heard the shocking news. At this time, inside the Stark Industries conference hall, the needle fell quietly. The gazes of the 9 directors looking towards Chen Mo became extremely complicated, with shock, fear, worry, hesitation, unbelief and doubt, and various complex emotions emerged in their eyes one after another. Even if the commander really comes alive, how do we know that you are the commander? A director still refuses to believe, or is not willing to accept it. In other words, won't shed tears till you have seen your coffin. Chen Mo glanced at the speaker faintly, and was swept by Chen Mo's eyes. The director only felt that Chen Mo's eyes were extremely bright, which seemed to contain a streak of divine light. Gu Fengrui couldn't help but feel cold. It seemed that the hairs all over his body were standing up, turning his head involuntarily, avoiding Chen Mo's gaze. At this time, there was another movement on the TV press conference. The middle-aged officer stretched out his hand to suppress the frantic questioning of many reporters below, and when they finally calmed down for a while, he continued with their expectant gaze. In order to deal with possible special events that threaten the safety of the Earth, Commander Chen Mo will form a strategic response team composed of powerful superheroes. The team will be personally led by Commander Chen Mo, and its first member is the superheroes with powerful steel battle clothes, Iron Man, Tony Stark, who wiped out the giant robot that attacked civilians not long ago. This time, the members of the board below have nothing to say. Obviously, the imposing man, a powerful young man sitting in front of them, has been asleep for 70 years. The commander of Chen Mo, no doubt. Seeing everyone below quieted down, apparently accepting his identity, Chen Mo slowly said, "It seems that no one has questioned my identity." The board members below all bowed their heads and said nothing. Chen Mo continued, "As the boss of Stark Industries, I have a few decisions to announce to you." Chen Mo, who owns 60% of Stark Industries, has absolute control of the company. The decision made does not require anyone's consent, so he just announced his decision. The people below also know this, and they listened carefully with a complicated and heavy heart. First, dissolve the board of directors. The expressions of the directors changed at once. They opened their mouths to say something but didn't know what to say. Ignoring their reaction, Chen Mo continued. Second, the company delists and takes back all stocks. The expressions of the directors have changed again. In this way, Tony and Chen Mo will control 90% of Stark Industries. 10% of the shares in their hands will completely lose the ability to affect the company's actions, and will be kicked out of the company's management. They will not enjoy any benefits except dividends. Furthermore, with the delisting, the company's valuation will definitely be affected. The value of their shares will be greatly reduced, and the loss will be very large. Without waiting for their reaction, Chen Mo continued. Thirdly, take back the shares of all minority shareholders, together with 60% of my shares, and transfer them to Tony Stark to complete the privatization of the company. My Steel Suit 158. My Steel Suit 158. Chen Mo's last words were like a bolt from the blue sky that awakened everyone. Tony_Stark and the directors looked towards Chen Mo in disbelief. Stark Industries has a market value of hundreds of billions, and 60% of its shares are worth more than 60 billion. Chen Mo even gave it away when he said that he gave it away, plus their shares. I will never sell my own shares, one director sternly said. Some other directors followed, nodded, and some were thoughtful, apparently moved thought. After Chen Mo came back, They had completely lost control of Stark Industries. With the backing of Chen Mo, they can no longer bully and restrict Tony Stark as before. The company is under the control of Tony Stark, a playboy, and they are not optimistic about the prospects. Since it is powerless, they simply just sell the shares. 1% of the shares are worth more than 1 billion. Chen Mo's gaze swept across everyone's faces. Everyone's expressions were taking in the entire scene, and their thoughts were clear. If you are unwilling to hand over the shares, you can continue to scroll down the documents in front of you. Listening to Chen Mo, whether you want to sell the shares or not, the directors are all curious. He continued to open the file in front of him. Under the share transfer contract, there is still a piece of information, and as we look carefully, everyone's complexion has completely changed and it has become very ugly. Then Chen Mo announced the dissolution. The board of directors is even more ugly when delisting to complete privatization. I saw this information, which listed in detail every illegal thing they had committed: tax evasion, arms smuggling, behind-the-scenes transactions, commercial crimes, hiring and wounding, rape, even murder. Everything is listed above in detail: time, place, specific process, no omission, even more clearly than they can remember. All directors looked at the documents in their hands, and the cold sweat on their foreheads couldn't help but shed. Once a document was handed over to the police, they would basically spend the rest of their lives in prison. The guilty conscience lifts the head, looked towards other people around, but found that the others are just as scared as them, brow beaded with sweat. Obviously, the information in front of everyone is the same. Chen Mo knows all their most secret secrets. At this time, before them, it is a naked threat: either hand over the shares or go to jail. There is no difficulty in this choice. It is easy to make the right choice between giving up equity and going to jail. All directors obediently and honestly signed their names on the equity transfer agreement at the end of the document. As for resistance, after confirming the identity of Commander Chen Mo, no one thinks that they can shake a powerful and highly powerful commander. They have no choice but to compromise. Tony_Stark also opened the back of his own document and found that it was also an equity transfer agreement. The difference is that according to the content written above, after signing this agreement, he will acquiring 100% of Stark Industries shares. Stark Industries will become his own private enterprise. Tony_Stark couldn't help but looked up and looked towards Chen Mo. Daddy, this. I signed the words. I told Howard a long time ago that if he gave me a son, I would take all the shares are given to him. Chen Mo's tone is beyond doubt. Finally, Tony_Stark signed the agreement, and Stark Industries became his own private enterprise, and he alone had the final say. After all the directors were unwilling and reluctant to sign the equity transfer agreement as if their son was taken away, and left the conference hall dejectedly, Chen Mo confronted Phil Coulson behind him. Coldly said, "Coulson, give all their criminal evidence to the police." "Yes, Commander." Tony_Stark and Pepper, seeing this, Perk couldn't help but turned his head and glanced at each other. His face showed a pleasant smile. They thought that Chen Mo would really let them go before, and they were indignant. They didn't expect Chen Mo to play the cards according to common sense. However, this is the commander of the Special Forces acting style. Chen Mo let them go without agreeing to hand over their shares. Looking at the equity transfer agreement signed between Chen Mo and his own name in front of him, Tony_Stark felt unspeakable. From today, Stark Industries will return to the control of Stark's family and become a private company completely owned by him. There will be no board of directors to interfere with his decision, or even directly exclude him from company management. Beyond the level, there is a situation where the company completely loses control of the company. He will lead and shape the future of Stark Industries. This feeling is really great. As if the ceded territory finally returned to the motherland, and the taken child returned to his father's side. Tony_Stark's excitement at this time is beyond words, a kind of satisfaction that he has never had before. Steadfast, and a strong sense of responsibility rise in the mind. Tony_Stark couldn't help turning his head and looked towards Chen Mo, who was aside. This is the most precious and best gift he has ever received. It feels good to have a father. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. underground secret laboratory, Howard_Stark sneezed out a big sneeze, and another precision part that took several days to make was damaged in his hands. Fuck. Damn it. This is the first time. After the super soldier serum is strengthened, the body is stronger than the top athletes. How could I have a cold? Is it because God doesn't want me to complete this great experiment? Yes, it must be so. My research has come to the Imperial capital to the point of being scared. I am so great. Not to mention Howard was almost driven crazy by sneezing. After solving the rights issue of Stark Industries, Chen Mo and Tony Stark returned to the basement of Tony's seaside mansion again to continue the research and development of the improvement of new steel battle clothes. Pepper not at all come back with them, because after Tony Stark completely controlled Stark Industries, the first order he gave was to appoint Pepper as the new CEO of Stark Industries and be responsible for him manage the entire company. After OD's betrayal, Tony_Stark will no longer trust outsiders easily. Of course, Pepper is an exception. Apart from Chen Mo, she can be said to be Tony_Stark's most trusted now. She is also the best candidate for chief in charge. Pepper has been a personal assistant to Tony Stark for many years. He has extensive experience in corporate management and secretarial duties. He has no problems with his ability and has a good understanding of the company's situation. He gave Stark Industries to she. Tony felt relieved. Although Tony has a deeper feeling for the company after he fully owns and controls Stark Industries, but let him stay in the company every day and personally manage the company's affairs, but it's a bit difficult for him to stay in the company. There is no experience in the actual management of the company. Until now, Tony's interests are in technology research and development and weapon manufacturing. He still prefers to stay in the laboratory to conduct his research rather than sitting in the office to deal with documents. So, he handed over Stark Industries to Pepper, the most trusted one, and he continued the research and development of his steel battle clothes. If you have any views on the company's development, just tell Pepper directly. Well, I became an arm-flinging shopkeeper. Although Pepper is a little bit unsure about managing such a huge company suddenly, but with Tony's encouragement or flicker, she still accepts it with a little nervousness. She also hopes that she can help Tony. He manages the company better. The two who returned to the Villa Laboratory once again devoted themselves to the improvement of the steel battle clothes. Ethan Kortakadamishan still acts as an assistant, beating the two of them by the side. After this period of time, following Chen Mo and Tony Stark to participate in the development of steel battle clothes, Ethan Kortakadamishan feels as if a door to the whole new world has been opened in front of him. Various profound advanced sciences, technology and new scientific theories are unfolding in front of him one after another, making him feel like he has come to the science fiction world. Ethan Kortakadamishan, who was already a top scientist in this laboratory, is like a country bumpkin stepping into the modern world from a backward primordial society, except in the face of a cross-age technology. His eyes widened in shock, and nothing more than admiration was to study hard. However, his gains during this period are indeed great. With the intentional help of the two, many techniques and theories that were previously incomprehensible have been fully mastered, and I can also put forward some of my own opinions from time to time. No longer like at first, I can only help while handing over tools and hitting hands. They have no ability to truly participate in research and development. Ethan Kortakadamishan is actually very capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have operated on Tony, who was seriously injured by the bomb in the Simple Within cave, and installed an electromagnet on his chest. The mortal Tony was saved. Only in the past, he was born in a remote area of Afghanistan, and he had limited access to it, and he did not have the opportunity to have access to two profound technology and theories. With the help of Chen Mo and Tony, Ethan Kortakadamishan's ability has been greatly improved. Gradually, He can also put forward some useful opinions on the improvement of steel battleclothes and truly participate in the development of steel battleclothes under development. But Chen Mo not at all stayed in the laboratory for too long. Leave Tony Stark with the assistance of Ethan Court Academician to continue the upgrade and optimization of the steel battleclothes. Chen Mo left the villa alone and returned to the Chinese dojo in Brooklyn. Chen Mo didn't stay here either. When everyone thought he was still in dojo, he actually escaped everyone's sight, quietly left dojo and passed through Hydra's secret channel, silently returned to Hydra headquarters, a top-secret base hidden in the mountains of Norway. Eddie, call me up all the information about Ulysses Crow and Wakanda. In the large office, Chen Mo sits in the office, on the chair behind the table. He instructed Albert, who was pouring coffee next to him. Chen Mo finished speaking, took a sip from the coffee cup, and looked extremely satisfied. The coffee made by Pepper was far from the old Eddie. My Steel Suit 159. My Steel Suit 159. Leaving Tony_Stark and Ethan Court Academician to continue to improve the steel battle clothes in the laboratory, Chen Mo alone secretly returned to the Hydra headquarters in Norway. The third-generation arc reactor has been successfully manufactured. It uses replaceable palladium metal plates to provide energy, with higher energy output efficiency and longer use time. Moreover, it is very convenient to replace after the energy is exhausted. You only need to prepare enough palladium metal plates. It is no longer like the second-generation arc reactor. After the energy is exhausted, a new reactor needs to be rebuilt. At the same time, the electromagnet on Tony's chest has also been improved. Cable connection is no longer needed, and the installation is more convenient. Tony_Stark can replace and install it himself, no longer need Pepper to put his hand into his chest replaced for him within. More convenient and efficient energy supply is solved, but the rapid equipment deployment system of battle clothes has not yet been completed. The new rapid equipment mode has greatly transformed battle clothes. Many modules need to be redesigned and the deformation function is added to meet the requirements of automatic assembly of battle clothes. At the same time, the connection of battle clothes must be ensured. The firm and overall defensive power. Although the highly developed brain makes Chen Mo's thinking, memory, and analysis abilities far beyond ordinary people, in terms of the specific improvement and design of battle clothes, with Tony Stark, the inventor of steel battle clothes, compared with weapons-making geniuses, they are still much worse. Steel battle clothes are a complicated system. If you want to make a huge transformation and upgrade to him, the things involved are very complicated. Each system needs to be changed accordingly. The transmission system is upgraded. The various modules of the body are rearranged, the shock absorption system and the enhanced composite armor are improved accordingly. These all require a very system and in-depth understanding of each part of battle clothes, and the ability to make overall changes to all systems and layouts as needed. At present, the only person who can do this is Tony Stark, the creator of steel battle clothes. Chen Mo relies more on the storage in his mind, the large amount of scientific and technological information provided by Hydra, and the foresight brought by the familiar plot. As long as he proposes the shortcomings of steel battle clothes and the direction of improvement, Tony_Stark can easily solve these problems. Steel battle clothes are different from any weapon in the past. There is no place to refer to. Each new feature of his will face many problems. Chen Mo can point out the shortcomings and improvement directions, and provide the corresponding high-end technology, but the specific design, the overall technical transformation, and the final application of it to the battle clothes, these all require Tony_Stark. This is the inventor of steel battle clothes. After all, he is the only person who knows steel battle clothes best. It's like a house. Tony designed and built the main frame. Chen Mo knows what the house will look like in the end. He can put forward various deficiencies, give comments and some modifications, but it's true to make changes to the main frame. It must be done by Tony Stark, the original designer. Of course, when the whole house is finally completed, Chen Mo, who participated in the whole project, knows it well, and will not have any problems if it is built again or some minor modifications. But the fast dressing system is obviously not something Chen Mo can complete. The design inside is too complicated and delicate, and it is a field that Chen Mo has never touched. There is no such aspect in Hydra's technology data, so Tony can only rely on this. After Chen Mo told Tony Stark all of his ideas about fast and automatic system assembly, alone left the villa. He can't help much with the following things, just leave it to Tony, he has other things to do. During the previous battle with Obdia, Chen Mo discovered that his left arm, which had been cut off by the Crossbones Brock Rumlow, was fitted with a bionic mechanical prosthesis that could be transformed into a sonic cannon. And this robotic arm, Chen Mo, was seen in a movie. In the same superhero movie Black Panther produced by Marvel, the arms dealer Ulysses Crow, who sneaked into Wakanda and stole a large number of vibranium, was equipped with this on his left arm, a prosthetic sonic cannon. According to Chen Mo's understanding of the plot, this prosthetic sonic cannon was transformed with a sonic weapon he grabbed from Wakanda. It's just that he shouldn't lose his left hand yet. This sonic cannon is just a weapon for him, and the news of Obdi's loss of his left hand clearly shows him a business opportunity. After transforming the sonic cannon, he sold it to Obdia at a high price, making a fiercely. It's just a pity that although Obadiah got this huge sonic cannon with formidable power, he still couldn't pose a threat to Chen Mo, and ultimately he did not escape the fate of being killed. But Ulysses Crow and Wakanda are therefore in Chen Mo's sight. Norway, the northernmost point of the Scandinavian mountain range, dozens of kilometers away from the coast of the western fjords, is covered by snow and ice all year round. Beneath the tall and steep mountain, a huge underground is hidden. The base here is the headquarters of Hydra, the top secret base of Number Zero. In the large office belonging to Chen Mo sits behind his desk and uses his tablet to quickly read all the information about Ulysses Crow and Wakanda from Albert. Ulysses Crow's situation is no different from what Chen Mo knew. Many years ago, Ulysses Crow infiltrated the mysterious country, Wakanda, hidden in the jungle, and stole a large amount of vibranium from there. Now, in addition to smuggling and selling arms, he spends most of his time searching and stealing vibranium weapons handed down in ancient times with the assistance of an elite mercenary named Derek Kermungo, and sell precious vibranium at high prices. Wakanda, the mysterious kingdom, has actually attracted Hydra's attention a long time ago, and has learned too much about them in secret. It can be said that Hydra is definitely the organization that knows Wakanda best in this world. Even Ulysses Crow, who has personally entered Wakanda, knows Wakanda far less than Hydra. In fact, apart from Ulysses Crow, few people in this world know the existence of Wakanda. Even if I knew it, I just thought it was an extremely poor and backward African country that was dominated by hunting and farming. Even the intelligence section and the National Land Strategy Defense, Attack and Logistics Security Bureau of various countries do not know that hidden under the appearance of poverty and backwardness, the scientific and technological strength of the Kingdom of Wakanda far exceeds that of any country on the earth. The organization is the most technologically advanced country in this world. According to the information obtained by Hydra, over 10,000 years ago, a huge meteorite fell on the Earth, where Wakanda is now. This meteorite is entirely composed of vibranium, forming a deep underground vibranium vein. As early as when the previous King Wakanda was reigning, they sold a small amount of secreted vibranium to the outside world. Most of the primordial Edmon alloy shields used by Muglan Court Academician to manufacture Chen Mo, and the vibranium used in the later research on Edmon alloys, were obtained from them. Using the huge amount of funds obtained from the sale of vibranium, domestic elites will be sent to developed countries to receive higher education and learn advanced scientific knowledge. After they finished their studies, they returned to Wakanda and used the powerful vibranium to develop technology with the advanced knowledge they mastered. For decades, Wakanda's technology has developed rapidly, and it soon surpassed all countries on the earth. especially in the processing and stealth technology of vibranium. They can process the hard vibranium into soft and close-fitting, can maintain good flexibility, and at the same time have strong defensive power. Panther battle clothes. Using vibranium, they have developed many very advanced technologies, weapons and equipment. After the development of satellite technology in other countries, Wakanda even hid the entire country in order to hide from the world. The developed modern city with tall buildings standing in great numbers is just a primordial jungle to the outside world. Wakanda has always appeared on the international stage as a poor and backward third world country. Wakanda is composed of 5 major tribes, each of which performs its own duties, among which the border tribes are responsible for guarding the kingdom and preventing outsiders from entering Wakanda. The clansman of the border tribe normally pretends to be farmers and hunters, living on the border of Wakanda to deceive the outside world and conceal the real situation of Wakanda's wealth and power. Although they seem to be just a group of clansmen from the backward tribe wrapped in blue cloak, they are actually equipped with very advanced equipment. The cloak used by the warriors of the frontier tribe to wrap the body is actually the vibranium cloak with protection and invisibility. When the cloak is activated, it can form a very powerful energy shield with defensive power, which can withstand the attacks of bullets and bombs. According to the analysis of the Hydra Intelligence section, Wakanda's technological level is even higher than Hydra in some respects. You must know that Hydra's technology has been ahead of the current world for more than 20 years, which shows that Wakanda's technological level is high. But if it really fights, Wakanda is definitely not Hydra's opponent. Although they rely on vibranium to develop many advanced technologies, Hydra is not inferior to them, and in terms of background, it is even better than them. On a lot, many of their technologies are based on vibranium. Almost all powerful weapons and advanced equipment. The core components are composed of vibranium. The sonic cannon that can launch shockwaves and conduct sonic attacks, the vibranium cloak that stimulates energy shields, the Panther battle clothes, and the aircraft are all inseparable from vibranium. However, Wakanda has a powerful vibranium, and Hydra also has a more powerful Tesseract. The offensive power of energy weapons is also higher than that of sonic weapons, and the various types of fighters and ships developed with Tesseract as the energy basis, whether in terms of quality, performance, battle strength, or quantity, must surpass Wakanda. The combat literacy of the soldiers of Hydra Legion is far above that of the Wakanda border tribes. Whether it is will, belief, discipline, or combat literacy, they are all impossible to compare. Once the sleeping Winter Soldier in the basement is awakened, it will be able to crush Wakanda and destroy it overnight. My Steel Suit 160. My Steel Suit 160. In the information about Ulysses Crow and Wakanda, Shenmue saw a specially marked document. Opening the file, a photo of a black man with fierce eyes appeared in Shenmue's eyes. Eric Kermungo, a top mercenary, cooperates with Ulysses Crow to steal and rob vibranium all over the world. After graduating from MIT Academy, he joined the SEAL team and went to Afghanistan, where wantonly slaughter was like playing a video game, so he was awarded the title of Human Demon. He was also a member of the United States Joint Special Operations Command. He is a formidable fighter with top fighting skills and physical fitness. He is also an excellent tactician. Eric Kermungo's identity does not stop there. His real name is Nijadaka, and his father, Nijob, is the younger of the current king of Wakanda T'Chaka. Brother. When he was young, Nijob was sent to the United States to perform an assassination mission. As a spy, during his mission in the United States, he fell in love with a woman and gave birth to a son with her. Since then, he has settled down in the United States, living with his wife and children in the black slum area. There, he saw that the black compatriots in the United States were oppressed and discriminated against. Most of them lived at the bottom of the society and lived a difficult life. The radical Nijob wanted to equip them with vibranium weapons, lead them to overthrow all countries, and let Wakanda rule them and rule the world. Because he knew his big brother, King T'Chaka, would not support him, so he found Ulysses Crow, told him the secrets of Wakanda and vibranium, and helped him sneak in Wakanda, stole a lot of vibranium. It's just that he doesn't know that James, his most trusted confidant, whose real name is Zulai, is actually a Wakanda spy. He was sent to him by King T'Chaka to observe his mission. In the end, Niqob's plan was exposed when T'Chaka personally came to take him back to Wakanda to be tried by the Elder Council. He wanted to shoot and kill Zulai, who had betrayed him, but was killed by T'Chaka by mistake. After that, T'Chaka not at all brought Niqob's wife and children back to Wakanda, but abandoned them in a slum in the United States. From the notes left by his father Niqob, Eric Kermunko knows his life experience, and also understands Niqob's beliefs and what he has done before. Niqob recorded many things about Wakanda and Panthers in his notes. Eric then inferred from the leopard claw wound on Niqob's chest that it was Panther who killed his father, T'Chaka. For T'Chaka who killed his father and abandoned their orphans and widows in the slums, leaving them to fend for themselves, Eric's heart is full of hatred. Want revenge. Through his own unremitting efforts, Eric Kermunko lost his father's child from a slum and became a highly educated, high IQ, and powerful warrior. Together with Wakanda, Ulysses Grau's worst enemy mingled together. But what really surprised Shenmue was that Eric Kermunko turned out to be a Hydra spy. It turns out that Hydra has long discovered the existence of Wakanda, and conducted a comprehensive monitoring and investigation of them, and also discovered the true identity of Niqob and the relationship between him and Ulysses Grau Corporation. Just before Hydra could take any further action, T'Chaka suddenly arrived in Wakanda's high-tech spaceship, and in order to save Zulai, he missed and killed Niqob. So Hydra simply absorbed Eric Kermunko, who was left behind, into Hydra, and he was cultivated since he was a child, so that he eventually became a fighter loyal to Hydra. In the movie, Eric Kermunko took the throne from T'Challa and became the new king of Wakanda. He also took heart-shaped herbs and gained powerful power. Seeing this, Shenmue had some thoughts in his mind, and at the same time he was a little worried whether the heart-shaped herbs would eliminate the effect of brainwashing, restore his original consciousness, and betray Hydra. So Shenmue called old Albert over. Albert's words dispelled Shenmue's doubts. No. Albert shook the head and said affirmatively. Eric Kermunko was cultivated by Hydra since he was a child. Our brainwashing of him is an unnoticeable influence, not simply brainwashing and changing his original consciousness, but completely we cultivated and shaped his thoughts. Speaking of which, Albert looked towards Shenmue. The loyalty to Hydra has penetrated into his soul. No matter how strong he becomes, this will not change. Hearing Albert's explanation, Shenmue was completely relieved. Seeing Shenmue relieved, Albert explained to him the brainwashing methods Hydra now masters. Because the brainwashing or training methods for Eric Kermunko from an early age require a lot of time and energy, only those who have been selected from an early age have good talents. Only those who are trained as core members of Hydra are qualified to accept it. They will initially be sent to various parts of the world to perform missions as spies and intelligence personnel. They have accumulated certain achievements and completed complex and rigorous inspections, proving their abilities and absolute commitment to Hydra. After being loyal, he will be allowed to enter the top secret base and formally become an internal core member of Hydra. Here, they will accept the enhancement of super soldier serum, and then depending on the specific situation, they will stay in the top secret base or return to the outside to continue to perform more confidential and important tasks. At the right time, they will be recalled to the base, frozen, and become a winter soldier. Eric Kermunko is now in the inspection period, but his inspection has been basically completed, and his performance is perfect in all aspects: loyalty, strength, wisdom, and incident handling ability. They are all strong. Follow up quickly, and he will be qualified to enter the top secret base and accept reinforcement. In addition, Crossbones Brock Rumlow is also in this first stage, performing equally well. It's just that one of them joined the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Security Bureau and became the Special Force Captain, which is regarded as a policeman, and the other was mingled with the weapon dealers to help him steal and snatch vibranium weapons. A mercenary who kills countless people is a bandit. Under Hydra, there are many people like them. They hide in governments, organizations, and even gangs around the world with various identities while providing Hydra with a lot of important information. They also have different tasks. Now they can only be regarded as Hydra recruits, and in the future, they will become the backbone of Hydra. In addition to the foolproof brainwashing methods like Eric Kermungo and Brock Rumlow from childhood, Hydra actually has some simple and crude brainwashing methods. Through special equipment and hypnotic methods, the target can be brainwashed in a short time, but the shortcomings of this method are also obvious. After brainwashing, their mentality will be affected and they cannot complete complex mission, can only be used as a soldier. This made Chen Mo couldn't help but think of Winter Soldier in the movie. After he was brainwashed, he became a little delirious. He only knew that he would perform tasks according to orders. He had no self at all, and his previous memories and emotions were erased. It's just that this brainwashing method is not safe. Just like Winter Soldier, when it is stimulated strongly enough, it is possible to restore the original memory and mind, get rid of control, and must be brainwashed regularly to maintain the state. Of course, Hydra is now also studying a more efficient and stable brainwashing method, which can brainwash the target in a short time, and the effect can be maintained stably. A further goal is to be able to retain the brainwashed object. Memory and thinking can complete more complex tasks, not just become a killing machine. There is no problem with Eric Kermungo's loyalty, and Chen Mo's ideas can be implemented. Later that same day, Eric Kermungo and Ulysses Crow had just successfully snatched a weapon made of vibranium from a small museum. Eric Kermungo, who was driving away from the scene, suddenly rang the phone in his pocket. Eric took out his mobile phone while driving. The caller ID displayed on the screen made his eyes narrow. I glanced at the side Ulysses Crow. At this time, he was immersed in the joy of having another large piece of precious vibranium. Not at the phone that Eric rang all too much attention. Eric Kermungo answered the phone, pretending to be innocent. A deep, cold, emotional voice passed into Eric's ear from the earpiece, but Ulysses Crow next to him could not hear a sound. Target, Ulysses Crow, mission, kill. After the voice in the phone finished speaking, he hung up. Eric Kermungo continued to drive the car. He put the phone back in his pocket. Nothing seemed to happen, but the eyes looking towards the road ahead were cold, and a killing intent flashed away. And Ulysses Crow, who was sitting next to him, found no abnormalities. He was still happily playing with the newly acquired vibranium weapon, calculating how much he could sell this time. Eric Kermungo drove fast as lightning, and soon reached their temporary foothold, and stopped in front of a remote warehouse. We are going to be rich. Let's celebrate and celebrate. Ulysses Crow turned his head and moved towards Eric. He opened his mouth to say with a smile, then opened the door and got out of the car, and walked towards the warehouse with the vibranium weapon. Eric Kermungo got out of the car behind him, but instead of walking to the warehouse with him, he slowly pulled out the pistol from the holster around his waist and pointed at Ulysses Crow's back. Peng. My steel suit 161. My steel suit 161. Peng. A low gunfire sounded, and unsuspecting Ulysses Crow was directly hit in the back and fell on the ground. The vibranium weapon in his hand also dropped to the side. Looking at the motionless Ulysses Crow lying on the ground, Eric Kermungo did not relax his guard at all. He knew Ulysses Crow very well. With his wily old fox, it is very possible to pretend to be dead and prepare to fight back. Almost at the same time he fell, Eric continued to pull the trigger, and 2 more shots were fired. This time, Ulysses Crow seemed to be completely dead, and his whole body was soft. Lee lay on the ground, and the red blood in the gun hole slowly seeped out, and it spread out behind his back, and soon became a big red. Eric carefully approached Ulysses Crow with his guns in both hands. As long as he did any action, Eric could shoot quickly without giving him a chance to fight back. It turns out that Eric's caution is not at all wrong. Ulysses Grau deserves to be a gangster who can steal vibranium from Wakanda and retreat all over his body. The 3 bullets that hit the back failed to directly kill him. He has been pretending to be dead, and he is ready to fight back. When Eric came close to him and just stopped, Ulysses Grau, who had been lying on the ground like a dead body, quickly turned over, not knowing when he was already holding a pistol. Unfortunately, not to mention that he himself has been shot 3 times at this time. It is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Eric Kermungo has always been careful to guard him, why may be successful by his sneak attack. At the moment Ulysses Grau's body suddenly moved, Eric's gun fired quickly. Bang, 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 bang. Ulysses Grau's body just turned over. Before he could raise his gun to aim, his ribs and chest were again after hitting several shots. It was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Ulysses Grau, holding his last breath, instantly lost all his strength, and the gun in his hand fell weakly. It's just that the eyes he looked towards Eric Kermungo are still fierce. Do you want to swallow it alone? Ulysses Grau looked at Eric's gnashing teeth and asked. He thought Eric was doing it for his value. Lianqing's vibranium shot him. Eric Kermungo pointed his gun at him and gently shook the head. I want you to die. After Eric finished talking, he pulled the trigger directly, and the bullet came from Ulysses Grau's chest, shooting his heart directly through, and his fierce eyes completely dimmed, kicked Ulysses Grau and dropped the pistol on the side. Eric knelt down to confirm that he was really dead, then stood up. A generation of gangsters, internationally renowned vibranium and weapons dealers, Ulysses Grau, who caused huge damage and casualties in Wakanda that year, successfully escaped the Guardian of Wakanda Kingdom for decades. Panther hunted, but died in the hands of his nephew who was abandoned by Panther. Eric, who killed Ulysses Grau, stood up, turned and looked towards the direction he came, and saw 2 black off-road vehicles in the distance that were the same as the one he drove before. The car was moving towards him and drove over quickly. It was Ulysses Grau's men. After receiving the task just now, Eric speeded up the 2 cars quietly, and returned to the stronghold first, until he was killed. After Ulysses Grau, the 2 cars just caught up. Eric Kermungo looked at the 2 cars fast approaching him. Cold light flashed in his eyes. Putting the gun back into the holster around his waist, Eric walked to the tail section of the car with a cold face, opened the trunk, and took out a scope with a scope under the barrel, an automatic rifle with a grenade launcher. Eric Kermungo held the gun in his hand. Kachar pulled the bolt open. His sturdy and powerful arm held the rifle firmly in front of him, the butt of the gun on his broad and solid shoulders. The muzzle moved slowly, firmly locking the 2 off-road vehicles that were approaching him. Running on an off-road vehicle in front, one of Ulysses Grau's men who drove looked at the vehicle parked in front of the warehouse not far away, stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward while complaining. Damn Eric Kermungo, throw us so far away. He must be on purpose. The companion sitting next to him in the passenger seat, hearing his complaint, I couldn't help but say with a smile, hey, you can keep your voice down. If Human Demon is killed, beware of your life. Drive. His younger brother, hearing this, his expression changed slightly, thinking of Eric Kermungo's fierceness and very ruthless. Compared with killing people like Scything Flax's killing Human Demon, they follow Ulysses Grau's subordinate in the arms smuggling business can only be regarded as a minor role. But he still insisted on not wanting to lose face in front of his companions. There is a boss. He dare not mess around. The companion next to him wanted to continue teasing him, but suddenly realized that something seemed to be wrong, and his eyes widened. Took a closer look in the distance, and quickly shouted to the driving companion. Nothing. Do you think there is a person lying on the ground next to that car? The guy driving this also looked towards there and found that there was indeed someone lying on the ground, and from the clothes that person was wearing, it seemed that it was their boss, Ulysses Grau. It's the boss. Damn it. Killing Human Demon and betraying the boss. The 2 hurriedly informed about the situation they discovered through the walkie-talkie the companions in the car behind, Both cars accelerated at the same time, and moved towards Eric. Kermungo rushed over. Just when they discovered something was wrong and started to accelerate, in their sight, Eric Kermungo opened the trunk of the car, took out an automatic rifle from it, turned and pointed at them. "Be careful, he's going to shoot this bastard. Prepare to fight back and kill this traitor." Without waiting for them to react, Eric Kermungo took aim and quickly pulled the trigger, but instead of a bullet, they were waiting for a grenade. The off-road vehicle at the front was hit by a grenade in an instant. The exploded formidable power directly blew the vehicle forward and rolled over. Hot flames emerged from the broken windows. The car became a big fireball, and all Ulysses Grow's men in the car were buried. The off-road vehicle behind hastily stepped on a sudden brake and stopped. The 4 Ulysses Grow's men in the car quickly rushed out of the car, hid behind the car, and took out their weapons. Towards Eric, Kermungo fought back. After Eric killed a car directly with a grenade, he did not evade. Instead, he stood still and quickly aimed at a few people who came down from the car through the rifle scope. The trigger was moved. At this time, the distance between the two sides is more than 100 meters. The 4 Ulysses Grow's men behind the car fired in a panic. All the bullets fired at the distance of Eric Kermungo's faraway place was no threat to him. Even if bullets glided by him occasionally, it did not affect him at all. The hand holding the gun is still as solid as a rock, and the cold and severe expression on his face has not changed at all, and the bullets he shot but quickly took away the lives on the opposite side. The battle ended soon, and the 4 people on the opposite side were all killed by Eric Kermungo before one magazine was finished. Throwing the rifle to the ground, Eric turned back to Ulysses Grow's corpse, picked up the vibranium weapon that fell on the ground, and Eric dragged the corpse back to the car. Throwing Ulysses Grow's body into the trunk, Eric started the car, turned around and drove along the map that appeared on the phone. Dozens of minutes later, when they were tracked through surveillance and traced, and when the local police who followed all the way arrived, they only saw 2 badly damaged off-road vehicles and a few fallen in a pool of blood. The bodies in the middle, as for the few people in the first car, had already been burned to ashes. When these arriving slowly police began to search the scene of the shootout, Eric Kermungo had already driven into a more desolate, uninhabited mountain area. Turning at the foot of a mountain, Eric turned into a small valley surrounded by several hills. A sci-fi black fighter is quietly crawling in the middle of the valley, waiting for his arrival. Looking at this advanced fighter plane that has clearly surpassed this era, Eric Kermungo couldn't help flashing excitement in his eyes. He knew where this fighter plane would take him, which represented now, his test has been completed, and he will be eligible to enter Hydra headquarters, the top secret Base Zero. There, he will formally become an inner member of Hydra, which is as extraordinary as a pilgrimage for the external reserve members of Hydra who have been cultivated like him. With excitement, Eric Kermungo got out of the off-road vehicle, picked up Ulysses Grow's body from the trunk, and moved towards the fighter in front of it. Strode away past. As he approached, the position of the rear belly of the fighter opened downwards, forming a ramp. Eric carried Ulysses Grow's body onto the ramp, towards the fighter. Go inside. After Eric Kermungo fully entered the fighter plane, the ramp behind him slowly retracted and closed. Then, the energy engine under the aircraft was activated, and a strong blue flame was ejected from the engine. The fighter slowly lifted off from the ground, accelerated suddenly under the push of the tail section engine, and moved towards the distance. Flew away, and soon disappeared in the sky. Northwest Norway, deep in the Scandinavian mountain range. A sci-fi, astonishingly fast black fighter tail section jets a dazzling blue flame, passing through the deep fjord, and rushing towards a tall mountain covered by ice and snow. After the fighter approached, a tunnel suddenly opened on the mountain. The black fighter got through the tunnel, disappeared, and the split mountain slowly closed and returned to its original shape. My Steel Suit 162. My Steel Suit 162. The pitch-black Hydra fighter jet rushed straight to the mountain wall, and flew into the huge mountain from the hidden passage suddenly opened on the mountain wall. Eric Kermungo finally arrived at the Holy Land in his heart, Hydra headquarters. The Top Secret Base 0. After arriving at the Top Secret Base, Eric Kermungo was taken away. Like every elite member who completed the assessment and entered the base for the first time, he began a series of physical examinations, testing, evaluation, training, and further brainwashing procedures. After all these tasks are completed, they will receive different levels of super soldier serum enhancement according to each person's situation. Of course, most of them are injected with improved serums. This serum has the lowest risk and the highest success rate for strengthening. Even if these have passed the rigorous assessment, the people who formally join Hydra are all elites who are in 10,000 does not have one. Willpower is far stronger than ordinary people, but it can bear like Chenmo and Steve. After all, there are still a small number of people who live with enhanced serum transformation. This super soldier serum, which is more powerful than the original serum, has 2 strict requirements for willpower. In 70 years, it has met the conditions for the use of the enhanced serum, and it has been successfully enhanced after injection, but less than 10 people. Every elite warrior is Hydra's precious treasure. Without full assurance, they will not easily be allowed to risk the strengthening of the enhanced serum. The effect of the improved serum is already very powerful. 3 times the physical fitness of ordinary people will hardly encounter opponents in the outside world. In addition, they themselves have received various rigorous training since childhood, and the enhanced strength is very strong, enough for them to maintain an absolute strength advantage and complete any difficult task. There is no need to let a large number of Hydra elites die in vain in order to pursue stronger power. Therefore, the various tests before strengthening are very strict. The strength of willpower directly determines the grade of strengthening serum they can use in their future battle strength. From boarding the advanced Hydra fighter plane to entering the hidden and majestic headquarters Top Secret Base, Eric Kermungo's mood has hardly calmed down. What he saw and heard along the way, so that he deeply felt the power of Hydra. The cutting-edge technology beyond the times, the majestic Top Secret Base hidden in the huge mountain, and even everyone he met along the way shocked him. Whether it's fully armed, holding a sci-fi model, just looking at the appearance, you can know the formidable power, an absolutely amazing unknown rifle-style guard soldier, or wearing a white coat, refined in manner, its scientific research. The middle-aged man of the staff, and even a young girl in a short skirt, holding documents hurrying past him. The faint aura radiating from them can be felt by the keenly aware Eric Kermungo, a huge threat. In other words, not only the guarding soldiers, but even the unarmed scientific research and civilian personnel in the headquarters base. Their strength must be higher than him, and they can pose a huge threat to him. This discovery shocked him. He believed in his own feelings. Over the years, his feelings have never gone wrong. But he is still a little unbelievable. His strength is already very powerful in the outside world. He is considered a top powerhouse. Over the years, he has experienced countless battles and killed thousands of enemies. No one is his opponent. Never mind the soldiers in the base. After all, they are the defensive forces in the headquarters. They are definitely the most elite fighters. Plus, the weapons that are good formidable power at a glance can pose a threat to him. Understandable. But what is going on with those scientific research and civilian personnel? How can they be better than him? Exclamation mark. Eric Kermungo's doubts did not at all last too long. Soon, someone answered him. In the past, he didn't know much about Hydra. To him, Hydra is more like a temple of aloof and remote, illusory. He can only look up. Hydra is his savior. When his father was killed and he and his mother were lonely, it was Hydra who rescued them, settled his mother, and provided him with an unusual one's life path. One becomes a powerhouse, and controls oneself and others' Tao of life. Without Hydra, he and his mother might have been killed in a dark alley long ago, or died quietly in a simple house under the torment of starvation and sickness. In a good situation, it is just to become hooligan, a gangster in the slums, and his life is destined to be gloomy. Now he graduated from a prestigious university, joined the SEALs and the United States Joint Special Operations Command, and became a powerful fighter, death god on the battlefield. He enjoys this feeling of mastering the life and death of himself and others, and it is Hydra that has changed his life and gave him all this. It was Hydra who rescued him from the abyss of despair, shaped him, and finally made him. He is willing to dedicate his loyalty and faith to Hydra, and devote the rest of his life to Hydra. Now that his loyalty and dedication have been recognized, he will officially become a member of Hydra. It feels like a believer has stepped into the temple and is allowed to serve God. It was from this moment that he had a deeper understanding of this illusory temple. Hydra was created by their great leader, eternal ruler, and powerful spiritual god Hydra. Just like their name, the spiritual god they believe in is the extremely powerful Hydra. In the myth legend, he has 9 heads in the middle, and every time a head is cut off, 2 will regenerate. No one knows whether myths and legends is really true, but he does have many identities in the mortal world. The Red Skull during World War II was one of them. As for the other identities, except for the base commander and John Colonel, everyone else is not at all qualified to know. But he still learned one thing, that is, the reason why everyone he saw after entering the base made him feel threatened. It turned out that 70 years ago, when their gods left the mortal world and returned to Divine Kingdom, they left behind 3 kinds of divine waters. Anyone who passed the strict assessment of Hydra and became a full member can be based on their own circumstances, accept the strengthening of the divine water, and get the powerful power bestowed by spiritual God. Everyone in the top secret base is an official member of Hydra, and all have been strengthened by Shinshui, which is why even the strength of scientific researchers and civilian personnel is above him. Although Eric Kermungo's strength is considered strong among ordinary persons, it is indeed very weak compared to the power bestowed by spiritual God, so he connects with the weakest strengthened female civil service personnel can suppress him in strength. Eric Kermungo, who learned this amazing news, was shocked and secretly looking forward to it. I thought he was already very strong. Didn't expect to be the bottom of the existence in this space. How powerful is the power bestowed by spiritual God? Eric couldn't help but look forward to receiving the strengthening. The day comes early. At the same time, he also has a new understanding of the god of Hydra. Before, he only knew that Hydra was an organization created by gods in the mortal world. The purpose was to secretly supervise the entire world, protect the safety of the Earth, and guard against the invasion of foreign forces. In the past, although he was loyal to Hydra and believed in the spiritual god who created them, he didn't quite understand the purpose of Hydra, what the external power meant, and he was devout to their god. Believes in him, but doesn't know much about his deeds. And all this he heard at this time gave him a deeper understanding of God. It turns out that God is not just an illusory. He once really came to the world and created God's vestige. The current commander of Hydra, Albert, was personally appointed by God 70 years ago. Before that, he was a gray-haired old man. On the day he was appointed as a commander by God, he suddenly became a few decades younger and became an energetic middle-aged person who has been in charge of Hydra until today. There are many servants of God at the same time as him. Some of them are sleeping underground, while others are in charge of the operation of various affairs in the base. Eric Kermungo slowly digested all this amazing, while waiting for the day of strengthening. A few days later, a series of routine procedures have been completed, and his various test results have been released and delivered to Chen Mo. Eric Kermungo is not just an ordinary member of Hydra who has passed the assessment. He has a very special status, which is related to Chen Mo's next series of plans, so Chen Mo is not particularly concerned. Personally intervene. Albert stood at his desk and said to Chen Mo, according to the previous strong scripture test, Eric Kermungo's willpower is strong enough to withstand the transformation of the enhanced super soldier serum, with a success rate of 95%. Chen, looking at one item of data in the report, lightly nodded. Mo personally participated in and completed the development and experiment of the improved super soldier serum, and Chen Mo, who received the enhancement personally, knew nothing more about the serum. As Albert said, Eric Kermungo's willpower and other related data are excellent, and there is no problem in accepting the transformation of the enhanced super soldier serum. then strengthen immediately. Chen Mo put the report back on the table, said solemnly, "Yes." The long-awaited Eric Kermungo finally got his wish and accepted the strengthening of Shen Shui, and is the highest level, the strongest strengthening effect. Eric is very satisfied with this, which shows that his aptitude is the best, and the strength after strengthening is also the strongest. Although the strengthening process is very painful, it is all worthwhile. After the enhancement, Eric has 5 times the physical fitness of ordinary people, coupled with his own strong fighting ability and rich combat experience, has the strength comparable to American Captain. Before he came back to his senses from the joy of skyrocketing strength, it is said that Colonel John, who was the servant of God 70 years ago, appeared in front of Eric Kermungo. Looking at the figure more tall and majestic than before, like an ominous beast, Eric John was nodded with satisfaction, and then waved his hand to signal the soldiers behind him to bring the new uniform prepared. "Clean up, soldier. God wants to see you." My Steel Suit 163. My Steel Suit 163. Under the personal leadership of Colonel John, Eric Kermungo entered Chen Mo's office with great excitement and anxiety. Seeing Chen Mo sitting behind the large desk, Eric knelt down with excitement. "Long live Hydra!" Eric Kermungo bowed to the ground religiously. His body trembled with excitement in his heart. He finally saw Faith God. As for Chen Mo's Asian appearance, not at all makes him feel any surprises. He has already known that Spirit Sea, the god of Hydra, has many avatars in the mortal world. Before I only know that there is Red Skull Schmidt. Obviously, the appearance of the Asian in front of him is only one of God's avatars. "Get up!" Chen Mo's voice was not loud, but it was full of supreme majesty, which shocked Eric's mind. Hydra has spent decades and carefully trained, not only Hydra's loyal soldiers, but also Chen Mo's most devout believer, and his faith in Chen Mo is extremely firm. Yes, being able to personally see the great spiritual god of faith, and listen to the teachings of God, gave Eric an incomparable glory and excitement. Hearing Chen Mo's words, quickly responded with a respectful voice and stood up from the ground. Looking at Eric Kermungo standing in front of him, Chen Mo was satisfied and nodded. From the outside, Eric was very brave. Eric Kermungo, who was originally tall and strong, has been transformed by the enhanced Super Soldier Serum. He is more than 2 meters tall and his muscles are extremely strong. The tall one stood up, full of explosive power. With the sturdy aura exuding from his body, and the sharp eyes of a wild beast, it is like an ancient ominous beast, giving people a huge shock. Of course, in front of Chen Mo at this time, it is more like a tamed beast, powerful and docile. No one knows what the two people talked about in the office. On second day, after a night of dressing and preparation, the two set off from the base on a Hydra fighter plane and went to Africa. The speed of the Hydra fighter exploded in full force. It was astonishingly fast. It quickly crossed the entire European continent to the south and reached northeastern Africa, dozens of kilometers away from the border of the Kingdom of Wakanda. In a desert, Zong landed slowly. The yellow sand and dust on the ground were blown by the strong air current jetted from below the engine, flying around the fighter plane, until the plane stopped and the engine was turned off. The dust in the sky slowly dissipated. The hatch in the belly of the plane opened slowly. Chen Mo and Eric Kermungo got off the plane, carrying a huge bag on Eric's shoulder. The two did not stop after getting off the plane. They walked directly to one side. A small propeller plane was parked not far from the Hydra fighter plane. In order to avoid unnecessary suspicion and trouble, they will fly this ordinary plane directly into Wakanda territory. As a top-notch special fighter, Eric Kermungo has received system combat, shooting and special operations training, including the driving of various fighters, and start this small propeller. The airplane is naturally nothing difficult. Throwing the package into the luggage compartment of the tail section of the airplane, the two boarded the airplane, and after a period of taxiing amid the buzzing sound of a propeller airplane, the airplane rose into the air and flew towards Wakanda. Go with. Behind them, the hatch of the Hydra fighter was slowly closed. The energy engine ejected a blue flame, and rose up steadily. At the same time, it turned the nose, moved towards the north, and flew quickly, disappeared in the sky. Crossing the border of Wakanda, the surrounding scenery began to change. The desolate Gobi gradually disappeared and replaced by the endless green grassland. Eric Kermungo on the plain, looking at the surrounding vast grassland and the dense tropical jungle in the distance, the expression in his eyes is extremely complicated. This is his hometown, Wakanda. Withdrawing his thoughts, Eric Kermungo controlled the plane to descend slowly. In the distance, a small simple village appeared in their sight. The plane landed at several hundred meters outside the village. Eric Kermungo pulled the huge bag from the luggage compartment and carried it on his shoulders, followed Chen Mo, moved towards walk to the village. People in the village also noticed their arrival. Several Wakandas with blue cloaks with strange patterns on their bodies came to them on horseback. They are the warriors of the Wakanda border tribe. They live on the border of Wakanda as hunters and herders. They deceive the outside world and conceal the fact that Wakanda is technologically advanced. At the same time, they also shoulder the heavy responsibility of defending Wakanda. Shenmue's gaze stopped for a while on their blue cloak. According to the plot in the movie, this seems ordinary, full of African national characteristics, but actually contains high technology, ordinary beneath the surface. It is actually woven by vibranium through a special process, which can stimulate defensive power and a powerful energy shield, which is enough to resist the attack of sonic cannons. A large enclosure next to the village also houses several huge rhinos. These rhinos were raised by the border tribes since they were young. They were able to follow their orders and were equipped with heavy steel armor. The formidable power is enough to knock an armored vehicle into flight, and even if a person is hit, only the skeleton will be cut off. At this moment, they seem to be just gentle big guys pacing slowly in the fence. They're warriors of the border tribes in the village disguised as herdsmen. They quickly reacted after spotting the plane flying in the sky. When the two of them just got off the plane, they hadn't gotten far. Their warrior riding a steed came to them. Eric Kermungo's unusually tall and strong appearance obviously made them on guard. Several fighters spread out on both sides, faintly surrounding them, staring at them firmly. The hand hidden under the cloak has grabbed the weapon, ready to attack at any time. The headed man with a sturdy look and the appearance of a leader looked at Chen Mo and Eric Kermungo, who stopped, and glanced at the huge bag on Eric's shoulder. Asked seriously, "What is this?" Speaking, Chen Mo not at all. He has recognized the leader, who is the leader of the Wakanda border tribe and the general of the Wakanda army, Wakabi. Wakabi's questioning gaze turned to Eric, who was carrying the bag, and Eric met his gaze calmly and said lightly, "A gift." After Eric Kermungo said, he threw the bag on his shoulder to the ground, bending over to open it. His actions apparently alarmed several frontier tribal warriors behind Wakabi. They quickly withdrew their weapons from the criticism and moved on to attack Eric. Fortunately, Wakabi was in time. He stretched out his arms to stop them. He wanted to see what gifts these two strangers had brought. As Eric opened the bag, Ulysses Crow's vivid, unstoppable face appeared in everyone's eyes. Wakabi took 2 steps forward, looked down towards the body in the bag, and confirmed that it was indeed Ulysses Crow. Undoubtedly, Wakabi looked towards the physique seriously. Eric Kermungo, who is tall and strong, exuding wild beast-like sturdy breath, solemnly asked, "Who are you?" Wakanda hunted down the enemy for decades. Ulysses Crow was killed. The news of sending the body quickly spread among the Wakanda executives. The important figures of the 4 tribes, elder, king, queen, prince, and princess who learned the news, were all gathered in the palace chamber. Due to the big relationship, Chen Mo and Chen Mo were taken into the hidden capital of Wakanda by Wakabi, and they were rushing towards the palace. They wanted to see if who brought them the biggest Wakanda enemy. Before they arrived, a fierce dispute broke out among a group of high-level officials, because according to Wakabi's report, one of them claimed to be a Wakanda, but they did not know his existence. The argument stopped when Chen Mo and Eric Kermungo were brought into the chamber by Wakabi. Looking at the tall and mighty, imposing manner, the terrifying Eric Kermungo, Everyone in the chamber couldn't help but think of one person, and he was the only one among the 5 tribes who was not present. The leader of the tribe, Mbaku, was as tall and strong as a humanoid beast, and the person in front of him looked taller and stronger than Mbaku. Is he a member of the Jabari tribe? Such a tall and strong figure, in Wakanda, only the people of the Jabari tribe who live on the high mountains can have it. Even in the Jabari tribe, he is definitely the strongest. In this way, it makes sense why they don't know anything about this outsider, who calls himself Wakanda. Of all the 5 tribes, only the Jabari tribe refuses to use technology and lives alone on the mountain. There is too much overlap with them, not at all, and they naturally don't know about the clansmen they are living outside. It's just that the facts are obviously not as simple as they guessed. At the first sight of Eric Kermungo, King Chaka was involuntarily shocked. This man's face was too familiar. It was so similar to that person, he couldn't help but think of some unbearable past events that he had deliberately forgotten and didn't want to remember. Shenmue and Eric Kermungo entered the chamber and stood in front of the crowd. Although the two brought their enemies that they had hunted for decades, they were still unclear people's details, so they are still tied up. Shenmue didn't care about it. He could break free at any time as long as he wanted to. He stood there indifferently, taking the expression of the people across the scene in the entire scene. Chaka's violently fluctuating eyes not at all escaped his sight. "Why are you here?" the oldest merchant tribe, Elder, asked. "I stand on your side and punish those who steal vibranium and kill your clansmen. Come to the justice that your king can't fulfill." Eric Kermungo said proudly. "What do you want?" The mining tribe elder with a red braid next to him then asked. I glanced at the Wakanda executives opposite. Eric Kermungo said solemnly. "I want the throne." My steel suit 164. My steel suit 164. I want the throne. Eric Kermungo's words made everyone present laugh. "You are the king of Wakanda Supreme. An outsider of unknown origin can covet it." Joke. "What qualifications do you have to claim the throne? Who do you think you are?" But what happened next happened fiercely up their faces. In front of everyone, Eric Kermungo directly revealed his true identity. "I'm Nijadaka, son of Prince Nichob." My father was scratched on the chest by a leopard claw. "You are not a king. You are a murderer." Eric Kermungo stared at the complexion greatly changed King Chaka on the throne and said loudly, "What? Is he the son of Prince Nichob?" The elders were so shocked that they could not help but stand up and cry out in surprise. "Prince Nichob has disappeared for decades." The man who didn't expect claimed to be his son. The most amazing thing is that he even said that Prince Nichob was caught by a Black Panther. If what he said is true, that is to say, King T'Chaka killed his younger brother, Prince Nichob. "You lied." The queen sitting next to Chaka stood up and rebuked. "I'm afraid he didn't lie at all, Queen." The frontier tribe general Wakabi, who brought Eric Kermungo with him, suddenly said. When all eyes were looking towards him, Wakabi took out a string of necklaces, and the necklace was wearing a special ring. All the seniors of Wakanda present are all familiar with this ring. This is the prince ring that only male members of the Wakanda royal family are qualified to wear. It is forged with vibranium in a unique way by Wakanda. It is impossible to fake, so Eric Kermungo's identity can already be determined. He is really a descendant of Prince Nichob. Seeing that his identity has been recognized by everyone, Eric Kermungo directly questioned King Chaka. Why did he kill his biological brother and abandon them? Until now, he himself has experienced suffering untold hardships before he killed the sinner who attacked Wakanda and returned home. For 30 years, as the king of Wakanda, the Guardian Panthers, you have nothing to do, cowardly and incompetent. Killing brothers and feet, abandoning relatives, without virtue. You have what qualifications to continue to occupy the seat of the king? Today, I, Nijadaka, son of Prince Nichob, exercise my right to challenge you to compete for the king and the Panthers' throne. Chaka was revealed the most unwilling to mention, the most secret past. The regret of killing the brother, the guilt of abandoning the relatives and rise in the mind again. After several decades of depression, this kind of emotion broke out again. But it became extremely strong. Chaka became a little lost in despair. Facing Eric Kermungo, angrily questioned, Chaka didn't even dare to look directly into his eyes. The lies that have maintained several decades are still exposed. After a long time, Takaka slowly raised his head and watched Eric Kermongo said in a low voice. "You are right. I am indeed not qualified to continue to lead and guard Wakanda. I decided to give up the throne." Chaka's words shocked everyone. "Chaka, Dad." The Queen and Prince heard his complexion greatly changed. They have never heard of Chu came back to his senses in the shock of killing his brother and leaving his nephew, and was completely unprepared by Chu's abandonment of the throne. Elders and generals also looked at each other in blank dismay. There are some not knowing what to do. Just as everyone was panicked about this sudden change, Wakabi, the general of the border tribe, suddenly spoke. "Since King Takaka has given up the throne, then Nijob Prince's son, Nijadaka will be our new king." Wakabi's when Ulysses Crow infiltrated Wakanda and evacuated after successfully stealing vibranium. He was killed by a bomb detonated at the border. Therefore, his hatred for Ulysses Crow was stronger than anyone else. It's only for several decades. Although Chaka, a king and a panther, has been hunting Ulysses Crow, he has never really caught him. Already disappointed, the dissatisfaction with him and the hatred of Ulysses Crow grew stronger and stronger. At this time, Eric Kermongo's appearance undoubtedly brought him a huge surprise. This was abandoned by King Takaka, the son of Prince Nijob, who actually killed Ulysses Crow. Avenged him. He was avenged by his gratitude to Eric Kermongo, coupled with his disappointment and dissatisfaction with Chaka, and the bloodline of the royal family of Eric Kermongo. His identity, his strong strength and resolute acting style, made him choose to support Eric Kermongo as the new king without the slightest hesitation. As a warrior, he has long been tired of the self-proclaimed life under the rule of Chaka. He is eager to fight, eager to let Wakanda out of hiding, and tell the world that Wakanda is powerful. He could tell that Eric Kermongo was a real warrior just like him. He believes that Eric Kermongo Chaka is very suitable to become the king of Wakanda. He will definitely be able to protect Wakanda better and lead Wakanda to become stronger. General Wakabi's words made a group of elders came back to his senses from shock and not knowing what to do, looked towards the desperate Chaka, and then look at the heroic and aggressive Eric Kermongo. Several elders looked at each other and couldn't help being nodded. Elder, the oldest merchant tribe, said, "Since King Takaka voluntarily gave up the throne, then the challenger, Nijadaka, will inherit the throne from now on." Wait. Standing on the side of Chaka, the young prince saw such an amazing change in the situation. His father took the initiative to hand over the throne and couldn't help turning pale with fright. See the elders. They had already begun to admit that this man who appeared suddenly became a king, and the shocked Kala hurriedly stopped. "I am the prince of the Wakanda kingdom, and I also have the right to inherit the throne." Several elders hearing this looked at each other in blank dismay. The merchant tribe elder thought about it and said, "Prince Nijadaka challenged King Takaka, and Takaka voluntarily gave up, which is tantamount to giving the throne to Prince Nijadaka. So at this time, Nijadaka is our king." Kala hearing this complexion greatly changed, and he was about to speak, but he heard elder continued to say, "T'Challa Prince, if you want to fight for the throne, you can challenge in the waterfall duel of the ceremony." T'Challa hasn't had time to speak yet. Eric Kermongo, the general, unfastened his handcuffs, took 2 steps forward and looked down at T'Challa, said solemnly, "Very well, let us follow the tradition and speak with strength. The person who wins the duel will become the king of Wakanda, the real panther." The eyes glided in the air, as if countless fierce sparks burst out. A week later, in the middle section of the majestic and ancient waterfall, in a pool with its back against the cliff and facing the abyss, the water depth of the knee, King Wakanda's enthronement ceremony is being held here. On the towering and steep cliffs behind the pool, clansmen from various tribes of Wakanda stood, all wearing the grandest tribal costumes. In the last stages, King Wakanda's enthronement ceremony was held here. and the content of the ceremony has never changed. The royal general of the kingdom accepted clansmen and other 5 tribes who wanted to compete for the king's seat in the pool. The challenge of royal family members can only be achieved after victory. This is their tradition for thousands of years. High Priest Zuli carried a bowl of potion and walked to Tkala, who was kneeling in the pool water. When he was about to give it to him, Eric Kermango spoke. "What is this?" Faced with the inquiry of the king, Zuli explained. According to tradition, the king of Wakanda is also the Black Panther guarding the kingdom. They took heart-shaped herbs to strengthen their bodies, and their strength was far beyond ordinary people. In order to maintain the fairness of the duel, when accepting challenges from others, the panther needs to drink the potion that relieves the powerful ability brought by the heart-shaped herbs. To ensure the fairness of the strength of the duel, Eric Kermango not at all has taken heart-shaped herbal medicines, so naturally there is no need to relieve it. But at this time, Tkala has already taken heart-shaped herbs and has become the new panther. In these years, after Chaka got older, he passed the responsibility of the panther to his only son, Tkala, the only heir on the surface of the kingdom. It's just that T'Challa has been a panther for several years, but he still hasn't caught Ulysses Crow. It's nothing to do. This is also the general's thorough treatment of their father and son. Disappointment, the reason for switching to Eric Kermango. T'Challa took the heart-shaped herbs and gained the power bestowed by the leopard god, so for the sake of fairness, T'Challa should drink the potion that relieves the ability of the heart-shaped herbs before the duel. But Eric Kermango shook the head and said proudly, "No need. Let him use the strongest strength to fight with me. I want you to know that I am the strongest guardian god in Wakanda. The real one." Black Panther. Seeing Eric Kermango's tough attitude, although it was against tradition, Zuli had to obey his orders and handed the potion to the men behind him. This seems very unfair. It seems that T'Challa has taken a big advantage, but no one knows except Shenmo. Eric Kermango accepted the enhanced super soldier. The enhancement of the serum is 5 times the strength of an ordinary person. According to Shenmo's speculation, judging from the battle between American Captain and Panthers in the movie, the two are basically equivalent in strength. The heart-shaped medicinal herb should have the same effect as the original super soldier serum. Increase the quality of people to about 4 times that of ordinary person. In other words, even if T'Challa takes heart-shaped herbs, he is not an opponent of Eric Kermango. Of course everyone at Wakanda didn't know this. My Steel Suit 165. My Steel Suit 165. Eric Kermango allowed T'Challa to retain the power of the heart-shaped herbs and fight him with the power of a Black Panther. The clansman of Wakanda was amazed by Eric Kermango's toughness and confidence. Although Wakanda's technology is very advanced today, the traditions passed down through thousands of years are still well maintained. Just like their elder system and the waterfall pool before the king's accession to the throne, Wakanda's I still worship Powerhouse in my heart. If he can really defeat the Black Panther in the peak state with the powerful power bestowed by the leopard god, then he is definitely the strongest fighter of Wakanda, which proves that Eric Kermango is the new and stronger guardian chosen by the leopard god for them, leading Wakanda to a powerful new king. Of course, some people think that he is too arrogant, and even tried to challenge the Guardian Panther, who has the powerful power bestowed by Panther God. People who were optimistic about him could not help but change their minds. How is the power of Panthers? If the ordinary person can conquer, he will pay for his arrogance. Seeing that Zuli put away the potion, T'Challa slowly stood up from the pool and walked to Eric Kermango. Since he is so big and wants to challenge the power of the Panthers, T'Challa doesn't mind teaching him a lesson. Eric Kermango took off his gorgeous king dress, and an attendant behind him quickly took the clothes and stepped aside. Eric strode to the center of the pool and stood opposite T'Challa. At this time, both of them were naked. Their strong figures and angular muscles were fully displayed in front of everyone. As a Black Panther, T'Challa is already very strong, but Eric Kermango's figure is even more shocking. The huge figure more than 2 meters high. The muscles all over the body are bulging high, solid and powerful, full of explosive power. 2 arms like steel, more than T'Challa's thighs. It's stout, It seems that one punch can beat a person into flesh, and the two slender thighs are like iron pillars, and they are probably not much lighter than a siege hammer. The broad and hard pectoral muscles on the chest are like two heavy iron shields. While containing powerful strength, they seem to be able to withstand fierce attacks. The broad shoulders and the strong waist and abdomen are distinct. The solid muscles full of power all show the terrifying power contained in this huge body, like an ominous beast that walked out of the ancients, full of shocking huge oppression force. While the people watching above the waterfall were amazed, they also understood his self-confidence. Such a majestic body, the power contained must be amazing. It is no wonder that he is so confident and allows Tkala. It retains the power of the panther gained from the strengthening of the heart-shaped herbs. Those who originally thought he was too big and would inevitably be defeated by Tkala, are not sure who wins and who loses. Before the battle officially started, the two priests each came forward with a container and painted the ancient Wakanda totem pattern on the two to show that their duel was recognized by the leopard god. While the priests were performing the ancient ceremony, under the cliff behind the pool, Princess Wakanda, Shuri, standing beside Chen Mo, suddenly turned and looked towards Chen Mo. After Chen Mo and Eric Kermungo entered the palace chamber that day, everyone's attention has been focused on the one who killed Ulysses Crow and came to fight for the throne. Nick Job Prince's son, Eric, paid too much attention to Chen Mo, not at all, thinking it was Eric's subordinate. When T'Chaka voluntarily gave up the throne, and after Eric became king, Wakabi directly loosened his bondage. After that, Chen Mo used the king's comrades to help attack as the hero who killed Ulysses Crow. He became Wakanda's guest of honor. It is precisely because of this that he can now stand by the pool and watch the battle with a group of elder and members of the royal family, witnessing the sacred throne challenge ceremony. "I know who you are." Princess Shuri turned her head and looked up at Chen Mo's profile, said solemnly. Chen Mo, hearing this, did not respond. His eyes were still watching the two people in the pool, completely remaining unmoved. Shuri gritted his teeth secretly with anger. "You are Commander Chen Mo. 70 years ago, you drove Hydra's superbomber Valkyrie Goddess into the sea and was frozen in the glacier. Not long ago, it was discovered by a scientific expedition team, and he came back to life after thawing." Chen Mo didn't seem to hear what she said at all, and still had no response. Shuri fiercely glared at Chen Mo and said angrily, "There are reports on these TVs. But I still know your current identity is a major general of the U.S. military, but in fact, you are a high-level officer of the International Secret Agency Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, commander of the Special Forces." Chen Mo turned his head and looked towards Shuri. "It seems that Wakanda's intelligence organization is not useless, but some furs are found. Aren't you aiming to maintain world peace and protect human safety? How could you be with this evil killing human demon?" Chen Mo, hearing this, slightly smiled, looked into Shuri's eyes, slowly said, "Evil? Not necessarily." After Chen Mo finished speaking, he ignored Princess Shuri next to him, turned his head and looked towards the pool. As the two talked, the priest had finished drawing totem and stepped back. In the pool, the two who completed the pre-war ceremony each took up their own weapons: naked torso, ancient totem, Wakanda traditional cold weapon. The two in the challenge pool were like the most primordial fighters. They stood in awe. Tkala holds a shield in his left hand, a sharp short spear in his right hand. Eric Kermungo has a short spear in one hand, and a large and thick one in the other hand. Long knife. The weapons of the two seem ordinary, but they are actually made of precious vibranium, which is extremely sharp. Seeing that the two are ready, High Priest Zulai raised the gorgeous lance in his hand. "Challenge, start!" With the lance of High Priest Zulai, the battle between the two officially began. The two rushed forward almost at the same time, and the knee-length pool water could not stop them from moving forward at all. When they rushed forward, the huge force pushed away the pool water, blocking the front, splashing Lao Gao. Amidst the spray that was thrown in the sky, the two hit each other hard. Eric Kermungo directly raised the heavy long knife in his hand, moved towards Tkala and hacked his head. Tkala quickly raised the shield to block the momentum. As big power is a deep blow. In the beginning, Eric deliberately controlled his own strength. The two looked evenly matched. Their strengths were equal, and they played fiercely. The eyes of the people watching the battle were completely attracted by the fierce battle between the two. They also realized that Eric Kermungo was not blindly entrusted, but really had this strength. They couldn't help but be shocked by his strength. The Panthers are their guardian for generations. They are blessed by the leopard god and possess powerful strength far beyond ordinary people. And Eric Kermungo not at all had taken heart-shaped herbs and obtained the powerful power bestowed by the leopard god, but he could compete with T'Challa. This had to shock them. However, they were shocked a little earlier. After a fierce battle, Eric Kermungo quickly figured out the strength of T'Challa. His physical fitness, as Chen Mo said, is about 4 times that of ordinary people. The level of fighting skills is quite good, but compared with him, it is still a lot worse. Understanding the details of T'Challa, Eric has no more thoughts about delaying. When T'Challa used all his strength and wielded his short spear to slash at him, Eric's right-hand long knife slashed out against the short spear he had slashed, and the huge force smashed the short spear in T'Challa's hand was cut directly and flew out and plunged into the rock under her feet. It didn't stop there. While T'Challa was still unconscious, the short spear in Eric's left hand moved towards him and quickly pierced it out. T'Challa, with the weapon released, quickly raised the shield to resist, and the free right hand also supported under the shield. Nevertheless, Eric's stabbing made him withdraw a step backward. The short spear's attack was blocked, but Eric did not stop his attack until T'Challa reacted. The right-hand long knife slashed on the shield again. Next, the two weapons in Eric's hands took turns attacking, and the shield moved towards T'Challa firmly raised launched a fierce attack, and the huge power shocked T'Challa. Shield's hands became numb, and his feet continued to retreat in response to repeated attacks, and soon retreated to the edge of the cliff. Just when T'Challa was about to fall off the cliff, in the exclamation of everyone, Eric Kermungo dropped the spear in his left hand and grabbed T'Challa to death. On the edge of the shield he was holding fast, his sturdy arms pulled back forcefully, and threw him into the pool behind him with the shield. T'Challa fell heavily into the knee-length pool, and the shield in his hand also flew out and fell to the side. Although he completely lost his weapon and fell to the ground embarrassedly, he finally escaped the ending of being knocked off the cliff. Just not waiting for the queen and the others to let go of the heart, Eric Kermungo turned back and strode to T'Challa. Piercing the long knife on the ground, Eric raised Iron Fist and moved towards T'Challa, who had just gotten up, with a heavy punch and knocked him to the ground. Waiting for him to get up again, he was greeted with another swift punch, which hit his chest hard, accompanied by the vaguely caca sound of the skull cracking. T'Challa was knocked down again and again, and got up again and again, but he took longer and longer, and the time he persisted was shorter and shorter. Eric Kermungo had reservations, not at all, but the continuous heavy blows still caused T'Challa to fracture many places and internal organs. After falling to the ground again, T'Challa worked hard for a long time. After all, he couldn't get up, and fell to his knees weakly in the pool, completely losing the ability to resist. My Steel Suit 166. My Steel Suit 166. Under the complicated gazes of everyone, Eric Kermungo pulled out the long knife inserted aside, walked up to T'Challa, and slowly raised the knife. He got up, ready to cut to the kneeling T'Challa. "No, T'Challa, stand up," Princess Surui shouted anxiously, and the queen couldn't help covering it. His mouth and eyes were full of horror. Although the former King Chaka did not speak, the nervous expression and anxious eyes on his face explained it all. It's just that the sacred challenge ceremony is not allowed to be interrupted. Only after one party surrenders or dies can the ceremony be considered to be over. At this time, Chaka's heart is extremely hopeful that T'Challa can concede defeat and lose the throne. He doesn't care, but he can't lose his son. T'Challa. It's just a pity that the stubborn T'Challa didn't mean to admit defeat at all. Although he was seriously injured, kneeling on the ground and unable to get up, his eyes showed still full of unyielding and persistence. Just as the long knife moved towards T'Challa held high by Eric Kermungo was cut down, a lance suddenly stabbed from the side and blocked his long knife. Everyone followed Lance, but found that it was High Priest Zulai who had been standing on the side to stop it in time, destroying the challenge ceremony and saving T'Challa. Of course, this is also because Eric has reservations and did not use his full strength. Otherwise, if Eric takes the blow with all his strength, Zulai will be impossible to block it anyway. Let him go. Kill me if you want to kill. It was because of me that your father died. Speaking, Zulai loosened his grip on Lance with Lance's hand, letting Lance fall into the pool. His eyes looking towards Eric were full of death will. After so many years, he still couldn't let go of what happened back then. Although they never admitted, they did make a mistake. Today, let him use his life to atone for his sins. Eric Killmonger, hearing this, cold light burst into his eyes, staring at Zulai's eyes firmly. As the god said, his father died because of Zulai. Eric put down the long knife in his hand and walked aggressively towards Zulai. The disabled T'Challa and the Queen, Princess Shuri and the others hurriedly stopped when they saw it. No, Zulai, don't. In the anxious voice of everyone, Eric walked up to Zulai and looked down at him coldly, but not at all, as everyone thought. He directly swung a knife to kill him. Instead, he looked into his eyes and asked in a cold voice, "Tao, can you confess your guilt?" "I, guilty." Zulai said that. He fell to his knees and lowered his head deeply. The river reflected his face, filled with pain and regret, and a hint of relief that was about to be released. Although he didn't at all kill Prince Najab with his own hands, he died because of him. The most important thing is that he and King T'Chaka, together with Eric Killmonger, mother and son, left them alone and let them fend for themselves. Although Najab is guilty, his wife and children are innocent. They are the people of Wakanda and deserve to be taken back to Wakanda to get the status, rights and life they deserve, not in a slum difficult survival. But they chose to escape because of their own mistakes and abandoned their compatriots. This is where he can't forgive himself the most. After more than 20 years, regrets will still flow from time to time, torturing him. He also went back quietly without telling King T'Chaka, wanting to see how their mother and son live, but he couldn't find them anyway. It seems that they have completely disappeared in this world up. Zulai once thought that the two had been killed and lost the asylum of her husband and father. It is difficult for orphans and widows to survive in this chaotic slum. They may have died under the knife of a robbery. It is also possible that someone was shot to death in a dark corner, and the death of the two was because of their cowardice and escape. Zulai, who came back from the United States, was completely discouraged. Regardless of T'Chaka's reuse and retention, he resolutely gave up his identity as chief in charge in the Wakanda Intelligence Section War Dog and joined the Leopard God in the embrace of him. He became a priest. Zulai's mood was extremely complicated when he learned that Eric Killmonger was the son of Prince Najab. It turned out that he was not dead, and Zulai couldn't help but feel a little grateful, so that he would still have a chance to redeem his sins. As for T'Chaka's surrender of the throne to Eric Killmonger, Zulai agreed with him. This is what he deserves. They owe him, and it's not enough to offset the damage they did and the mistakes they made to Eric. It's just that T'Challa has nothing to do with this. After becoming a priest, Zulai has never married and has no children. He has always regarded T'Challa as his son when he grew up. Seeing that he was about to die under the sword of Eric Killmonger in order to fight for the throne, Zulai could no longer take care of the others, resolutely violated the tradition and rules of challenging ceremony. Extend the hand. The priest in Lance blocked the long knife slashed by Eric Killmonger and saved T'Challa. T'Challa is innocent. He shouldn't have been involved. Zulai is willing to end all this with his own life and make up for his fault. Eric Killmonger looked down at Zulai, who was kneeling in front of him, turned his head and looked towards the former King T'Chaka, and asked in a deep voice, "T'Chaka, you can plead guilty." In the complex eyes of everyone, the complex expression of T'Chaka is slowly walking entered the baptism pond, came to Eric's body, and knelt down in the pool. "Father." T'Chaka, Princess Shuri and the Queen couldn't help shouting. T'Challa looked at his father who was kneeling in front of him with a face full of guilt and regret. Her heart was so entangled that she opened her mouth, but did not speak. "I'm guilty." T'Chaka looked up at Eric Killmonger and said in a low voice. From Eric's face, he seemed to see the shadow of his younger brother Najab. This is his relatives. His nephew, but after he killed his father by mistake, because he was cowardly, because he didn't dare to face it. He chose to escape and cut them off. Abandoned mother and son, ignored for more than 20 years, he, guilty. Looking at the two kneeling in front of him, Eric Kermungo tightly held the long knife in his hand. His eyes tightened at Kala, and he tried to desperately support his body. When he was about to save his father, Eric threw the long knife in his hand into the water, lifts the head and said loudly, "You made an unforgivable mistake back then. Now, since the two of you have pleaded guilty, then I will hand you over to the Elder Council, trial your crimes and give you a fair judgment. Atonement for your original crimes." My Steel Suit 167. My Steel Suit 167. Eric Kermungo's tone barely fell, and everyone present was startled. They absolutely didn't expect that their seemingly fierce king would let Takaka and Zhulai too. In the situation just now, the two had clearly pleaded guilty and were willing to die. Everyone thought he would kill the two and avenge his father. He didn't expect that he planned to hand them over, give the Elder Council a trial. Looking at Eric Kermungo's tall and majestic silhouette, and his strong and determined face, everyone present could not help but be impressed by his broad mind and fair handling. Maybe this is what their true king, a qualified panther. Although Eric Kermungo has killed countless people over the years, and even has a nickname for killing human demon, he has actually never harmed a civilian. All those who died in his hands were enemy soldiers or brutal terrorists and criminals, including when he was ordered to undercover and steal and rob vibranium weapons with Ulysses Crow. He also, in the name of not causing the country to encircle and suppress Ulysses Crow and his men, casually killing people. With his killing human demon until now, and his very ruthless when treating the enemy, no one would doubt that he was a pacifist. As a loyal fighter of Hydra, Eric Kermungo naturally agrees with Hydra's mission. Hydra is the guardian of the Earth. They do not need to rule the whole Earth, because they have secretly controlled the situation of the Earth. What they need to do is to monitor the development of various forces on the Earth, eliminate the existence that threatens the safety of the Earth, protect the safety of the Earth, and respond to the threats from the outer planet. So, Eric Kermungo, who grew up under the cultivation of Hydra, is not as brutal and murderous as in the movie, although he still inherits the ideals of his father Nicole. We must help hundreds of millions of black compatriots on the Earth to get rid of poverty and backwardness. It's just that Eric is not as radical as Nijob, and he tries to overthrow governments through military force and let blacks rule the world. As a member of Hydra, his vision has long since been so narrow. In his eyes, the entire human race on the Earth is his compatriots and needs him to protect them. But relatively speaking, those lives are difficult. The black people in China need his help even more. Not only are black people, there are 2 billion people living in poverty in the world, and these people need his help. And now Chen Mo gave him such a chance. Return to his hometown of Wakanda and become the king of Wakanda. After that, he can use Wakanda's power to help those in need according to his ideas. He also learned from Chen Mo about the circumstances of his father's death. As the god they believed in, the existence of omniscience and omnipotence, he naturally did not have any doubts about what Chen Mo said. Bo and King Takaka, High Priest Zhulai, he also has his own knowledge. They all have their own ideals and principles of conduct, and they work hard for their respective goals, but unfortunately, their goals are contradictory, and this contradiction finally makes them stand on the opposite side. And their own weakness, cowardice and extreme, further intensified this contradiction, and finally caused the final tragic ending. His father's initial starting point was good, to understand and save the black compatriots living in fire and water, but unfortunately he chose the wrong method. Because of his paranoia and radicalism, in order to achieve his ideas, he betrayed his homeland and sent Ulysses Crow into Wakanda, causing great damage and casualties to Wakanda. This was his father's fault. He was guilty. As the king, Zhulai sent out to monitor Nichob's spy, only to report the situation he found truthfully. Although he betrayed the boss Nichob who trusted him, from a national perspective, not at all wrong. Chaka personally killed his father's murderer, and left them both mother and son, leaving them to fend for themselves in a slum in a foreign country. To be honest, Eric hates him in his heart, but according to Chen Mo, at that time he was going to bring back Nichob, who had betrayed clansmen, to Wakanda for trial by the Elder Council. He gave a fair sentence. It's just that his father Nichob hated Yuli's betrayal and raised a gun to kill him. In order to save Yuli, Chaka accidentally killed him. As for the regret that he left them both alone and killed his younger brother with his own hands, he didn't have the courage to face them both, so he chose to escape. He is wrong in this matter, but the crime is not dying. If it is Eric Kermungo in the movie, he will naturally not care who is right and who is wrong. All he wants is revenge. But at this time Eric Kermungo is different from the movies. Although from the outside world, he is still climbing out of the slums step by step. He must have suffered a lot. Chaco and the others must also be hated. But in fact, after his father's death, he was recruited by Hydra and cultivated carefully. The mother was well settled. Therefore, the life of his father more than 20 years after his death was very important to him. Saying not at all is too much pain. The hatred of Chaka is only because he killed his father. With the cultivation of Hydra, and the influence and brainwashing of unnoticeable influence for more than 2 decades, Eric Kermungo's mind is not at all as distorted as in the movie. He is not like appearance looks so bloodthirsty and very ruthless. On the contrary, he has his own calm and wise view of many things. Although Chaka killed his father, his brand new values and beliefs prevented him from actually killing him and avenging his father, just as the Black Panther let go of killing his father in the movie. Like Baron, he didn't want the hatred to continue. He believes in fairness and justice, and he himself is a member of the Justice of the Earth. Therefore, he will take the throne of King T'Chaka and give him a fair trial, just as he wanted to give like his father, Nichob Prince. The Elder Council will make a fair judgment on him according to Wakanda's traditions and rules. No matter what the result is, he will accept it and completely let go of this hatred. This is the change that Hydra has cultivated in him for more than 20 years. Eric is still Eric, but his heart and thought are completely different. Paranoid, radical, brutal, killing none of them appeared to him. On the contrary, Hydra shaped him calm, wise, meticulous, and fraternity. T'Chaka is more suitable to be the king of Wakanda, and he will surely lead Wakanda out of passive avoidance, stand on the world stage as a powerful nation, and show their power to the world. Use their power to benefit the entire world and realize the true rise of Wakanda. My Steel Suit 168. My Steel Suit 168 announced how to deal with T'Chaka and Yuli. Eric Kermungo turned and looked towards T, who was weak and half kneeling in the pool, looking complicated. T'Challa, looking down at him solemnly asked, "Do you admit defeat?" According to the rules of the Pool Throne Challenge handed down since ancient times, the challenge is considered to be over only if one party dies or admits defeat. If he refuses to admit defeat, Eric Kermungo can only kill him. Eric has given him the opportunity to admit defeat. If he refuses, then even if Eric kills him, others will not think Eric is cruel. His move to spare Chaka and Yuli before and submit them to the Elder Council for trial has proved that he not only has great strength, but also under the sturdy and violent appearance, an upright and wise heart is a generous king who rewards and punishes. Seeing that T'Challa is obviously not Eric Kermungo's opponent, the Queen and Princess Shuri both moved towards T'Challa anxiously and shouted, "T'Challa, surrender!" The former King Chaka and High Priest Yuli also looked up towards T'Challa, their eyes heavy and concerned. "Let's admit defeat, T'Challa. He is more qualified to be the guardian of Wakanda than I am. We should pay for the wrong things we have done. The Elder Council will give us a fair trial. T'Challa, let us make atonement for our faults." T'Challa's gaze swept across the faces one after another, and the will to fight gradually. The body that was disintegrated and supported was finally unable to support it, and fell forward, relying on the strength of both hands to support it, so that it did not fall into the pool. Under the attention of everyone, T'Challa lifts the head laboriously, looking at Eric Kermungo, who stands proudly in front of him, looks solemn and majestic. Finally, T'Challa lowered her head dejectedly. "I surrender." Until now, the people watching the battle by the pool and on the cliff finally sighed in relief. They really don't want to see these two brothers. The ending of brotherhood. Hurry up and send him to the laboratory. Seeing that the duel was finally over, Princess Shuri, who was anxious, rushed into the pool and shouted at the same time. It's just that her order was not at all responded. Holding a steel spear, the Imperial family guards of the impeccable women, the female warriors of the Dora Guard still stand straight under the cliff as before, not at all stepping forward to help. But from there in my eyes, I can still see the concern for T'Challa. These are just the most elite female warriors selected from various tribes. When joining the Dora Guard, they swore allegiance to the King of Wakanda. Now, the King of Wakanda is Eric Killmonger. They could not act without his orders, even if they wanted to step forward to help. Fortunately, Eric Killmonger not at all embarrassed T'Challa and Shuri. Seeing that the Dora Guard did not immediately respond to Princess Shuri's order, he gave the Imperial Family Guard captain, Oki, gave a wink, nodded lightly. Oki, who was also anxious in his heart, gave a lance and ordered the two female soldiers to come forward and help. This happened very quickly. When Princess Shuri ran to T'Challa, the two female warriors also arrived almost at the same time. The attention was all on Princess Shuri, who was seriously injured, on T'Challa, not at all found something wrong, anxiously greeted the two of them to help up T'Challa together, preparing to send him to her laboratory for treatment. Princess Shuri is a genius girl, smarter than Tony Stark. Although she is young, she is in charge of Wakanda's most important science and technology department. A large part of Wakanda's powerful technology is attributed to her credit, and her laboratory also contains the technological power of Wakanda, cream of the crop. In the previous battle, T'Challa was hit continuously by Eric Killmonger's tremendous power. The injury was not light. The skeleton was broken in many places, and the internal organs were also damaged to varying degrees. Although there is no mortal danger under the powerful physique that Black Panther has been strengthened by the heart-shaped herbs, it is hard to say if it drags on. Two female soldiers of the guard lifted up T'Challa, who was almost incapable of movement, followed behind the worried Princess Shuri, moved towards a hole below the mountain wall, preparing to leave from the pool, go to Princess Shuri's laboratory. Just as they approached the edge of the pool and moved towards the entrance of the cave, a low, loud, and rhythmic low roar suddenly came from within the cave, and they got closer and closer. Several people couldn't help but stop, expressing or wondering, or looking towards the deep hole. Accompanied by a low roar, it seemed that some powerful creature was slowly approaching. Eric Killmonger in the pool and Chen Mo and the others standing on the side of the mountain were also alarmed by the sudden strange roar and turned to look over. Soon, the creatures in the cave finally walked out of the darkness, but they were a group of dozens of very tall and strong warriors like apes. They were dressed in simple animal skins and held them in their hands. The crude wooden spear, like the primordial tribe of ancient era, is wild and sturdy. While they slowly walked out of the within cave, they made a low voice in their mouths. Although they looked very primordial, their tall and majestic bodies and their wild and powerful imposing bodies manner, but it is not to be underestimated. When everyone walked out of the cave, the leader was wearing a gorilla mask. The tallest figure, more than 2 meters tall strong warrior, took off the mask on his head, revealing a rough face. The above is full of sturdy air. M'Baku, why did you come here? After seeing the face of the tall man, an elder recognized him. It turns out that this is the Jabari tribe among the 5 great tribes of Wakanda, which has been living in isolation and never participated in the affairs of the kingdom. The tall man wearing a mask is the leader of the Jabari tribe, M'Baku. They have always lived on the high mountains and refused to accept the changes in their lives caused by the advancement of technology. For many years, they have maintained the most primordial state, fighting and hunting like primordial people. They are also the strongest among the 5 tribes. The big warrior, every adult man of the Jabari tribe, is close to 2 meters tall. His body is very strong, and his strength is superb. Everyone is the best warrior. In the chamber of the palace before, a group of elders regarded Eric Killmonger, who is more than 2 meters tall and extremely strong, as the clansman of the Jabari tribe. After all, the tall and strong figure is too similar to them. Looking at these sturdy warriors who appeared suddenly, taller and stronger than Johnson, Chen Mo standing under the cliff, could not help flashing a hint of interest in rays of light in his eyes. My steel suit 169. My steel suit 169. After T'Challa surrendered, Eric Kermungo waved Chaco and Zhu Lai to stand and retreat to the side. T'Challa was also supported by 2 female fighters. Stood up, so M'Baku, who just came out of within cave, and the others not at all saw the scene of the former king of Wakanda Kingdom, High Priest and Prince kneeling at the same time. I don't know what happened before. A series of things, even more ignorant of Eric Kermungo's strength. M'Baku's fierce gaze slowly swept over the people standing by the pool. We all saw it on the mountain and heard it. We are watching you, and let a child supervise the progress of science and technology. Pointed the huge and heavy stick in his hand to Princess Shuri. Shuri, who had never seen such a market before, was so scared that he did not dare to move. Her expression was incomparably panic. Fortunately, the 2 female soldiers of the Imperial Family Guard standing beside her with T'Challa lifted lance in time to block her in front of her, so that she would not collapse on the ground in fright. Their warriors of the Jabari tribe are extremely tough, as their leader, the most powerful warrior in the tribe, M'Baku's imposing manner is extremely powerful and terrifying, scaring Shuri, a little girl, even more. It is nothing difficult. Looking coldly at Princess Shuri, who was so scared that the little black face was a little pale, M'Baku ignored the 2 Imperial Family Guard girls who held lance to him. Warrior turned his head and looked towards the elders standing under the cliff. Now, you have to give this country to an outsider again. He has never been to Wakanda before. Wakanda's precious traditions are all destroyed by you, M'Baku said, turning his gaze to Eric Kermungo, who was still standing in the pool. Since you let him be the new king, then I have to see if he has the qualifications. Striding to Eric, M'Baku wanted to look down habitually, but found that Eric was a lot taller than him. If the warriors of the Jabari tribe were all Dolce Johnson, then M'Baku's body shape could already match Sharkanel, is comparable, and even stronger, so until now, M'Baku is used to looking down on everyone. However, today, he met Eric Kermungo, a fighter who is taller and stronger than him. Eric Kermungo's original height was nearly 2 meters, and after being modified with the enhanced super soldier serum, he reached an astonishing 2 meters and 3. Everyone standing next to him can only look up, including M'Baku, who is already amazing in his original size, and is half a head short in front of him. Together with his bulging, strong muscles, all show the powerful strength he possesses. This keeps the primordial state of the people of the Jabari tribe who advocating power, including M'Baku, to Eric Kermungo. The new king who suddenly emerged to satisfaction could not help but relieved a lot. Before, he seemed to meet their requirements for the king and possessed powerful power. However, power did not depend on his size. He would have to fight to know how. Slightly lifts the head, M'Baku stared at Eric Kermungo, who was half a head higher than him, and the fighting intent burst into his eyes. I, M'Baku, the leader of the Jabari tribe, I challenge you. As the strongest fighter of the Jabari tribe, M'Baku has not encountered it for a long time. He is a decent opponent. He has always longed for a strong opponent who is evenly matched with him, so that he can fully utilize the powerful strength in his body and fight with all his strength, even if he is defeated. It is good. Sora has a powerful body but can't give full play to it, which makes him feel extremely aggrieved and uncomfortable. At this moment, standing proudly in front of him, the stalwart Eric Kermungo gave him an unprecedentedly strong desire to fight. In a body as strong as a steel giant, the astonishing imposing manner exuding made his blood boil. This is the truly powerful fighter, and this is the opponent he desires. Until now, looking at M'Baku's frantic eyes burning with thick fighting intents, an inexplicable expression flashed in Eric Kermungo's eyes, gently nodded. M'Baku, I accept your challenge. Seeing that a big battle is about to begin again, Princess Shuri didn't care about it. She rushed to send Kala go to her laboratory for treatment. His injury is not light, and the delay is likely to cause problems, but the warriors of the Jabari tribe held Lance firmly in front of them and prevented them from leaving. However, according to tradition, they should indeed witness the challenge of tribe members to the king on the spot. Just when Shuri's princess black face turned purple, Eric Kermungo moved towards the two female warriors holding Kala and waved them to the side. Although Shuri wanted to oppose it, it was of no avail, so he could only retreat back under the cliff with anger. Now she only hopes that the two of them will finish the fight as soon as possible. It is best if both sides suffer because they both suffer serious injuries. I won't help them treat it. Even if it is cured, let them wait a little longer. M'Baku had actually seen Kala being supported by two female fighters a long time ago. From his appearance, it was obvious that he had failed in the previous duel with the new king Eric Kermungo, and the injury is serious. He also somewhat understands the strength of T'Challa. Without the strengthening of heart-shaped herbs, he is still weaker than him, but the gap is not too big. If he plays well, he may be defeated. T'Challa was supposed to be a good opponent, but because he took heart-shaped herbs and gained the power bestowed by the leopard god, his strength soared. Although M'Baku is powerful, he is still an ordinary person, has not been strengthened, is not an opponent of the Panthers. The rules of the pool challenge are very clear to M'Baku. The Black Panther must remove the strengthening of the heart-shaped herbs and return the powerful power bestowed by the leopard god to accept the challenge. So at this time T'Challa should only have strengthening Kai'an strength, which is slightly weaker than him, and Eric Kermungo was able to defeat him and severely wound him. Obviously, his strength was much better than T'Challa, which made M'Baku even more favorable to him. Ability to look forward to. Eric Kermungo moved towards High Priest as Zulai took a look, and Zulai reacted, and quickly picked up the previously thrown lance from the water and walked to the two of them. After confirming that both of them were ready, he lifted lance to the ground and shouted in a deep voice, "Challenge, start!" Boom! Zulai tone barely fell. M'Baku waved the weapon in his hand and charged up. The thick weapon in his hand looks very simple, completely made of a whole piece of some kind of hard tree, like a large lance. One end is cut into a sharp spearhead, and the other at one end, there is a heavy round hammer the size of a child's head, which can stab and smash. It is used with M'Baku's tremendous power. The formidable power is quite good. A single hammer can crush a human skull. At this time, M'Baku, who rushed towards Eric Kermungo, directly waved the weapon in his hand and rounded the round hammer, moved towards Eric and smashed it over. Most people face this kind of heavy weapon attack, except for avoiding not at all other methods. Even if the panther has been strengthened with heart-shaped herbs, he dare not hardwire the hammer directly. If the hammer of momentum is big, power is deep, hits him on the head, even if he is not headshot directly, will definitely lose battle strength in a short time. But Eric looked at the rapid hammer but didn't move at all. Seeing that the heavy blow was about to hit his head, everyone watching the battle couldn't help but knew the king squeezed a sweat. If this hammer is smashed, it will definitely be a direct headshot, and the whole head will be directly smashed. Princess Shuri covered her eyes in horror, for fear of seeing the horrible scene of brain splashing. She could be saved if her spine was broken, but she could not be saved if her head burst. The heavy hammer has fallen on Eric Kermungo's head, less than half a meter away. At this time, even if it's too late to escape, M'Baku couldn't help but feel disappointed. "Color, I thought it was a powerhouse, didn't expect so impossible to withstand a single blow." Just when everyone thought he was about to blow his head and died tragically on the spot, a thick arm suddenly stretched out under the heavy hammer, and Pushan's big palm grasped the hammerhead. It is firmly fixed there. A heavy blow enough to smash the rock, and he casually took it down. Everyone couldn't help being stared wide-eyed, with an unbelievable face. Is this okay? How powerful is he? Are his hands made of steel? Rather than waiting for the same shocked M'Baku's response, Eric Kermungo grabbed the hammer's left hand and pulled back heavily, snatching lance from M'Baku's hands. Thrown aside. After that, Eric Kermungo strode forward, grabbed M'Baku's neck, and lifted his arm upwards. He actually lifted him directly, Both feet left the ground. M'Baku reacted and hurriedly struggled, but the big hand holding his neck is like a pair of pliers, firmly grasping him, and his thick arm is like steel pouring. No matter how desperately he struggles to resist, it won't help, and he can't shake anything at all. Do you admit defeat? I thought it would be a fierce battle, but didn't expect it ended in just a few seconds. The powerful white ape M'Baku was killed by Eric Kermungo directly. Everyone watching the battle up and down the cliff was a little unresponsive. Just now I thought that Eric Kermungo would be smashed to his head by M'Baku's heavy hammer, but didn't expect next moment. In an instant reversal, this is somewhat beyond the ability of everyone to accept. However, at the next moment, everyone looked towards Eric Kermungo's expressions all became enthusiastic. The mighty M'Baku was as weak as a newborn baby in front of their great king Eric Kermungo, and he easily took a heavy blow that could kill any warrior in seconds, and directly captured M'Baku, just as he easily defeated the Panthers before. The power of their king is too powerful. Eric at this time not at all noticed the clansman looking towards his fanatical and reverent A's. Seeing M'Baku still struggling, he didn't mean to admit defeat. Eric's eyes flashed coldly, holding him straight to the edge of the pool. Beyond the pool, there is a 10,000 jang cliff. My steel suit 170. My steel suit 170. Walking to the edge of the cliff, Eric Kermungo slowly stretched out his right arm holding M'Baku. M'Baku's suspended foot is the 10,000 jang cliff. As soon as Eric let go, he will fall directly, not to mention his white ape, even if he is a monkey, and there is only one ending. But M'Baku's eyes still show no fear at all. The real warrior never fears death. But apparently, Eric Kermungo did not intend to kill him like this. He glanced at the dignified Jabari tribal warrior by the pool, and Eric turned his head and looked towards the eyes of M'Baku. Let's admit defeat, your clansman needs you. M'Baku, who was still full of firmness, was hearing this and looked towards the clansman on the side. Now the Jabari tribe does not really have a qualified leader except him, and his clansman needs him to lead them alive. Thinking of this, M'Baku's expression couldn't help but relax. Looking at Eric Kermungo, who had defeated him with one move, M'Baku gave up the struggle and squeezed from his throat a few words. I give up. Easily defeated the last challenger, the leader of the Jabari tribe, M'Baku, and the challenge to the ceremony is over. Eric Kermungo officially became the king of the kingdom of Wakanda, but ceremony not at all is over completely. In Wakanda, the first thing after the king officially became king is to accept the blessing of the leopard god. He will take heart-shaped herbs, and his body will be strengthened. At the same time, his consciousness will return to his ancestral land and accept the teachings of his ancestors who have died. In the Vibranium mine, there is a cave where heart-shaped herbs grow, and the strengthening ceremony is held here. The whole process is no different from Chen Mo's memory. Eric Kermungo, lying in the pit, was buried in Lois by the priests after taking the juice from the heart-shaped herbs. A grave was piled up. A few minutes later, Eric, who was buried, broke out of his grave like a corpse, gasping for breath. As a Chinese, Chen Mo feels very awkward about their strange customs. He doesn't think that the strengthening of heart-shaped herbs must bury people. This is what they left from the primordial society. The custom is nothing more. Probably the first Black Panther in history. He took heart-shaped herbs after a serious injury, but was buried as death, waiting for him to be cured by the power of heart-shaped herbs. After the injury and the strengthening and breaking out of the ground, it was considered to be a blessing from spiritual God, and as a traditional ceremony, the whole process was preserved. It had to bury the person and repeat it again. Although Wakanda's technology is very advanced, it is only technologically advanced. Their politics, economy, military system, ideology and other aspects are still very backward. This is from their throne challenge ceremony. It can be seen which country with a mature and stable system and deep foundation will use a duel to determine the inheritance of the throne, which is simply a trifling matter. But it's no wonder that Wakanda several decades ago was just a primordial and backward tribal alliance similar to other African countries. The precious vibranium was only used by them as a hard metal to forge cold weapons. That's it. With the development of the world, Wakanda gradually communicated with the outside world and discovered the vastness of the outside world and the powerful power of technology. When they accidentally discovered that a small amount of vibranium flowing out of Wakanda was regarded as a treasure by outsiders, they really realized the great value of vibranium. After that, they began to sell vibranium in small quantities, and used the immense wealth they earned to send smart young people in the tribe to learn advanced scientific knowledge and high-end technology abroad, and to take advantage of vibranium after returning home. The development of science and technology has developed from a primordial tribe to a high-tech country that surpasses other countries and can even rival Hydra in some respects. Although science and technology are advanced, Wakanda's background is not enough. Many other aspects have not kept up with the rapid progress of science and technology, and the development is somewhat abnormal. But this is also good. Because of this, Eric Kermunko can become the king of Wakanda so easily, controlling the entire country in one fell swoop. If you just change to another country with some background, these are fundamentally impossible things. In any case, Chen Mo finally completed his plan and made Eric Kermunko the king of Wakanda. As a loyal fighter of Hydra, his devout believer, Eric mastered after Wakanda became a king. He became equivalent to Chen Mo and became retired emperor, and many things were easy to handle. After taking the heart-shaped herbal medicine, Eric Kermunko was transformed by the enhanced super soldier serum, and his physical fitness has reached 5 times that of an ordinary person, and has been strengthened again, reaching that of an ordinary person 7 times, basically the same as Chen Mo's current physical fitness. Of course, this is only physical quality. Chen Mo's combat experience and skills are far above Eric Kermunko, although his physical fitness is similar. His overall strength completely rolling. Eric Kermunko is a battle madman, experienced in the Navy SEALs or as a mercenary. He has thousands of lives in his hands, and he is definitely a top fighter on Earth. Combat experience and skills are very powerful, but compared with Chen Mo, the God Emperor who fought around in the Legend of the Night World, killed countless, conquered all of Europe, and destroyed the werewolf clan, he was still too immature. Chen Mo's fighting skills incorporate a variety of exquisite martial skills. In the battle, to get rid of the weeds and keep the flowers, constantly refined and improved, has become very tough. It is Eric Kermunko could not catch up and reach in a short time. After all, he does not have Chen Mo's strong spirit strength and highly developed brain, and the powerful learning ability that comes with it. Eric has been transformed by the enhanced super soldier serum, although the brain is also it has been developed to a certain extent, and its intelligence and memory have been strengthened, but compared with Chen Mo, it is still a lot worse. As for the sword technique, there is no comparability. Chen Mo's sword technique is based on the Holy Cross sword technique that evolved during the centuries of war in the Middle Ages, and incorporates the undead ancestor Alexander Kovina. For hundreds of years, the extraordinary sword technique tempered in the constant battles with powerful werewolves has already reached the pinnacle level. The moves are extremely subtle and the formidable power is powerful. It is difficult for Chen Mo himself to improve it. If it is a close hand-to-hand combat, Eric Kermunko can still take a few moves in the hands of Chen Mo, and once Chen Mo draws the sword of the king, he can kill him and end the battle. The strengthened Eric Kermunko stood up, only to see Chen Mo winking at him. "You all retire." "Yes, King Your Majesty." My Steel Suit 171. My Steel Suit 171. After taking heart-shaped herbs to strengthen Eric Kermunko, he took a steady breath and stood up from the mount. Without waiting for him to feel the changes in his body, Chen Mo gave him a deep look that made him temporarily let go of his thoughts and drove away everyone in the cave. Although this is Wakanda's holy land, where heart-shaped herbs with mysterious effects grow, they are usually heavily guarded and outsiders are simply not allowed to enter, but no one dares to oppose the king's order. Wakanda is not a constitutional monarch. Although the country's system is primordial backward, At the same time, it also maintains a high degree of centralization. The king's power is supreme. No one can violate the orders of Eric Kermungo in Wakanda. After all the priests retreated, Chen Mo and Eric were left in the cave. Without outsiders, Chen Mo no longer scruples, walks directly to the medicine field where heart-shaped herbs are planted, bending down and picking out a heart-shaped flower that emits a purple shimmer table tennis-sized fruit. Before the intensive ceremony started, Chen Mo had already consulted Wakanda's research and records on heart-shaped herbs. Heart-shaped herbal medicine was born with the vibranium vein. 10,000 years ago, a giant meteorite made of vibranium fell on the territory of Wakanda. Under the special energy radiation emitted by a large amount of vibranium, a certain plant mutated, and finally a heart-shaped herb was born. This magical plant can not only heal injuries and strengthen incarnation physical fitness, but also allow people to enter the spiritual world and meet the ancestors who have passed away. It can be said to be very magical. The amount of this kind of heart-shaped herb is very scarce, and the environment is very demanding. The entire Wakanda only grows in this cave above the vibranium meteorite. The Wakanda people have also tried to transplant heart-shaped herbs to other places, but all ended in failure. Even the other places around the meteorite can only survive but cannot continue to grow and condense fruits. Obviously, the heart-shaped herb is not only mutated under the radiation of vibranium energy, even its growth is inseparable from the special energy radiated by vibranium. And only this location is special, and it receives the most radiation. Only the cave with the strongest energy concentration can meet the energy needs, can survive and grow normally, and bear fruits with mysterious effect. Chen Mo not at all, who got the heart-shaped herbal medicine, immediately took it for strengthening, but after plucking a few more fruits, he waved his hand into the space directly. According to the plot in the movie and the performance of Eric Kermungo's strengthening just now, it is clear that the strengthening of the heart-shaped herbs will cause people to fall into a coma, completely lose their resistance, and be cautious. Chen Mo doesn't plan to strengthen it here. He still plans to return to a place where it is absolutely safe to take it again. Having witnessed several heart-shaped herbs in Chen Mo's hand disappear out of thin air, Eric Kermungo secretly sighed Chen Mo's magical ability, but he was not at all too surprised. Chen Mo is a godlike existence in his heart, and some magical special abilities are quite normal. Seeing that Chen Mo stood up after putting away the heart-shaped herbs, looking at him, Eric Kermungo quickly stepped forward and stood in front of Chen Mo, a huge and majestic standing with his hands solemnly. He lowered his head and asked Chen Mo, "God, what should I do next?" Before setting off, Chen Mo only explained how he acted and seized the seat of King Wakanda. Not at all. Tell him his plan after taking the throne. Now that he has become the king of Wakanda, and has received the enhancement of the heart-shaped herbs, he has become the new panther, but he is a little confused about what to do next. Looking at Eric Kermungo's respectful and inquiring eyes, Chen Mo looked into his eyes for a moment and asked slowly, "What do you want?" "Me?" Eric Kerman, who wanted to ask Chen Mo for instructions on the next move. I heard Chen Mo's questioning and couldn't react for a while. Although he has become the king of Wakanda, his mentality is not at all changed because of this. He is also a fighter of Hydra, a loyal believer of God, and God's will is above all else. Although he is a little puzzled, since Chen Mo asked, there must be his reason, and Eric Kermungo thought carefully. What does he want? Since the death of his father, he was secretly recruited by Hydra, grew up in a slum, joined the SEALs to fight in Afghanistan, became a mercenary and ventured around the world, and the past that he had witnessed appeared before his eyes. Poor people living in slums, civilians suffering from the war in Afghanistan, refugees surrounded by famine and war on the land of Africa. Finally, Hydra's purpose clearly emerged in his mind. Looking at Chen Mo, Eric seriously replied, "I want to rescue the poor and needy people, so that they can be freed from war, hunger, poverty, and live a stable life." Looking at the face full of compassion the beautiful Eric Kermungo, Chen Mo can't connect him with the brutal warrior in the movie. Hydra has completely changed him, but obviously, this is much better for him than before. He successfully became the king of Wakanda. And he was truly loved by his people, even more than Chaka, who has been in power for more than 30 years. Now he also has the ability to act according to his own ideas, step by step to achieve his great ideals. What do you want to do? Chen Mo then asked. This time Eric Kermungo thought for a while before replied. The warlords who control the army are the root of the war. To achieve peace in the world, they must all be wiped out. Eric Kermungo, as he said. The expression in his eyes became sharper. I plan to take advantage of Wakanda's strong military strength to first kill all the hundreds of large and small warlords in Africa, and completely eliminate the root causes of the war, and then attack the warlords in Asia and South America. Destroy them all. Give peace to the world. Eric Kermungo became more excited as he spoke, and his eyes gradually exuded fanatical rays of light. When Chen Mo saw this, he silently retracted the judgment he had just made in his heart, and he couldn't help but wonder whether Hydra's foolproof brainwashing method that Eddie said had failed. This is clearly the radical in the movie, Fanatic Warriors. Chen Mo moved his fingers slightly, thinking secretly in his heart whether he should take out the sword of the king and smash him to death with a single sword, lest he escape the control of Hydra and endanger the safety of the world. The technological power that Wakanda masters is very powerful, almost comparable to Hydra. Once mastered by fanatical warriors, it will surely bring huge damage to this world. My Steel Suit 172. My Steel Suit 172. Just as a trace of coldness gradually appeared in Chen Mo's eyes, Eric Kermungo continued without realizing it. After eliminating all the warlords in this world, we can rescue those innocent civilians who have suffered from the war, so that they will no longer be threatened by war. At the same time, we will provide them with life assistance to help them rebuild their homes and live a stable and happy life. Eric Kermungo said, showing his longing look. It seems that this is his greatest pursuit and goal in life, eliminate wars and eliminate poverty, so that all people on the planet can live a stable life. It seems that Hydra's brainwashing is not at all ineffective. After all, what Eric Kermungo accepts is not the kind of brutal erasure of memory, instilling new things, and directly changing a person. The kind of compulsory brainwashing of consciousness is the influence and cultivation of unnoticeable influence over the past 2 decades. This shouldn't be called brainwashing, because they don't at all wash his original consciousness, but instead instill and implant new ones in his young and simple thoughts. The thoughts and concepts of Hydra's philosophy, little by little, shaped him into what they wanted. It's just that Eric Kermungo was not cultivated since childhood, and it was not a pure white paper. When he was recruited by Hydra, he was already a teenager. Although he was still young, his thoughts were relatively simple. He had no stereotypes, and had strong plasticity, but he had some ideas of his own after all, and concepts. Especially under the precepts and deeds of his father, Prince Nichob, he was still influenced by some of his ideas. In fact, this point has already been reflected before. Whether in the special forces or after becoming a mercenary, Eric Kermungo has always been to the enemy in battle. Very ruthless. Although Hydra's teachings made him pity the weak and never hurt a civilian, he never softened his hands to enemies. Thousands of enemies died in his hands. This is also why he can get Kill Human Demon. The reason for his nickname is that he is so murderous, and everyone who has heard of his name can't help being frightened. In front of the gods he believed in, Eric Kermungo did not hide anything. His cruelty to warlords and compassion to civilians were all clearly written on his face. Seeing that there was no false expression on his face, Chen Mo couldn't help showing a smile in his eyes. 2 diametrically opposed attitudes appeared on him, but they did not make people feel contradictory at all. The bad guys are very ruthless and have mercy on the weak. Isn't this the fighter Hydra needs? In fact, Chen Mo himself is not like this. Chen Mo himself does not know how many enemies he killed. The soldiers, the rebellious Hydra Legion, the ferocious werewolves, the hostile night, the light. In the years of the legend of the Night World, tens of thousands of werewolves died in his hands. not to mention the countless soldiers who died under his sword in the countless battles he went through in the process of conquering the entire European continent. But he rescued more people, completely eliminated the wolf plague, ended the chaos and darkness of the Middle Ages, unified Europe, benefited the people of the entire European continent, and left them a unity and a strong empire, and a stable and prosperous life. That's why the people of the entire empire respect him so much. Even if he has been away for hundreds of years, his belief in him still remains the same. Kermango is not blindly very ruthless. Chen Mo is not too radical about his ideas. If you want to change the status quo quickly, you must make big moves. The conservative reform of little by little will obviously consume a lot of time, and this time means that more civilians die in the war, and it may not have the expected effect. Eric Kermango's idea is a good way to cut the mess quickly and draw salary directly. But obviously, his considerations are not comprehensive enough. Can the problem be solved by simply eliminating all warlords and providing assistance? His ideas are too simple and rude, and not comprehensive enough. After all, for more than 2 decades, Eric Kermango has spent most of his time fighting on the battlefield. He has just become the king of Wakanda. Although his education and IQ are not low, he is here. This kind of vision involving the entire Earth is still limited. Chen Mo is different, not to mention that he personally unified the entire European continent in the Legend of the Night World and became the emperor of the Great Empire. In this world, Chen Mo also holds great power and power. Both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. are under his control. Both are super influences that can affect the world situation, and the powerful existence that can shake the entire planet. Do you think that if these warlords are killed, the people of Africa will be completely liberated? This Eric Kermango was dumb for a while, and he didn't know that even if he killed all the warlords, it would only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. The people at the bottom were free from the threat of war. With his assistance, he could live a stable period of time. But sooner or later, new warlords will be born. In order to fight for profit and conquer each other for land, wars will once again fall on the land of Africa, and everything will return to the original state again. But what can he do, apart from continuously assassinating these warlords and preventing them from growing bigger? There seems to be no better way. But after that, Eric Kermango's eyes lit up. Since Chen Mo asked this, there must be a better way. Thinking of this, Eric quickly fell one knee, kneels in front of Chen Mo. Even if he kneeled on the ground, his giant beast body was only a little shorter than the tall Chen Mo. Lifts the head. Eric Kermango looked up at Chen Mo's face and said in a pious tone, expectantly, "My God." Eric listens to your teachings. Eliminating wars and saving the poor are his until now ideals. He knows this is difficult, even if he is already the king of Wakanda. So at this moment, his heart is extremely looking forward to their omnipotent divine ability to help him fulfill his wish. Since we have to do it thoroughly, there is only one way to solve Africa's problems once and for all. Unify Africa. What? Eric Kermango, hearing this sigh, almost did not stare out. If it weren't for Chen Mo who said this, he would definitely think this man was crazy. Would want to unify Africa. Now is not dozens or hundreds of years ago, let alone the unification of dozens of countries across Africa. Even if it is just a large-scale war between 2 countries, it will attract the attention of the entire world. Many great powers intervened, and even sent troops directly to the war. My Steel Suit 173. My Steel Suit 173. In fact, this is also the limitation of Eric Kermango's vision. He grew up under the cultivation of Hydra, and he is no longer as unscrupulous as in the movie, acting crazy, completely reckless. Now he has more recognition of this world, has a brand new life goal and belief, and at the same time, he has more responsibilities and concerns. Although there are wars in some parts of the world today, the overall structure is still very stable. The major powers firmly hold the control of the world order and control the entire world situation. The current chaos, it's just the turmoil and power struggle within some small countries, the battle between the government and the rebels, and the most between countries are because of border frictions. Small-scale conflicts broke out, and large-scale wars involving national demise and territorial annexation. It hasn't happened for decades after World War II, and once such a large-scale war that can directly affect the world situation breaks out, it will inevitably involve the great influence of the entire world, and many countries in the East and the West will be drawn into it. Once the situation further expands, when the time comes, another world war may break out. Because of the faint scruples in his heart, Eric Kermonko simply did not think about unifying Africa, and he did not dare to think about it. How many people died in the first two world wars? If the Third World War really breaks out, with the huge might of today's various advanced weapons and the popularity of various weapons of mass destruction, only more people will die in the war. Although Wakanda has a huge lead in technology, it does not mean that other countries have no power to fight back. Wasn't the extremely powerful Hydra finally eliminated by the Allies? Not to mention terrorist nuclear weapons, just the huge number of strategic missiles possessed by major military powers and the astonishing formidable power of all kinds of strategic missiles are enough to pose a threat to Wakanda. With the number of strategic missiles owned by the major military powers in the world today, you don't even need to do it together. As long as one of them takes action, the heavy strategic missiles hiding the sky and covering the earth are enough to Wakanda raze to the ground, not to mention that they have a larger number of tactical missiles. The formidable power is also very powerful. It can be said that the major powers do not even need to send troops. The missile bombing alone is enough to use Wakanda's power. Completely disintegrated, this is the background of the great power. Although their fighters, armor strength, and individual combat capability are not as good as Wakanda, they are not completely suppressed, and their troops are extremely large, with the number of soldiers and various weapons. The number of equipment is far more than Wakanda, much more than them. Even if it is a war of attrition, hard grinding can kill them. After all, Wakanda is only a small country with leading technology. Compared with the established countries such as China, the United States and Russia, Wakanda still has a huge gap. In some small-scale special operations, Wakanda can take advantage of advanced technology. Absolute advantage. Once a full-scale war breaks out, Wakanda will undoubtedly lose when it comes to competing for overall national strength. So Eric Kermonko never thought about bringing the whole of Africa under Wakanda's rule, because it is simply impossible. Europe and the United States and other developed countries will never allow a powerful and unified Africa to appear on the world stage. They hope that Africa will be chaotic forever, so that they can fish in troubled water and take advantage of the opportunity. Unification is something they absolutely don't want to see. It will not only affect their interests, but also change the structure of the entire world, and may even threaten their status as world hegemon. Eric Kermonko's concerns and these obstacles. In reality, Chen Mo naturally know that unifying Africa is an impossible thing for everyone, but Chen Mo does. This confidence will realize it. In the shock of Eric Kermonko's face, Chen Mo said slowly in a calm voice, "Unify Africa, completely eliminate the threat of war, and then vigorously develop agriculture and animal husbandry. Fundamentally solve the problem of food, step by step. Build the entire Africa into a stable and prosperous country like Wakanda. When the time comes, with the vast land and strong national power of Africa, it can attract black compatriots from various countries who are living in difficulties to return to Africa, participate in the construction of a new Africa, and live the happiness they deserve. At the same time, Wakanda, who owns the entire Africa, can better help other poor people in the world who need help." Under the indifferent tone of Chen Mo, Eric Kermonko's shocked mood gradually calmed down. He imagined the situation described by Chen Mo in his mind. Eric couldn't help being fascinated. If Africa can be truly unified, the entire African people will be completely liberated. Then his idealet has achieved more than half of it. When the time comes, with the power of the entire Africa, he will definitely be able to better help the people of the world, rescue them from war and poverty, and completely realize his dream. Thinking about this, Eric Kermonko couldn't help but get excited. Although in his opinion the unification of Africa is basically impossible, it is Chen Mo who said this. It's the same. Hidden in the dark for decades, mastering advanced technology no weaker than Wakanda, and a powerful military force, possessing extremely large and terrifying hidden forces, extremely powerful, and capable of subverting the secret organization of the world. Hydra is nothing more than an organization created by God at will. With the power of Hydra, if you do your best, it will not be impossible to realize the unification of Africa. Moreover, this is just Hydra. Who knows what great power God holds? Thinking of this, Eric Kermango's eyes looking towards Chen Mo couldn't help but become enthusiastic. In Chen Mo, he saw the hope of achieving this great goal. Chen Mo noticed the change in Eric Kermango's expression, slightly smiled in his heart, and continued speaking flatly. Kill all the warlords, just first step. Out of the within cave, Eric Kermango immediately summoned Wakanda. The leaders of the tribes began to arrange combat tasks. I heard that a large-scale military operation is going to be carried out, and the target is all the warlords in Africa. Almost everyone thinks that their king is crazy, and they all look at the gorgeous throne with incredulous faces. Eric Kermango above. Only the leader of the frontier tribe, Wakabi, after hearing that Eric Kermango planned to carry out military operations and expansion, was different from the shock of others, but his face there was a touch of excitement that could not be concealed. My Steel Suit 174. My Steel Suit 174. As Wakanda's defense commander, head of the military department, and general in charge of Wakanda's army, Wakanda has been guarding Wakanda's borders for so many years, preventing outsiders from entering, and keeping Wakanda from entering known, isolated from the world. But as a soldier, what he really wants is to fight, to conquer, to expand. This is what a general should do, not like a janitor all day long, pretending to be a herder in a small village on the border. Until now, he disagrees with Chika's decision to hide from the world, but he is a pure soldier. Although he does not agree with the corner, he is eager to fight and conquer, but he commands the king he still enforced strictly without compromise. Because he is a soldier, it is his duty to obey orders. As a general of Wakanda, his loyalty to the king is always first. It's not that no one questioned Eric Kermango's amazing plan, but after Eric's arbitrarily direct order, all opposition voices disappeared. In Wakanda, the king is the supreme ruler of the country. The king's orders are above all else. They can question and put forward their own ideas and suggestions, but once the king has issued the order, they must obey unconditionally, and go all out to implement it seriously. Before the official implementation of the plan, the Elder Council announced the verdict on Tekaka and Zulai. The two men killed Prince Nichoba by mistake and abandoned his wife and children, and deserved punishment. After a collective trial, the Elder Council decided to dismiss Zulai High Priest and sentenced him to 10 years in prison. Chaka had previously given up his position as king. The Elder Council decided to deprive him of his royal status and be demoted to the common people. Were also sentenced to 10 years in prison. However, now that Wakanda is about to launch a military operation, the Elder Council proposes to change their imprisonment to military service. Tekaka and Zulai are both Wakanda's top warriors, especially Tekaka. As the last king and the Black Panther who guarded Wakanda, he was very powerful after taking heart-shaped herbs. Although he is a little older, his strength is not at all. It is only because too much energy has been put on government affairs that the responsibility of the Black Panther, which belongs to the king, is handed over to his son T'Challa. Moreover, after being the Black Panther's Tekaka for several decades, he has more combat experience. The young and strong T'Challa is not necessarily his opponent. Although Zulai has never taken heart-shaped herbs and his physical fitness has not been strengthened, he has reached the limit of ordinary people. Wakanda Intelligence Organization War Dog spy background, and eventually became the leader of the War Dogs Zulai, with superb fighting skills and rich combat experience. Although M'Baku, who is stronger than the ape, is inferior in terms of physical strength, it is really hard to say the outcome of the fight. If Eric Kermango had no plans for foreign warfare, then it would be nothing for them to go to Wakanda prison for 10 years. It's just that military operations are about to start now. It's a pity that the two top and powerful fighters stay in prison like this. It's better to let them play their abilities on the battlefield and fight for Wakanda. Can be regarded as making up for it. For the Elder Council's proposal, Eric Kermungo thought about it for a while, and was still slowly nodded in the perturbed eyes of everyone. Yes. They will be used in the next operation. T'Challa sees Eric Kermungo agreeing to it. Eliminating Chaco and Zuli's suffering in prison made him secretly happy. Although the two need to go to the battlefield to participate in the battle at the front line, there may be a certain degree of danger, and T'Chaka is no longer a panther, so he can no longer wear the panther battle suit made by vibranium. But with Wakanda's advanced technology, the defensive power of ordinary combat uniforms is also sufficient to withstand most conventional weapon attacks, and coupled with the powerful battle strength of two people, there is basically not much danger. So T'Challa is still willing to see this new way to deal with the two people. He believes that the two people are also more willing to use this way to make up for the mistakes they made, and use their actions to atonement yourself. Of course, T'Challa, who has the power of the Panthers, will join them in the action. However, even with the high-end battle strength of two Panthers and a war dog leader, the manpower for action is still a little insufficient. This large-scale beheading operation aimed at eliminating all warlords in Africa is not capable of ordinary soldiers. All these warlords have a large number of guards to protect their safety. If you want to kill them silently without disturbing the guards and troops, you must have very elite fighters. While the population of the Kingdom of Wakanda is not large, there are only a few thousand frontier tribal warriors in the 5 tribes who are responsible for guarding the periphery of the kingdom. Among them, there are only less than 100 elites capable of this arduous task. If you want to quickly eliminate the African warlords in a short period of time, there is simply not enough manpower. Even if you add all the elite fighters from other races who are capable of this task, and the elite spies of war dogs, there are still some shortcomings. However, there is a tribe not at all present in the 5 major tribes of the Wakanda Kingdom, and is not involved in the affairs of the kingdom at ordinary times. That is the Jabari tribe, which has been living alone on the high mountains. They have always insisted on upholding traditions and refused to use technology. When other races use the advanced technology developed by vibranium to enjoy modern conveniences and use various high-tech weapons to assist in combat, the Jabari tribes, the clansmen, still maintain the most primordial life. They are far away from civilized society, living on high mountains, hunting for a living. The hard living conditions and harsh environment tempered their steel will and extremely strong body. Several hundred to above 1,000 years, the continuous survival of the fittest has allowed the clansmen of the Jabari tribe to have the most powerful body genes. Everyone has an unusually tall and strong body. At the same time, they hunt for a living. The custom of being militant also gives them rich combat experience and powerful combat capability. Although the frontier tribe is responsible for guarding Wakanda, if not counting the blessing of high-tech weapons, their warriors of the Jabari tribe are the most powerful among the 5 tribes. They are the targets of Eric Kermungo. These powerful and experienced fighters with battle strength are exactly what he needs. Since he has become a king, he will not let this powerful force be wasted like the previous king. After the pre-war meeting, Eric Kermungo and Chen Mo came to the mountain where the Jabari tribe settled. My Steel Suit 175. My Steel Suit 175. Before defeated by Eric Kermungo in the challenge, after surrendering, M'Baku returned to the mountain with clansmen, and once again lived alone and did not care about the world. Life. Until Chen Mo and Eric Kermungo arrived. The peace on the mountain was broken again. Although the Jabari tribe has always been separated from the management of the Wakanda Kingdom, living alone on a high mountain, it is basically in a state of disobedience. But this is just because of their different ideas about traditions and lifestyles. They still recognize that they are a member of Wakanda, recognize the status of the king, and obey his orders. It's just that they don't directly participate in government affairs. The former King Chaka has always let them stay out of the matter, and the development of the kingdom does not need them. This group of tall, strong, savage warriors of the ape tribe has no other place to use them except for fighting. Wakanda, who pursues a policy of avoiding the world, does not need to fight abroad, as long as the border is stable. Just stop outsiders from entering Wakanda. And these working frontier tribes are completely competent. So for decades, the Jabari tribe has been far away from the affairs of Wakanda, living a maverick primordial life, gradually forgotten by all ethnic groups. Many young people of the kingdom are just I have heard of their existence. I know that Wakanda still has such a special tribe, and some simply don't know their existence. Actually, although they pursue different lifestyles and concepts, they never questioned their identity as a member of Wakanda, and never thought of leaving Wakanda. What they worship is powerhouse, what they desire it is a powerful force. The Guardian of Wakanda and the Black Panther have more power than them. They are willing to become his subjects and obey his orders. Before, M'Baku heard that King T'Chaka took the initiative to abandon the throne and gave the king's throne to an outsider who appeared suddenly, and then he took clansmen to the waterfall where he challenged the ceremony. The pool challenged Eric Kermungo. Although they did not agree with some of King T'Chaka's decisions before, they still chose to default, not at all, and opposed, because he is the Panther and the strongest king of Wakanda. And this new king that suddenly emerged was not a throne that he won by defeating the Panthers, but T'Chaka gave up and gave it to him. This makes M'Baku unacceptable. In M'Baku's view, only the most powerful fighters are qualified to become the king of Wakanda and lead them. If Eric Kermungo defeats the black in a fair duel Leopard T'Chaka, who won the throne by relying on his own strength stronger than the Panthers, then M'Baku will not appear. He will continue to stay with clansmen on the mountain, waiting for the king's orders at any time. However, Eric Kermungo won the challenge through his own strength and proved that he is qualified to be the king of Wakanda and lead the 5 tribes. The arrival of Eric and Chenmo surprised M'Baku. This is the first time the king of Wakanda has come to the Jabari tribe in decades, and Eric Kermungo is obviously different from Chaka's style of acting, and it also makes M'Baku there are some guesses in mind. In the hall of the Jabari tribe on the cliffs, M'Baku personally greeted King Eric Kermungo and the mysterious Oriental, Chenmo. I don't know what the king is going to do in the Jabari tribe. M'Baku's heart is blunt, and he doesn't mean anything, and directly asks his doubts. I need your fighters to fight for me. Eric Kermungo asked M'Baku directly, without going around in circles. He said directly the purpose of this trip, fighting. An excitement flashed in M'Baku's eyes. I have a plan, Eric Kermungo said slowly. When Chenmo and Eric came out of the Jabari tribe, the whole tribe was mobilized. All the elite warriors gathered and brought their weapons, rushed down the mountain to the capital of Wakanda. There, they will work with the elite warriors of the border tribes and the other 3 tribes and the elite agents of the war dogs to prepare for the beheading operation. For the clansmen of the Jabari tribe who worships power and loves to fight, fighting is their favorite thing, but because of the seclusion strategy of the previous King Chaka, they can only live in the mountains and keep the mountains. The beast is the object of battle, used to hone combat skills and accumulate experience. But what they really yearn for is a real battle. The most powerful hunter is just a hunter, and they are real warriors. Warriors should fight the enemy on the battlefield instead of fighting animals in the mountains. Eric Kermungo's plan to unify Africa has been fully supported by the entire Jabari tribe. This is the life they want. And the Jabari tribe is worthy of being the strongest tribe in Wakanda. The elite warriors sent by themselves are equal to the total number selected by the other 4 tribes and war dogs. Almost every adult clansman of the Jabari tribe is a powerful hunter, and it is enough to complete the difficult task of beheading. This operation is not as simple as killing people. The thousands of large and small warlords in Africa must be killed in a short time. The continent of Africa is very large, and the long distance alone has severely hindered the rapid progress of operations. Fortunately, Wakanda has a technological level leading the world by a large amount. Wakanda fighters fly extremely fast. The time spent on the journey can be greatly reduced. But as I said before, Wakanda's background is still too poor. The technological level of the aircraft is very advanced, but the number is very small. There are only dozens of aircraft in the entire kingdom, which is not enough to complete the mission. Fortunately, the manufacturing of the fighter aircraft is not difficult, and the time it takes is not too long, so after a short period of refurbishment and preparation, when the fighter aircraft are all in place, the decapitation operation can be officially launched. The commander in charge of this entire operation was neither Wakanda Defense Chief Wakabi nor King Eric Kermungo himself, but had been with the king, the mysterious Oriental who is highly regarded by the king, Chen Mo. For this since it appeared, he has been with Eric Kermungo, but he has never taken any action. Oriental men who are like transparent people become their commanders. There are still many people are not convinced. This includes Wakabi, the leader of the frontier tribe, and M'Baku, the leader of the Jabari tribe. These two men are pure warriors and believe in powerhouse is respected. Although Chen Mo looks tall and strong, he is still slightly slender compared to the ape-like M'Baku. It seems not at all they are so wild and sturdy. They cannot accept a weaker person to lead themselves. My Steel Suit 176. My Steel Suit 176. In the Wakanda Palace Conference Hall, almost all Wakanda high levels are present, including the 5 tribes elder, the leader of the frontier tribe, the commander of the Wakanda army, Wakabi, the leader of the Jabari tribe, the strongest warrior of the 5 Wakanda tribes M'Baku, the former Panther T'Challa, the chief of the Ministry of Science and Technology in charge Shuri Princess, as well as the former King Tekaku and the former High Priest Zulai. Of course, there are their King Eric Kermungo, and his comrade in arms, Wakanda's guest of honor, Chen Mo. Eric Kermungo sat on the throne, Chen Mo sat beside him, level with him, and everyone else sat on either side of the throne. The female imperial family guard, the vigorous female fighters, stood behind the king with vibranium lance. When Eric Kermungo announced Chen Mo as the commander of this foreign military operation, all the people present looked at each other in blank dismay, some not knowing what to do. Only Princess Shuri sat there and rolled the eyes without saying a word. Wakabi and M'Baku are both very powerful fighters, and they also lead their own tribe. M'Baku can be said to be the strongest fighter under the Panthers, and Wakabi is Secretary of Defense for Wakanda. No matter from which way, without the command of King Eric Kermungo himself, the commander of this massive military operation should be based on both of them. Choose one of them. Instead of letting an external race people who seems not at all strong to lead them, direct the future military operations involving Wakanda this time. So the two men protested against Eric Kermungo. He is an external race people, why should he lead our Wakanda's strongest fighter? This action is very important, although he helped you kill Ulysses_Crow. But you can't just use emotions for this. The two of them are straightforward, and don't hide any opinions. They just speak in front of Chen Mo. Came out for the king's order, they can't disobey, but if there is any dissatisfaction, they will not hold back. They will not be polite to Chen Mo. Everyone else hearing this was nodded involuntarily, and they agreed with each other, deeply agreeing with what they said. Although Chen Mo and their king killed Wakanda's enemy, Ulysses Crow, and the king's friend, they are Wakanda's distinguished guests. They are not at all hostile to Chen Mo. But he is an outsider after all, and they don't know him well. When it comes to important actions related to Wakanda's future, they are unwilling to let an outsider who doesn't know make the decision. Eric Kermungo was stunned at first, but not at all, as the female soldiers of the Imperial family guards behind him imagined, because his decision was questioned furious. On the contrary, there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. It's my fault. I haven't officially introduced it to you. Speaking of which, Eric Kermungo got up and came to Chen Mo. After Mo slightly nodded agreed, he turned to face everyone slowly said, Wakanda has been hidden for decades, but the information is not blocked. You should know the war hero 70 years ago, the commander of the special forces, Chen Mo, right? You are talking about the commander who is said to have wiped out the entire Hydra with one person? He didn't crash 70 years ago in a super bomber that Hydra wanted to destroy the world. Is the sea? Everyone below is nodded hearing this. It is a name even more familiar than Hitler. If Hitler launched the Second World War, then Commander Chen Mo is I ended it personally and brought peace to the world. Yes, but that's all in the past tense. Not long ago, the Americans found the plane in the Arctic glacier, and the commander was frozen in the plane. Eric Kermungo's words made everyone's expression uncontrollable. Are you saying? Everyone had speculation in their hearts. Looking at Eric, they asked a little uncertainly. Yes, we Wakanda also have cryo-sleep technology. The commander with very strong physical fitness did not die at all, but went to sleep at low temperature. The expression in his eyes started to change with Eric Kermungo's words. He has been thawed now, and he is in front of you at this time. This one is Commander Chen Mo. In the shocked expression, Eric Kermungo continued. Back then, as the commander of the Special Forces, he led the Special Forces to complete a large number of arduous tasks and eliminated all Hydra bases and troops. There is no doubt about the commanding ability. As for personal strength, I believe everyone has heard about the legend. And what I want to say is that his strength is only stronger than the rumors. If anyone has doubts, you can challenge him and the facts will tell you everything. Eric Kermungo finished speaking and glanced at the people below, slowly said, does anyone have any opinions about him as the commander of the operation? The deeds of Commander Chen Mo in this world, few people don't know. As a Special Force commander, led the Special Forces to eliminate Hydra. No one would doubt his commanding ability. It was an ability that had been honed and tested on the spot. It was definitely much more powerful than those who had been calm for decades and could only talk on paper. As for his strength, the legendary sword smashes the tank. Killing people is as easy and fast as cutting melons and vegetables, and one person destroys the entire Hydra Legion equipped with advanced armored weapons, which is difficult for them to do now. Yes, this shows how strong his strength is. After learning that Chen Mo is the commander of the legendary Special Force, Wakabi simply gave up his plan to fight for the commander of the operation. He has self-knowledge, whether it is from battle strength or command ability. It's incomparable with Chen Mo. It was M'Baku. He was not interested in the command of the operation, but after learning Chen Mo's true identity and powerful strength, the militant gene broke out again, and he immediately challenged Chen Mo. For his challenge, Chen Mo did not refuse, but taught him to be a very friendly person. M'Baku is even worse this time than the previous battle with Eric Kermungo at the waterfall. Faced with the violent and ferocious attack of M'Baku, who was as tall and strong as a man, Chen Mo did not dodge, but chose to resist very directly. M'Baku contains immense power, with a heavy punch, and the same punch as Chen Mo, and the two fists intersect. M'Baku only feels like a punch on steel. The finger bones seemed to break apart under this huge collision, and it was very painful. My Steel Suit 177. My Steel Suit 177. The pain not at all defeated M'Baku, but it inspired his blood and fighting spirit even more. He red eyes, gritted his teeth and continued to attack Chen Mo, but he was forcibly blocked by his steel-like fist again and again. In this violent collision, Chen Mo was obviously slenderer than him, but his body was firm as a rock without the slightest shaking. On the contrary, when the two punches collided, Chen Mo's hand, the huge unshakable power passed over by the mountains, made him shake his body and make his steps unstable. During the hard-to-hard collision this time, the skin on the face of M'Baku's fist also began to gradually crack and ooze blood. When the two fists collided, bright red blood followed splash outside. At the same time, his entire arm became numb under the violent impact. Chen Mo's skeleton is 7 times stronger than an ordinary person, and it is far harder than steel. M'Baku and Chen Mo fisted against a piece of steel. In fact, equivalent to hitting a piece of extremely hard steel. Although M'Baku's fist is much harder than the average person, but it is not comparable to steel, so the result is obvious. After more than a dozen punches, M'Baku's fists have become bloody, and his arms have almost lost consciousness all day long. They can't even lift them up, completely losing the ability to resist. M'Baku, who exploded with all his strength and launched an attack on Chen Mo, although he only shot a dozen punches. The exhaustion of his physical strength was astonishing when he exploded with all his strength. It was already gasping for breath, his complexion was flushed, his injured arm hung weakly to his side, and densely packed sweat beads oozed from his forehead. Looking at Chen Mo, who was calm and composed in front of him, M'Baku couldn't help but turn his gaze to the fist that confronted him just now. Chen Mo's hands are now stretched out, and there are some red blood stains on the back of his hands, but a closer inspection will reveal that unlike his messy, bloody fist, the skin on the back of Chen Mo's hand not at all the slightest damage. The blood on it is just his blood that was contaminated when two fists crossed. In other words, Chen Mo simply did not get injured in the confrontation just now, and not only was his fist hit by the tong skin and gaping flesh of Chen Mo's iron fist, but his arm was completely numb and lost his battle strength. You must know that even a hard stone will shatter under his full attack, but Chen Mo is unscathed. Does he have an indestructible Vajra body? Isn't that a legendary ability? And seeing Chen Mo's relaxed look at this time, he obviously hasn't used his full strength yet, and it can even be said that he is simply not serious. M'Baku, who thought he was already very powerful, didn't expect. He didn't even have the power to fight back under Chen Mo, and the power gap between the two was so big. Before defeated by Eric Kermongo, M'Baku can still accept it. After all, Eric is taller and stronger than him, and his strength is above him. It makes sense. But Chen Mo's height is a little shorter than him, and his body is not as strong as them, and his muscles are high and bulging. Compared with him and Eric, Chen Mo's figure is actually more like a panther, slender and vigorous. Although the muscles are developed, they are not bloated at all. It feels full of speed and explosive force. He originally thought that Chen Mo's advantage was speed and flexibility, and would fight him. He didn't expect to face his full strength attack. Chen Mo actually chose to be positive, hard resistance, and eventually won. In this short match, Chen Mo's super physical fitness, strong defensive power, as well as the strength of the skeleton and the huge power that surpassed steel, shocked M'Baku's heart. The power of the Black Panther is already the limit of humanity he can imagine, and Eric Kermongo's power to easily defeat the Black Panther has surprised him very much, but Eric is different. In Kala and the others, he is good at agile and flexible battle method. His incomparable strength and violent fighting style, as well as his huge and sturdy body like the antiquity giant beast, are more like their clansmen. M'Baku also secretly believed that it was the ape god they believed in, and sent Eric Kermongo to lead them to prosperity throughout Wakanda. Later, Eric Kermongo's The Move also verified his ideas. The first decision made by Eric, who was officially enthroned, was to summon elite fighters to launch a secret military operation. Their goal is to unify Africa. Only what Chen Mo showed at this time was obviously stronger than Eric Kermongo. At the same time, some superhuman powers beyond his imagination made him doubt his previous thoughts. If Eric Kermongo is a warrior sent by the ape god to lead them, then what kind of existence is Chen Mo, who is more powerful than Eric? In short, no matter how complicated the heart is, M'Baku still had to surrender to Chen Mo and accepted Chen Mo's leadership with conviction. There was no objection. After Chen Mo took over the command, he did not at all and started the action directly. Instead, he returned to his position and sat down and asked Princess Shuri move towards. How many stealth fighters does Wakanda currently have? Princess Shuri turned her head and glanced at M'Baku, who was easily defeated by Chen Mo. Meet force with force, and quietly swallowed. Drool, replied obediently. Less than 100. Too few. Our goal is all warlords on the entire African continent. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the plan, the mission must be the shortest. It will be completed within the time limit, so we need more stealth fighters. Princess Shuri is hearing this. She raised her head proudly. No problem. The manufacturing process for stealth fighters is not complicated, and the construction speed is very fast. I only need half a month of time to double the number of fighters. Chen Mo hearing this gently nodded. 200 planes are almost enough. At this time, With the addition of fighters from the Jabari tribe, the number of elite fighters that can be used in decapitation operations has reached 400 people. Were divided into 200 groups, 2 in each group. With the strength of these selected elites, coupled with the assistance of Wakanda's high-tech equipment, it is not difficult for the two to complete the assassination task with the cooperation. After all, their target is only some African warlords, not the President of the United States. Although they also have defensive forces around them, they are far behind in terms of the level of soldiers and the sharpness of their defenses. Right. They are not a threat at all. While ordering Princess Shuri to make every effort to build a stealth aircraft, Chen Mo also asked her to prepare a full set of combat equipment for 400 people as soon as possible, and distribute it to the elite fighters of all races who have arrived, including those who have been reluctant to use it. Jabari tribe warrior with technological weapons. But at this time they are no longer at their disposal. Now it is a unified foreign military operation. Everything must be done in accordance with the commander's orders. All they can do is obey. The pre-war preparations were set up. After the meeting, everyone left the conference hall one after another, leaving only Chen Mo, Eric Kermango and M'Baku. M'Baku, what is the name of your ape god? My Steel Suit 178. My Steel Suit 178. Ape god? When he mentioned the god he believed in, M'Baku's eyes instantly became religious. Although I don't know what Eric Kermango asked this for, M'Baku replied with a trace of piousness. The name of the god of the ape is Hanuman. After M'Baku finished speaking, Eric Kermango gently nodded and lifted his wrist. The high-tech communication bracelet, Kaimo Yazu, projected a document in front of M'Baku. I think you should look at this. M'Baku looked towards the holographic projection screen in front of him, reading the information displayed above. Only as he kept watching, M'Baku's complexion gradually began to change. The screen that Eric Kermango projects in front of M'Baku is actually a brief introduction to the Indian epic Ramayana and the Chinese classical mythological biography Journey to the West. In contrast, the protagonists in the two books are both a god monkey, the Indian monkey god Hanuman, and the Chinese god monkey Sun Wukong. There are many similarities in the description of the two monkeys in the two books. There seems to be inextricably linked between the two. First of all, the two god monkeys have an indissoluble bond with the wind. Hanuman is the son of Fengshen, so powerful, he can fly into the vast sky with a single leap, soar into the clouds and mount the mists, galloping with the turbulent waves like the wind. Sun Wukong sucks sun and moon essence from an immortal stone. It splits and produces a stone egg, which turns into a stone monkey by seeing the wind. It is strong as an ox. Sun Wukong, who learns to spell, can also soar into the clouds and mount the mists, a somersault vast distance. Secondly, Hanuman is tall and can change the incarnation height and image at will, and Sun Wukong's 72 changes has the same effect. Thirdly, Hanuman's weapon, the tiger head Ruai golden stick, and Sun Wukong's weapon, the gold-banded Ruai stick, are also very similar. This impossible is just a coincidence. In addition, the plots of the two books also have many similarities. There is a passage in the epic Ramayana that Hanuman stole the Gango from Waiyu tree garden and was discovered by the female Rakshasa. As a result, Hanuman destroyed the Gangalan and killed the guard. This plot is very similar to that of Sun Wukong stealing flat beaches, stealing elixir, and making a noise in Heavenly Palace. Apart from this, some chapters of Journey to the West are also very similar to the overall storyline of the entire Ramayana. Journey to the West Chapter 69, Zuzigo Tang Monk discussing past life. Sun Xing's performs Trifold Brachio. It is written that the Tang monk master and disciple passed by Zuzigo on the way to the west to learn the scriptures and saw him. The king posted a yellow list, recruiting the world's magi, and healed them. Wukong revealed the yellow list and diagnosed the king's condition, saying that the king had the two-bird-out group syndrome, which is commonly referred to as lovesickness. It turned out that a few years ago, the king and the Golden Saint Empress were playing in the royal garden during the Duanyang festival. Suddenly a gust of wind blew by and the Golden Saint Empress was taken away by the Kylin mountain demon Sai Tai Sui. From then on, King Zuzi missed the Golden Saint Empress day and night and couldn't afford it. After Sun Wukong learned about the situation, he first wrote a medicine recipe for the king, and then went to Kailin Mountain. Through fighting with demon, he defeated Sai Tai Sui, and rescued Jin Sheng Empress. The king was sick, therefore, recover completely. The main chapter of Ramayana describes the Prince Rama of Ayodhya. Due to court struggles, he was forced to exile in the forest. His beloved wife Sita was captured by the king of Demon Leng Song. Rabona, Hanuman is brave and alert, burns Lenga Palace, steals the immortal grass, kills Demon King Rabona, and rescues Sita. The storylines of the two are exactly the same. And what shocked Mbaku is that not only is the name of the Indian monkey god Hanuman exactly the same as their ape god, but the plots described in the two books are the same as those in their tribe. Myths and legends have many similarities. Their ape god Hanuman was also born in the wind, and the weapon used was a long stick. To say that all this is a coincidence, Mbaku himself does not believe it. That is to say, their ape god Hanuman, Indian monkey god Hanuman, Chinese god monkey Sun Wukong, it is very likely that they are actually the same powerful existence, but in different countries the legends left are different, but his birth, appearance, strength and weapons have maintained considerable consistency. Based on the time spread of the three, Hanuman last appeared in China. Thinking of this, Mbaku couldn't help but look up and looked towards Chen Mo. Isn't he from China? At the same time, the Sun Wukong described in Journey to the West's body of indestructible diamond, which was unscathed by lightning and fire, reminded Mbaku of Chen Mo when the two were fighting before. Steel muscles, iron bones seems to impervious to sword and spear's defensive power. There is also Chen Mo that seems to contain the power of the mountains, and he can't shake the powerful force even if he bursts out with all his strength. Thinking of this, Mbaku couldn't help but give birth to an astonishing guess. Mbaku's facial expression gave Chen Mo an incomparably deep look, and once again looked towards Eric Kermango. What's written on this is true. Although I believe that my king will not lie to myself, the meaning behind this incident is too great to help. He was careless. Eric Kermango took out a string of Kimoyu beads from his body and handed it to Mbaku. The Indian epic Ramayana and the Chinese mythological biography Journey to the West are well-known historical masterpieces in both countries. You can search them on the internet. What I show you is just simple. You can search for the plot by yourself or simply find a few people in their country to verify it yourself. Slowly nodded. Mbaku did not refuse to use high-tech things as it used to be. Regarding the issue of his identity, none of those things matter. Glanced at Chen Mo with a complex expression, Mbaku took Kimoyazu from Eric Kermango, turned and left the meeting hall. The matter is important, and he must conduct a thorough investigation and verification. Second day, Mbaku came to the palace conference hall again. Today there are still only Eric Kermango and Chen Mo. They are sitting side by side on the chair. It seemed that he had been waiting for him for a long time. The gaze of Mbaku, who walked in looking towards Chen Mo, was extremely complicated, with excitement, reverence, but also doubt and anxiety. He spent a day looking up the legends of the monkey god Hanuman and the monkey Sun Wukong between the two countries, and personally compared the similarities between the two and the monkey god Hanuman he believed in. The more in-depth research, the more sure Mbaku is that these three are the same existence. Not only these, after confirming the contact of the three, Mbaku also specifically checked all the information of Chen Mo through Wakanda's intelligence organization War Dogs. From this information, Mbaku discovered even more amazing things. My Steel Suit 179. My Steel Suit 179. As the Patriarch, one of the 5 major tribes of the Wakanda Kingdom, Mbaku has the right to use the power of the War Dog within a certain limit, not to mention just inquire about intelligence. After carefully studying all the information of Chen Mo, Mbaku further believes that Chen Mo is definitely not an ordinary person. There are so many unusual things about him. The War Dog's intelligence records that before Chen Mo was injected with the super soldier serum developed by the Strategic Science Reserve Team of the Allied Secret Organization, He already possessed far superior strength and physical fitness, even better than after the strengthened American Captain Steve Rogers is even stronger. More than that, a piece of information also records that among the underground forces in Brooklyn, there is a saying that when Chen Mo unified the underground forces in Brooklyn, he used his fleshy body to evade continuous shooting of pistol bullets. The speed of bullets surpasses the speed of sound, and if you want to avoid the shooting of bullets, you must not only have enough physical strength, speed and explosive power, but most importantly, have super dynamic visual capture ability and exceptional response speed. Strength can easily be greatly improved after exercise, even if it exceeds the normal number of people, it is acceptable. But dynamic vision and reaction speed involve the ability of the brain's nerve level, which can be improved without exercise of. This kind of ability seems simple, but in fact it has exceeded the limits of human beings. It is more like the powerful power that the great beings in myths and legends can possess. It is very similar to the ability of the Golden Eye, and Chen Mo's performance on the battlefield of World War II is even more extraordinary and powerful. Relying on the strength of one person, he rushed into the strong Hydra Legion guarded by the strong Hydra base. In the rain of bullets, all the armored power and heavy weapons were wiped out. Even several stories high, the giant war tank-like steel fortress, in front of him is like paper. It was not a threat to him at all, but he easily solved it. In addition to the powerful ability to surpass the limits of humans, Chen Mo's origin is also very mysterious. It is said to be from a mysterious and huge hidden aristocratic family in China, with the amazing wealth of an invincible country. 70 years ago, being able to take out hundreds of millions of dollars at will to acquire the shares of Howard Stark's Stark Company. Obviously, he has more wealth than these. And judging from his performance, he simply didn't take seriously the wealth that could drive countless people crazy. After acquiring the shares of Stark Industries, he directly handed over the management rights and income to Howard. Soon he simply gave all the shares, now worth tens of billions of dollars, to his godson, Tony Stark, which shows his contempt for wealth. Being able to have such an astonishing wealth of an enemy country, but not taking money seriously, it seems that there is only one possibility that can explain the source of this huge wealth and his attitude towards wealth. If you are an ordinary person, even if you find these unusual things, you will only think that he is very difficult to deal with, and you will not think about other places at all. Because those special things about him are, it can be explained that the powerful force is obtained from the powerful martial arts secret book handed down from the ancient Chinese cultivation. The wealth is also accumulated by the family for thousands of years. It was not that no one had doubted it back then. But apart from these explanations, there seemed to be no other possibility, so they accepted this plausible statement. And M'Baku's starting point is different from them. He himself is looking at Chen Mo's life with a kind of crazy speculation, and those things that make sense alone. At this time, it seemed to him that there were some problems. On the contrary, the impossible guess in his mind was more explanatory and more acceptable. Through the Jabari tribe's belief in the ape god Hanuman, the Indian monkey god Hanuman and the Chinese monkey Sun Wukong, there are tangled and complicated connections and many similarities. It can be concluded that these three are in fact the same great existence. Thousands to hundreds of years ago, he left his own legend on the vast land of Africa, India and China. According to the time of the legend, it is very likely that he will stay in China, and Chen Mo is a powerful existence from China, with inhuman power and many magical abilities. If Chen Mo is Hanuman, then everything makes sense. An undying and inextinguishable eternal existence who has lived for thousands of years and possesses powerful strength. It is really a simple matter to have the huge wealth of a rich and enemy country. There is no feeling at all, and no amount of wealth is just a number in his eyes. His power, his speed, his inhuman dynamic vision and reaction ability, steel muscles, iron bones, and indestructible Vajra body, which are harder than steel, can all correspond to the legend. All the unusual things on his body were explained. After having a preliminary conclusion in his heart, M'Baku rushed to the palace discussion hall in a very complicated mood. He wants to personally conduct the final verification with Chen Mo, completely solve the doubts in his happiness, and find an answer. In the meeting hall at this time, apart from M'Baku, there are only Eric Kermungo and Chen Mo. Even the female soldiers of the Imperial Family Guards who should be guarded are all that not here. Just before entering the conference hall, M'Baku found that they were all arranged outside the hall for guard. As long as the door of the conference hall was closed, no one outside could hear them except the three inside. "What did you say?" Expression looks at Chen Mo in a complicated manner, and various emotions are constantly changing on his face. He wants to ask questions, but he can't open his mouth. If Chen Mo is really their ape god Han Human, then he asked directly, asking God to prove his identity. Wouldn't it be disrespectful? Just when M'Baku struggled, Chen Mo suddenly got up from his seat and stood up. Eric Kermungo and M'Baku on the side could not help but look towards Chen Mo at the same time. Under the gaze of the two, Chen Mo stood quietly and did not move, but his body began to undergo amazing changes. The already very tall body slowly increased, 2 meters, 2 meters 1, until it stopped at almost the same height as Eric Kermungo, which was quite taller than before. 1 head is more. At the same time, his body is constantly expanding. Although originally strong, it appears slender and vigorous, full of speed and explosive power. With the increase in height, Chen Mo's muscles are also bulging rapidly. It seems that there is infinitely powerful power in it, and he can burst out astonishing and devastating attacks at any time. My Steel Suit 180. My Steel Suit 180. In addition to the changes in height and body shape, Chen Mo's face has also undergone amazing changes. The muscles on the face began to creep slowly. The original handsome, angular face gradually changed. The cheeks gradually widened, the lips gradually thickened and protruded, and the entire face and facial features changed. There must be a huge difference from the original. While the height, body shape, and face are undergoing amazing changes, Chen Mo's complexion is also slowly darkening and darkening. Finally, when the series of changes in Chen Mo stopped completely, a huge, strong, giant beast-like black appeared in front of Eric and M'Baku. There was a ghost look on their faces, especially Eric Kermungo, because Chen Mo's face was almost exactly the same as him. At this time, Chen Mo is completely another Eric Kermungo in terms of appearance and height. In just 10 seconds, Chen Mo, under the eyes of the two of them, transformed from the original Chinese image to the king of the Wakanda kingdom. Whether it was Eric Kermungo, whose height, body shape, and complexion are completely different from his original appearance. Eric Kermungo looked at Chen Mo, who was exactly like himself, and was completely in shock. He didn't know it for a while. "What did you say?" After M'Baku was shocked, 2 excited rays of light lit up in his eyes, and the whole person became extremely excited, and his voice was trembling and he shouted, "Transformation technique." 72 changes. Tone barely fell. M'Baku could no longer restrain the excitement in his heart, and fell on his knees heavily. The body crawled forward. On the ground, moved towards Chen Mo, shouted loudly, "My God, Han Human!" Although the changes that have taken place in Chen Mo are amazing, it is actually speaking of which not at all how mysterious. When Chen Mo just crossed over to Captain World in the United States before, his physical potential was stimulated in an airplane crash, and his physical fitness reached 4 times that of ordinary people. At that time, he was able to control very finely. Although the body cannot be completely changed to describe the appearance of incarnation, it is exactly the same as others, but it can also be changed to a certain extent. After wearing a well-made silicone mask, there is basically no weak spot, and he can control the vocal cords. Imitated the voice of others, so I was able to impersonate the Red Skull, successfully entered Hydra and fully controlled it. After that, Chen Mo discovered the great effect on the fine control of the body and exercised consciously. With the improvement of physical fitness, Chen Mo's controllability on the body is getting stronger and stronger. Now, with 7 times the physical fitness of ordinary people, he can control every muscle of the whole god completely at will. including more than 600 skeleton muscles, myocardium, and smooth muscles that are distributed in the blood vessels of the internal organs that cannot be controlled by an ordinary person. He can control these muscles very finely, make them cooperate with each other, stretch and support the spine, increase the height, and at the same time, the injection of a large amount of blood can also expand the muscles to achieve changes in body shape. Face changes are more complicated, requiring very fine control of dozens of facial muscles, and at the same time increasing the accumulation of blood and tissue fluid in some parts of the face to achieve the purpose of changing the shape and appearance of the face. Humans usually control the body to make various actions, relying on the motor nerve system. Apart from this, the human body within the body also has a set of autonomic nerve system. The autonomic nervous system is a set of systems that are not controlled by consciousness, compared to the motor nervous system. It consists of two parts, the sympathetic nervous system and the parasympathetic nervous system. It is controlled by the cerebral cortex and hypothalamus, and regulate the activity and secretion of various organs, blood vessels, smooth muscle and glands, and participate in endocrine regulation of glucose, fat, water and electrolyte metabolism, as well as body temperature, sleep and blood pressure. Ordinary person does not even have complete control of the motor nerve system, and many difficult movements and delicate activities cannot be completed. In addition to being able to perfectly master the motor nerve system and accomplish things that are very difficult or even impossible for ordinary people, Chen Mo can also control autonomic nerves that ordinary people can't control at all to achieve complete mastery and thorough control of the body. But not all of the human body's activities are under the control of these two systems. There are many cell-level activities that are entirely the instinct of the cell or occur only when they are subject to specific external stimuli, such as the secretion of black element. Under normal circumstances, black element is secreted and synthesized passively by black element cells under ultraviolet light, but Chen Mo can directly control the black cells in the skin, secrete black cells autonomously, and realize the change of skin color. Chen Mo's complete control of the body is not only muscles, but also all physical activities under the control of nerves, including glands secreting hormones and bone marrow to make blood. Even the activities of cells that are not under the control of nerves can be controlled by Chen Mo to a certain extent. This ability is not only achieved by high enough physical fitness. Even if Eric Kermungo's physical fitness is the same as Chen Mo's, he cannot achieve complete control over the smallest parts of the body like Chen Mo, because of this ability. It is not a strong physical fitness, but a highly developed brain and a strong spirit strength. Chen Mo is different from American Captain Stephen Derek Kermungo. Don't forget, he himself is an extremely rare superpower. Strong physical fitness is only part of his strength, although it seems that strong physical strength is his most aggressive and powerful ability at present. What is really precious is his highly developed ability. The brain, powerful spirit strength and magical spatial ability. Although the strengthening of physical strength is not easy, there are still many ways that ordinary persons can easily obtain strong physical qualities. Currently, Chen Mo has been exposed to Super Soldier Serum, Werewolf Blood, Vampire Blood and Perfect Blood, as well as the heart-shaped herbs owned by Wakanda. These things can enable an ordinary person to quickly gain a powerful force that exceeds the normal number of times. But the development of the brain and the improvement of spirit strength are not easy, and it can even be said to be very difficult. Up to now, Chen Mo not at all has discovered a way to rapidly increase brain development and spirit strength just like improving body strength. Although his brain and spirit strength were strengthened by Super Soldier Serum and Perfect Blood, they were all enhanced with the improvement of physical fitness. But this is actually related to the special talents of his own superpowers. Other people have no such effect. My Steel Suit 181. My Steel Suit 181. When Chen Mo was strengthened by Super Soldier Serum and Perfect Blood, his brain development and spirit strength were enhanced with the improvement of physical fitness. Although Steve and the others have improved their brain power after being strengthened, they are far from Chen Mo's level. and the improvement in spirit strength is even weaker. In addition to these two enhancements and the explosion of potential between life and death when the plane crashed, Chen Mo's brain and spirit strength are gradually accumulated over a long period of time in the battle and training. The rate of increase is very slow. But after experiencing the two worlds, Chen Mo's spirit strength and brain development have reached a very high level. In addition to being able to consciously control some originally controlled by the brain, it is not controlled by consciousness. The physical activity of the human body can also directly control the instinctive activities of some cells that are not under the control of the nervous system under the action of spirit strength. For example, the ability to control black cell secretion and synthesis of black cell autonomously seems insignificant, but in fact it is beyond the control of the human body. At this time, Chen Mo, to a certain extent, has broken away from the category of ordinary person and has evolved to a higher rank life form. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a god. Eric Kermango finally came back to his senses when he knelt towards M'Baku, moved towards Chen Mo, and his gaze looked towards Chen Mo became more religious and fanatical, and followed MBA next to the library, moved towards Chen Mo with him and bowed. Seeing that the desired effect was achieved, Chen Mo once again controlled his body to slowly return to its original appearance. The elongated spine gradually shortened, and the height shrank back to its original height. The blood injected into the muscles slowly flowed out, and the swollen muscles gradually contracted, returning to its original shape. The black element was quickly disassembled, revealing the original skin color. When the two kneeling on the ground lifted the head, Chen Mo had completely recovered. If it weren't for the excitement of what happened just now, they both remembered very clearly what happened before their eyes just now. I am afraid that it was just an illusion. Looking at Chen Mo, standing in front of them, with a solemn, majestic and noble attitude, the excitement in M'Baku's heart cannot be described in words. Their ape god never abandoned them. He came to them again by their side, and will lead them to unify the African continent and build a huge and powerful kingdom. According to Eric Kermango's performance, it is obvious that he already knew the identity of Chen Mo, that is to say, he is also a believer of Chen Mo. This also explains the suspicion that has always existed in M'Baku's heart. As a member of the royal family who believes in the Panther god, Eric Kermango has always followed the Panther in both appearance and fighting style. T'Challa is completely different. On the contrary, it is more similar to the Jabari clansmen of Hanuman, the ape god of their beliefs, and even more like an ape clansman than them. The extremely tall body, the majestic and burly body, and the extremely violent battle method. M'Baku was originally puzzled about this, but now it finally dawned on him that their current king of Wakanda, Eric Kermango, believed in simply not a leopard god, but the one in front of him. The ape god Hanuman, his majestic body and incomparable strength, were given to him by the ape god. As a clansman of the Jabari tribe who advocates strength, these are exactly what M'Baku desires. Looking at M'Baku who was kneeling in front of him, Chen Mo could clearly feel his pious firmness, and at the same time found his envy and admiration when he looked towards Eric Kermango's desire. Chen Mo's heart is slightly smiled. Now that M'Baku has shown his loyalty, Chen Mo also intends to give him a gift. When M'Baku appeared in front of everyone again, everyone's eyes widened in shock. The original M'Baku had the title of ape. He was extremely tall and sturdy. He was the tallest and strongest warrior in the entire Wakanda kingdom, except for the Black Panther, who has taken heart-shaped herbs and has strengthened his body. No one can beat him in strength. Until Eric Kermango appeared, his record for the strongest height and size was broken. At this time, the appearance of M'Baku has undergone a huge change. The figure that is more than 2 meters tall has once again been raised a lot, becoming like a giant beast. Kermango is similar, and his sturdy figure has become thicker. The muscles all over his body are bulging high, which contains more powerful strength than before. After the transformation of the enhanced super soldier serum, M'Baku became comparable in size to Eric Kermango, and the two stood together behind Chen Mo. Like two seats, the giant spirit is like a god, and people can't help but feel deep awe in their hearts. Said M'Baku, not at all. But King Eric Kermungo didn't say anything. Although the others were extremely puzzled, no one was asking for the roots. There are heart-shaped herbs in front, which can greatly strengthen human strength. Although M'Baku's body change is surprising, it is not unacceptable. Although he didn't say much to others, M'Baku didn't hide anything from the clansmen of the Jabari tribe. From Ramayan to Journey to the West, M'Baku told all his previous discoveries, told all clansmen, and told them that Chen Mo is the ape they believe in God Hanuman. If those biographies, the surprising similarities in the legends are just theoretical evidence, then the changes in M'Baku's body are solid evidence, and only their great ape god can believe has become taller and stronger, and become truly powerful ape-man warriors. The enhancement of Super Soldier Serum not only makes M'Baku's body stronger, but also increases his physical strength, reaching 5 times that of ordinary people, and his strong battle strength makes Aljia the clansman of the Bari tribe was shocked. The hammer spear originally used by M'Baku was broken directly under his great strength using a hammer spear made from a unique plant of Wakanda, which had to be replaced obediently. The vibranium lance, which Chen Mo prepared for them, can automatically scale. This lance was specially made by Princess Shuri at the request of Chen Mo for the elite warriors who performed this beheading operation. Although it looks similar to the vibranium lance of the female imperial family guards, it is actually like the lance used by the warriors of the border tribes. The spearhead has a built-in sonic cannon, which can launch shockwaves for mid-range attacks. The destructive power is very huge. The retractable lance created by vibranium is extremely sturdy and sharp. In addition to sonic attacks, it is also very powerful when used as a cold weapon lance using formidable power. Using the powerful power of M'Baku today, the destructive power is extremely amazing. My Steel Suit 182. My Steel Suit 182. After completely subduing the M'Baku and Jabari tribes, all Chen Mo's orders were quickly implemented. The Jabari tribal warriors, who have always adhered to the tradition and are unwilling to use high-tech weapons and equipment, have also obediently replaced them with elite warriors selected by Princess Shuri under Chen Mo's instructions. Specially produced vibranium technology equipment mainly includes combat uniform, lance and auxiliary communication device. Kaimo Yazu different from the original warriors of all races, including the combat uniforms full of ethnic characteristics equipped by the women's imperial family guards. The combat uniforms designed by Chen Mo look somewhat similar to the Black Panther's battle clothes. The body is completely wrapped. However, compared with the Black Panther battle clothes that are completely woven by vibranium, the defense of these combat uniforms is not at all so powerful. Although Wakanda has amazing reserves of vibranium, it is not easy to mine. The annual output is limited. It is impossible to lavishly equip every soldier with Black Panther battle clothes that consume a lot of precious vibranium. These combat uniforms are woven with a new type of anti-theft fiber that Wakanda has mastered. Although there is no powerful defensive power that can withstand almost any attack without Black Panther battle clothes, there is still no problem with resisting ordinary firearms. In addition to this more modern tight-fitting combat suit, and the built-in sonic cannon, which can automatically retract and retract vibranium lance, Chen Mo also equips these fighters with an auxiliary communication device unique to Wakanda, beads. In addition to remote communication and holographic projection, this high-tech equipment also has a variety of auxiliary functions. It is not just as simple as replacing computers and mobile phones. It can even be used to insert wounds, play a role in stabilizing the injury within time. The elite fighters of all races put on the new equipment, no longer restored to their barbaric primordial appearance, wrapped in the black tight-fitting combat uniform full of technology, and the silver light shiny sharp vibranium lance. It makes them look mysterious and powerful, full of deterrence. The construction of the stealth fighter is still in progress. Every day more than a dozen fighters are offline to complete the construction. It does not take a few days to complete the construction of 100 new fighters. While waiting for the completion of the construction of the stealth fighter, Chen Mo was not idle. After consulting a lot of intelligence and conducting a detailed investigation, Chen Mo asked more than 400 warlords in Africa about the actual situation of the thousands of large and small warlords in Africa. The elite Wakanda fighters who performed the decapitation task have conducted targeted training to ensure that they can complete the task smoothly. After all, most of them have not performed such tasks before and lack the corresponding experience. In this regard, Chen Mo's experience can be said to be quite rich. From the beginning of the real world infiltrating the villa to assassinate Zhu Tanhao, to the Captain World in the United States infiltrating the Hydra base, disintegrating the defensive power, Chen Mo's experience in infiltration, and assassination, few people can match. Under his teaching, the assassination ability of the elite Wakanda fighters has been greatly improved, and they have much greater confidence in completing the task. A few days later, the construction of 100 stealth fighters was finally completed, and the original more than 100 fighters were enough to carry more than 400 fighters in pairs. This evening, more than 400 elite fighters carefully selected from the various tribes of Wakanda, fully armed, boarded more than 200 stealth fighters neatly parked in the square. Each plane is equipped with a dedicated pilot and logistics personnel responsible for communication and intelligence assistance. The two elite fighters only need to be responsible for fighting. After all the people boarded the plane, the door of the plane was slowly closed, and the engine under the plane sprayed 3 light blue beams, pushing the plane into the air slowly. More than 200 fighters took off at the same time, adjusted their positions in midair, and flew towards all directions. After flying for a certain distance, a wave-like ripple flashed on the surface of the fighter plane, and then more than 200 fighter planes disappeared into the air one after another, and even the blue beams of the propellers also disappeared, completely invisible. Moved towards their respective destinations and flew at high speed. This secret operation related to the future pattern of Africa is officially launched. Under the night, a stealth fighter carrying fully armed elite fighters of various races set off from Wakanda and flew to various parts of Africa to implement the warlord cleanup plan. With strong intelligence and technological support, the whereabouts of these African warlords are completely hidden. The stealth fighter hovered directly above the target building. 2 fully armed Wakanda elite fighters sneaked in from above. Even if there were guard soldiers on the roof, it was too late to give a warning. It was solved by the powerful Wakanda fighters. Without alarming anyone, they quietly approached the target. These African warlords cannot escape the assassination of Wakanda fighters. They are often pierced in their hearts by mysterious fighters dropping from the sky in their sleep. When the surrounding soldiers rushed in, they often could only see the dead body of his general and the pale blue halo gradually fading into the clouds in the sky outside the window. In just one night, hundreds of warlords were killed across Africa, and this number is still rising, not at all because of Dawn. Each action team is assigned more than one goal. Wakanda fighters are very fast. After solving one goal, they can quickly rush to the next location. One night is enough for them. Complete several cleaning tasks in different areas. By the time of dawn, most of their tasks have been completed. That is to say, more than half of the thousands of warlords in Africa have been killed. Virginia, USA, CIA headquarters. Sir, it's a major event. A young man with eyes rushed into his leader's office in panic. In the office, Liang didn't even bother to knock. What's the panic? What happened? The fat middle-aged white officer in the office scolded the frizzy subordinates who rushed in, and quietly moved the mouse and turned it off. The video interface of the website where the shirtless war between men and women is being staged. The young subordinate didn't know that his chief was doing something inappropriate for children during working hours, and he quickly replied his question. It's Africa. The white chief, who was a little nervous by his panicked subordinates, hearing this instantly relaxes. The poor country in Africa, although the situation is complicated and chaotic, but there is no major event, as long as it is not an accident in the country or a major movement from the hostile forces. My steel suit 183, my steel suit 183. The relaxed fat white officer looked at the panicked young man in front of him, his face suddenly sinking. The white officer was very dissatisfied in his heart for being interrupted by this frizzy man who interrupted his interest in watching action movies and made him nervous for a long time. He immediately pulled down his face and scolded sharply. "What major event can there be in Africa?" Staring angrily at the young subordinates, the White Chief asked sternly. "Where did the alien spaceship land?" The young man shook the head quickly. "Is the aliens already occupying Africa?" As the White Chief said. He put his hands on the desk and leaned forward, tall and fat. His figure and his big round face flushed with anger put a lot of pressure on the young man. Faced with a harsh question from the chief, the young man shook the head again. Seeing his silly appearance, the White Chief came out even more unfettered, and the anger in his heart broke out completely, pointing to his nose and scolded loudly. "Since neither, then tell me what made you so panic that you forgot to knock on the door and broke into my office." "Don't tell me it's because of which two the warlords are fighting again." The young CIA civilian was not at all calmed down by the officer's scolding, and there was still some confusion in his expression. "Sir, it's not a fight. It's skilled." The white officer hearing this showed an expression like this, watching the young subordinate shook the head disappointed. "Then it's not a major event anymore. There is no direct conflict and battle, and the impact is much smaller. Just for this, you panic like this." "It seems that I need to restart. I have revised my evaluation of you." "No, sir." Seeing that his chief is so old for a long time, I haven't given him a chance to make it clear. "Young people don't care." On the other side, he directly interrupted the white officer's self-talk and said loudly, "Not a warlord. It is a lot. Since last night, hundreds of warlords have been killed in Africa so far." The White Chief is hearing this, who just sat down. The body bounced from the chair in an instant, watching his subordinates shout in shock. "What?" World intelligence organizations soon received news that a large number of warlords in Africa were assassinated almost simultaneously without waiting for their response. More and more news of the killing of African warlords floated like snowflakes. Almost everyone realizes that a major event must happen. Orders were quickly conveyed, countless intelligence personnel lurking in Africa were mobilized, and more people are moving towards Africa. Their tasks are the same. Then it is to find out the truth behind the large number of assassinations of warlords. A lot of more detailed information was delivered to the intelligence section chiefs. These hundreds of warlords were killed in the same way. Almost all of them were beheaded or pierced into the heart. They were very primordial, effective means of killing. The murder weapon has been forensically identified. It should also be a long knife, cold weapon such as lance, but according to the traces of the muzzle, these cold weapons are sharper than any known weapons. The light blue halo hidden in the air that was accidentally discovered reminds many people of an alien spaceship. At least now, among the scientific and technological products known to mankind, not at all which aircraft has this effect. They appeared silently. After the crew infiltrated and completed the assassination mission, they quickly lifted up and evacuated, whether it was a helicopter or a fighter that could take off and land vertically. Not to mention the difficulty of the control. The huge noises made by the two flying and hovering cannot be hidden from the guards. They have already alarmed everyone when they approached. Primordial weapons and killing methods, advanced aircraft with stealth function. There seems to be no other better explanation except for aliens. While they are conducting in-depth investigations, there are still news of warlords being killed. Obviously, the other party's goal is most likely to kill all warlords in Africa. In response to this, they also quickly dispatched manpower to the warlords who were still alive, waiting to find out, ready to find out. After one night, most of the well-informed warlords have learned the news and strengthened their guard. Their people can't get in, so they secretly control the surroundings. Some have close cooperation with them. Even where the spokesperson they fostered, they simply dispatched elite special forces and deployed inescapable net, waiting for this group of mysterious enemies to take the bait. Unfortunately, they are destined to be disappointed. Wakanda relies on the highly developed technology developed by Vibranium, which leads them by more than 1 point. Wakanda fighters have very powerful stealth capabilities, even at close range. Use naked eye to discover the silhouette of the fighter. The only thing that can expose the fighter is the Wakanda fighters who are exposed to the assassination mission. When the fighter takes off again, the stealth device restarts to fully function in just a few seconds. The thruster under the fighter, the blue flames sprayed from the can't be completely hidden. This is also the blue halo that was quickly submerged in the clouds that the soldiers saw before. In addition to the stealth capability, the detectors equipped on the fighter planes are also extremely advanced. They can show the scene in the building below through the 3D sand table projection, completely restoring the internal situation. Their carefully arranged traps and the ambush set by heavy soldiers. There was nowhere to hide, completely exposed to the A's of Wakanda fighters. While losing their unexpected advantage, the elite special forces soldiers and intelligence personnel of these countries are basically impossible to compete with the powerful and advanced Wakanda elite fighters. However, if you want to complete the task and kill the target under their siege, you will inevitably exchange fire with these special forces soldiers. When the time comes, it will inevitably cause a lot of casualties, expand the situation, and these foreign forces are completely involved, which goes against their original intention. So I found that the Wakanda fighter plane with traps arranged below did not land at all, but hovered high in the air, and quickly reported the situation to Wakanda. This situation is not just one situation. Among the remaining hundreds of warlords, more than a dozen have in-depth cooperation with the forces of various countries, and even spokespersons fostered by various countries in Africa. In the headquarters of the dozen or so warlords, traps have been set up. A large number of special operations personnel from various countries lie in ambush next to the target, closely guarded, ready to attack the intruder at any time. In the operation headquarters in the Wakanda Palace, Chen Mo not at all received reports from more than a dozen teams. It was too unexpected. My Steel Suit 184. My Steel Suit 184. As expected of the great powers in the world, the reaction speed is not slow. Chen Mo turned his head and looked towards behind him. M'Baku, T'Challa, Chaku and Zulai are standing there fully armed, waiting for his orders. Now, it's time for you to play. Soon, 3 Wakanda stealth fighters flew out of the palace, quickly breaking through the speed of sound, and moving towards 3 at an extremely high speed flew quickly in different directions. Because Zulai not at all received the enhancement of heart-shaped herbs, his physical fitness is only stronger than the ordinary person. Although he has superb combat skills and Wakanda's advanced weapons and equipment, he should deal with the equipment separately. Under the trap, the elite special forces who are ready to fight are still somewhat reluctant, so he will act with Takaka. As the 3 fighters set off from Wakanda, they originally hovered over the headquarters of the dozen or so warlords, and the stealth fighters waiting for the order changed their directions and moved towards other mission targets. 3 super soldiers who have taken heart-shaped herbs or received super soldier serum fortification, and their physical fitness is more than 4 times that of ordinary people. They are equipped with defensive power and strong combat uniforms that can resist rifle shooting, and sharp and comparably formidable power amazing vibranium weapon. It is not at all difficult to kill a warlord under the protection of special forces. The 3 stealth fighters were at full speed, and it didn't take much time to arrive at their destinations. Jumping from the fighter plane hovering above the target building, several people were directly exposed to the monitoring sight of the special forces that had been ambushing for a long time. In a large 3-story building, a special operations squad composed of more than a dozen elite special soldiers is standing by, each occupying the best attack position, waiting for the mysterious target's arrival. Appeared. Looking at the tall mysterious silhouette that appeared out of thin air on the top of the building, the soldier in charge of monitoring the top of the building hurriedly shouted to Captain beside him, "Tao." Captain, hearing this with sharp eyes, quickly turned his head and looked towards the combat computer in the soldier's hands. The screen showed the real-time picture from the hidden camera they placed on the roof. An unusually tall, sturdy, giant-like silhouette appeared on the roof of the building. He was wearing a black tight-fitting combat uniform full of science fiction. His sturdy and strong figure was fully revealed. It's just that his face was also wrapped in the combat uniform, and he couldn't see his appearance. This strange tight-fitting combat uniform, coupled with his unusually tall and sturdy figure, which is very different from the ordinary person, makes people wonder whether he is an alien from outside the Earth. However, whether he is an alien or not, the sharp lance that he holds in his hand is full of silver and metallic luster, but it clearly tells them that he is not here for peace. The target appears. Everyone is ready to fight. Captain of this special operations team glanced at the powerful, mysterious tall silhouette on the combat computer, and quickly issued a battle to the team members. Command. The team members who have been waiting for a long time are hearing this, squeezing the weapon in their hands, and staring sharply at the end of the corridor ahead, which is the only way from the roof terrace to here. This three-story building is the home of the African warlord they are now protecting. To prevent him from being assassinated, they placed him in a room in the center of the second floor. This room is located in the very center of the building. There is no window. There is only a door connecting with the long narrow corridor outside. As long as they guard this corridor, they don't have to worry about someone being able to kill him. At this time, they were ambushing in several rooms on both sides of the corridor, and pointed their guns at the end of the corridor through the doors and windows. As long as the mysterious enemy in the picture entered the corridor, they would falling into their ambush completely. As special elites, they have the confidence to defeat and capture him. This is not blind self-confidence, but full preparation. In this long and narrow corridor, they have already placed inescapable net. A large number of traps and bombs are placed on both sides of the corridor. They can trigger via remote control at any time. Even if he is really an alien, once he falls into their carefully arranged trap, in front of the absolute overwhelming power, there is only one way to be defeated. However, despite their thorough preparations, these elite special fighters did not relax in the slightest. According to the news they received when they accepted the mission, these mysterious enemies were very powerful, and in just one night they killed more than half of the warlords in Africa, leaving almost no trace. As to their origin and purpose, there is no conclusion so far, but there is no doubt that they have powerful technology and weapons. They are very powerful and mysterious. Although carefully prepared, these the soldiers still did not dare to take it lightly. After all, the enemy this time was too mysterious and special. Just when all the soldiers concentrated attention completely guarding the end of the corridor, ready to attack at any time, the soldier in charge of surveillance found the mysterious tall silhouette on the screen suddenly turned his head and looked towards the direction of the camera. Although the sci-fi black tight-fitting combat suit mask blocked his eyes, the soldier still felt cold all over, as if being stared at by some terrifying beast. Has it been discovered? This idea just surfaced in his mind. Before he could react, I saw this mysterious enemy suddenly moved towards the camera. I picked up the silver lance in my hand. In the soldier's puzzled gaze, a hazy ripple of air suddenly shot out from the tip of lance, and flew to the camera almost instantly. Then the picture on the combat computer screen fell into darkness. Obviously the hidden camera is destroyed. They arranged more than just one camera on the top of the building. The soldier hurriedly switched other screens, only to find that the screens of all the cameras were completely dark. Captain, he found the cameras we placed on the top of the building, and destroyed them all. The soldier who discovered the situation quickly reported to Captain. Moreover, his lance is not an ordinary cold weapon. It can carry out some kind of long-range attack, and our camera was destroyed by him from a distance with lance. Captain, hearing this, complexion became more severe. Switched to the screen inside the building and continued to monitor. After talking to the soldiers around him, Captain quickly issued a warning to the other soldiers through the phone. Attention everyone, the enemy's lance has a long-range attack ability, and the formidable power is unknown. Please be careful. My steel suit 185. My steel suit 185. The soldier in charge of monitoring has switched the screen to a staircase connecting the roof of the building on the 3rd floor. An iron door in the screen is behind the roof. If the enemy wants to come in, must pass here first. And the iron lock on the door is still intact, indicating that he has not entered on the rooftop. As everyone was waiting in a stern battle, a loud noise suddenly came up from everyone's heads, accompanied by a violent vibration, and the whole building seemed to sway. Before they could react, there was another loud noise. This time the sound was louder than before, the vibration they felt was stronger, and the direction the sound came from just behind them. Behind them, it is the room where the warlord is the target of protection for this mission. Not good. He blasted the floor directly down from above. The target is dangerous. The captain of this special force reacted quickly, come over and rushed to the room behind him with his team members at full speed. The room where they ambush is next to the room where the warlord lives. After getting out of the room, they only need to run a few steps to reach. It's just that they just rushed out of their ambush rooms. The first to react, Captain, who ran in the front, only ran 2 steps ahead of them. A few steps away from the door, a gunshot suddenly came from behind the door. Peng! The captain complexion that rushed to the front changed. The secretly thought was not good. I added a bit of force under my feet, and rushed to the door in front of me at full speed. P_NG. The sturdy door was kicked open by Captain, who rushed forward. After the door was opened, the scene in the room appeared in his eyes, and he saw the tall and majestic silhouette of a humanoid beast that he saw in the surveillance screen before, standing with lance in his hand. In the middle of the room, and on the ceiling above his head, there was a large hole nearly 2 meters in diameter. Obviously, as Captain had guessed, this mysterious enemy directly destroyed 2 floors and entered the room where the target was from above. This not only shows that he carries a huge formidable power, a destructive weapon that can blow up 2 floors in a short period of time, but also reveals that he knows the target location very well. On the top of the building, accurately positioned the location of the target room, destroyed the floor slab neatly, bypassed them and laid down heavy traps, heavily guarded corridors, evaded their defenses, and directly arrived in front of the target. As for the goal of their protection, the warlord had already fallen to the ground at this time. A wound on his chest was bleeding outwards, obviously unable to survive. Captain broke into the door and found the silhouette of the enemy at the same time. The rifle in his hand quickly pointed to him, and when he found out that he was lying on the ground, has been killed when the warlord, his eyes sank. One of their missions this time is to protect this warlord, who is closely related to them. Now that the warlord has been killed, their protection mission has failed. In any case, they must keep this mysterious enemy. Come down, life and death. The muzzle was firmly locked to the tall silhouette in the room. Captain quickly took 2 steps into the room under his feet, letting out the door behind him, and the team behind him quickly filed through the door. Enter, spread to both sides against the wall, and the muzzles in the hands are aimed at the majestic silhouette. Don't move. Except for Eric Kermungo, who is sitting in the Wakanda Palace, there is only M'Baku. After jumping from the stealth fighter to the top of the building where the target is located, M'Baku found several cameras arranged around him. After using the Vibranium Lance sonic cannon to destroy all the cameras, M'Baku according to the target position detected by the fighter plane. The Lance sonic cannon was used to directly break the floor and jumped into the room where the target was. When M'Baku broke the top 1st floor, the warlord in the room took out his pistol vigilantly in the sound of the explosion, and when the ceiling above his head was exploded, he directly attacked the pistol pointed at the hole that was blasted out by sonic shells. When M'Baku suddenly jumped from above, the experienced general moved towards directly falling from the air, and the unavoidable M'Baku pulled the trigger. You think you can kill me? Dreaming. After receiving the news that a large number of African warlords were killed last night, the general quickly contacted his ally, has been secretly supporting his foreign forces. Now there are more than a dozen elite special soldiers they sent in ambush in the corridor outside. As long as he can slightly contain the enemy who came to assassinate him, then the outside reinforcements can quickly arrive and bring this. The enemy took it in one fell swoop. It's just that although he relied on his excellent spear art, experience and adaptability, he attacked M'Baku when he jumped from the stairs, but that was the end. Although the bullet fired by his pistol hit the target, it was blocked by the strange tight-fitting combat uniform he was wearing and failed to cause him any harm. Without waiting for him to pull the trigger again and launch a second attack, the lance in M'Baku's hand pierced his chest like lightning. The sharp vibranium lance pierced his chest without any hindrance, piercing his heart completely, and the blood in his body was quickly draining away with all the strength of his body. The finger on the trigger couldn't pull the trigger. He looked down at his chest in disbelief. In the wound pierced by lance, red blood was gurgling out. The look in the general's eyes gradually disappeared, and the hand holding the gun could no longer hold the gun. The pistol that had accompanied him for many years slipped from his palm to the ground, and the whole person fell heavily backwards. Down. After killing the target, M'Baku took back lance and was about to jump out of the hole above, returning the same way. The only door of this room was suddenly kicked open from the outside. A group of elite special soldiers filed in from the door, and all their rifles were pointed at him. Faced with the muscle of a dozen rifles, M'Baku did not have any worries. Although his combat uniform did not have the powerful defensive power of Black Panther battle clothes, it could also withstand ordinary firearms. He's attacked, so the gun points pointed at him didn't look threatening in his eyes. Disdainfully glanced at the dozen or so special soldiers who were fully guarded at the door, M'Baku put away the telescopic lance in his hand, leaned slightly, and then kicked his legs down. Giant beast. The tall and majestic silhouette was like a sharp arrow from the string, instantly leaping up from the hole in the ceiling and disappearing into the sight of everyone below. My steel suit 186. My steel suit 186. M'Baku's giant beast-sized size and fierce and violent imposing manner put tremendous pressure on the special fighters who surrounded him on one side of the room. In case he jumps directly, they are not sure whether the weapon in their hands can stop him. Everyone's spirits are all highly tense. The rifle in his hand is firmly locked in M'Baku, and his fingers are on the trigger ready to attack. So, when M'Baku's figure suddenly began to move, the highly nervous special fighters pulled the trigger without the slightest hesitation, and dozens of automatic rifles all spit out fire. The snake, the dense bullets came out of the chamber, covering the path towards M'Baku. It's just that M'Baku's speed is too fast. A huge power 5 times that of ordinary people burst out. He instantly jumped up from the hole in the ceiling above and disappeared into everyone's sight. All the bullets that followed fell through, without even touching his shadow, all hitting the wall behind. Damn! When Captain saw this, he cursed in a low voice, and at the same time quickly stopped the attack, and quickly ran forward under the hole. Standing where M'Baku was just now, Captain looked up into the hole in the ceiling above his head, and at the same time he raised the rifle in his hand, pointing the muzzle into the hole. Above the hole is a room on the 3rd floor. When the defense was set up, he went up to check it and locked the door. At this time, through the big hole in the ceiling, you can clearly see the scene in the room. Unfortunately, there is no M'Baku silhouette inside. Only one on the 3rd floor ceiling is the same as the one below, with a diameter close to the big hole of rice. Through these 2 big holes that go through up and down, you can directly see the sky outside. From here, M'Baku crossed directly over the barrier of the 3rd floor, entered the room below, and killed the warlord. Following Captain, other special fighters quickly rushed forward, forming a circle under the hole and pointing their guns upward. Although the story of this building is less than 3 meters, they are also impossible to jump up as easily as M'Baku. When they cooperate with each other to climb up, people will run away long ago. Furthermore, who knows that he will not lie in wait for them to defeat them separately. Under their highly tense and full guard, there is not at all any movement from the top, only a white cloud drifting lightly on the blue sky outside the hole. It seems that the powerful enemy who appeared and disappeared unpredictably, swift as wind, has left. For a while, she glanced at the warlord's corpse lying on the ground, captain's face was extremely gloomy. Their mission this time was a complete failure. The target of protection was violently infiltrated by the enemy from above and killed directly. Afterwards, they left easily while being pointed at by a dozen of their rifles. They didn't even touch the corners of other people's clothes. This time, they can be said to be a fiasco. Look! The annoyed captain was about to order the team to close, but one of the team members suddenly pointed to the top and shouted. Everyone hearing this looked up again and saw the blue in the sky outside the hole. It seemed that a group of transparent ripples appeared faintly, and if you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't notice it at all. It just so happened that a white cloud floated above the ripples, and against the white background, 3 vaguely distributed light blue light groups appeared from the ripples. But soon, this group of ripples completely merged with the background, and the 3 pale blue light groups disappeared. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Could it be an alien spaceship? The huge silhouette that was glimpsed just now, but powerful and unlike human beings. Is it really an alien? Report to the superior immediately. In the stealth fighter, M'Baku took off the helmet of the combat uniform and moved towards the fighter piloting the fighter. Said the pilot. The goal is solved, go to the next place. Yes. The action just now seems simple. It seems to rely on the detection function of the fighter and the sound wave. The formidable power of the gun can be accomplished by any ordinary soldier, but in fact, not at all seems so simple. Although they bypassed the traps outside, the special fighters are very close to the target. As long as they find something wrong, they can quickly return to the target room for protection. M'Baku is also at full speed. After using the sonic cannon to quickly destroy the 2 floors, he directly crossed the height of 6 meters between the 2 floors from the top of the building and jumped into the target room on the 2nd floor, and stabbed him to death with a spear. At his speed, he had just killed the target. Before he had time to evacuate, he was rushed in by special fighters outside. That is, through the strengthening of super soldier serum, M'Baku's physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people. With a burst of strength, he can jump directly upstairs to a height of 3 meters, which is so easy to get out. If the other elite Wakanda fighters are inevitably blocked by them, it is not easy to get out without going through a fierce battle to kill these special soldiers. It is even possible to be stopped before he can kill the target. When he solves these elite special fighters, a large number of soldiers under the warlord almost arrived. When the time comes, the assassination becomes strong. Attacks have added a lot of troubles and variables. Even if the task is finally completed, the impact will be very large, which is not in line with their original intention. The tasks of T'Challa, T'Chaka and Zulai went very smoothly. They took action to deal with these difficult goals, and the decapitation moved quickly, and they completed all the goals that afternoon. The assassination. The entire African warlord was wiped out. First step of unifying Africa, the beheading operation perfection is completed, and what is needed next is no more military force. Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., hidden behind the scenes, are beginning to exert their strength. The 2 huge organizations that have been operating secretly for decades have an amazing power in their hands. Once it breaks out in this brief moment, its formidable power is enough changing the heaven and switching the earth. All the warlords in Africa were assassinated in one day, and none were left. Except for the regular army controlled by the governments of African countries, all the armies fell into a state of no leader. But soon, under the influence of an invisible force, some officers who were originally quite prestigious in these troops quickly took over the command of the troops with the support of other people. All the officers who wanted to take advantage of the generals in power to be killed and fighting for military power were silently killed. All the voices of opposition were obliterated, and the troops quickly restored order. Not at all there were riots and troops change. Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. have long arranged a large number of personnel in these sensitive organizations. Many of them have leapt to high positions with their outstanding ability. Taking advantage of this opportunity of the group of dragons without a leader, they were launched together and smoothly seized control of the troops. My Steel Suit 187. My Steel Suit 187. The personnel arranged by Hydra and SHIELD under these warlords mostly hold certain rights and manpower. Although it is not easy to get rid of the powerful and heavily guarded warlords, and they need to take very high risks, it is still very difficult to kill a few officers who covet military power when there is no leader and the army is in chaos. Relaxing. In addition, they were prepared for a long time, and immediately after the warlord was killed, they started collectively, with mental arithmetic and unintentional, it was reasonable to succeed in seizing control of the army. All this happened very quickly. The European and American countries that originally wanted to take the opportunity to support their spokespersons had not had time to act, and the change of rights was completed. They no longer had the opportunity to intervene, and some of them remained. The personnel from various countries in these forces were also unceremoniously invited out. After completing the control of the African army, the next step can be launched. The penetration and control of the world by Hydra and SHIELD is not only in the armed forces, but the high-level governments of many African countries have actually been penetrated by the two organizations. In this upheaval that spread to the entire African continent, many warlords who controlled most of the African armed forces were all assassinated in one day, and the military power of most of the African armed forces immediately changed. The situation has become complicated and chaotic. The high-level governments of African countries have also had differences and contradictions on how to deal with this drastic change, and conflicts and struggles broke out. Many uncertainties and strong unrest have plunged the political situation of various African countries into violent turmoil. Hydra and SHIELD personnel have contributed to this, intensifying conflicts, and in the end, taking advantage of the political chaos, they directly seized control of the government. Of course, in the eyes of the outside world, this is only the power struggle and the alternation of positions within the country caused by the disagreement of political opinions under the drastic changes in the army. It is the high-level government of their own country that is in power. Since the warlords who directly control the military have been eliminated, the remaining regular government-controlled troops have not been in turmoil, nor have they intervened in the power struggle between the high-level government, or that they have not time to participate. Chenma's plan of action has long been communicated through Hydra and SHIELD. These high-level spies lurking in African countries have been preparing for a long time, while others have been beaten by this upheaval spreading across Africa. I was completely unprepared and hurriedly dealt with it without preparation. Simply didn't expect someone was already plotting against them in secret and leading them to destruction step by step. In the whole process, Chenmo's side was in complete control of the development of the situation. They simply did not give them a chance to turn around. The military only watched the high-level government fight. Before they had time to think about what to do, they already after the fight is over, so the alternation of power can proceed smoothly. The new high-level governments of various countries do not at all take any action against those warlord forces. Similarly, the new warlords who have just taken power did not take any unusual actions. The two sides seem to have agreed to a general agreement, and they are digesting and consolidating. The right that has just been acquired maintains a rare peace. After the drastic changes in military and political affairs, the whole of Africa suddenly changed from the chaotic situation of wars in the past and entered a period of exceptionally stable peace. But it seems that some larger undercurrent is accumulating in it, waiting for the final outbreak. During this period of time, African governments did nothing. When all the armed forces contracted their forces and stood still, the governments of all countries took advantage of this rare period of stability and started unanimously rescue operation. Originally, due to the war, rescue was very difficult, and the danger was very high. Rescuers were often killed by militants. Now the fighting has ceased. At this time, rescue is naturally normal. African countries quickly mobilized to rescue their refugees from war and famine. A large number of human and material resources were mobilized. Doctors, nurses, medicines, medical equipment, food, drinking water, tents, clothing, etc. arrived in various regions one after another. However, the strength of these countries is still limited. In the face of countless refugees, The materials they can provide are far from enough. So all countries began to request assistance from other countries, but the strange thing is that they only seek help from native African countries. They prefer to seek help from African countries that are poorer than themselves, rather than from Europe and the United States. Developed countries request support. So a local rescue operation that was naturally initiated after the drastic changes in various countries has evolved into a joint rescue operation across Africa. Rescue aircraft and rescue personnel from various countries have no borders and are unimpeded on the African continent. A vigorous joint rescue operation began in Africa, although European and American countries may not understand. Rescue operations are originally a loss-making business for them. Except for occasionally sending insignificant rescues for show, they are not willing to waste a lot of manpower, material resources to help these African people who have nothing to do with them. They are more willing to send troops to provide military assistance than humanitarian assistance. Because the humanitarian assistance is free and there is no benefit, and behind the military assistance, there are huge benefits. If you don't do a good deal, the fool will help for nothing. As for the strange behavior of African countries with swollen faces and fatty faces, they are happy to watch. The rescue of African refugees is simply a bottomless pit. Not only does it see no benefits, but it also wastes money. They have to see how these poor and backward African countries end up in the end. Asking for help from these big countries, when the time comes, due to the international influence, it is impossible to send some symbolic aids to show off. But what happened next was obviously beyond their expectations. In this joint rescue operation across the entire African continent, a small poor country that was originally unknown, mainly agriculture and animal husbandry, suddenly exploded with amazing power and stood out among all African countries. It became the main force of this joint rescue, and its name was Wakanda. On an endless, barren and arid grassland, there are dozens of large and small villages around a dry lake. The lake has long since dried up. There is only a small amount of fresh water in a deep well under the rock wall on the lake shore, which supplies dozens of nearby villages and thousands of people with drinking water. Everyone can get water every day. Little pitiful, only enough to maintain the most basic survival. Severe drought has caused a large number of plant deaths. Animals have also left to find new water sources. As a result, their food has become very scarce. Many people are already thin and skinny and may fall at any time. Then he couldn't stand up anymore. My Steel Suit 188. My Steel Suit 188. In this land with scarce water and food shortages, every day all people die from dehydration and hunger. They don't want to leave here and go to other places with water and food, but their weak bodies and scarce food and fresh water do not allow them to travel long distances. Let's not mention that other water sources are probably as dry as here. The long distance alone is already a huge obstacle. The biggest possibility is that they will die in the migration journey. It's not that no one has tried before. Many people are unwilling to sit and wait for death, leaving their wives, children and family members alone to investigate, and none of them come back. If they find enough food and fresh water, they are impossible to leave their families alone, so their ending is obvious. Slowly, when no one dared to try, instead of doing so, it is better to keep it so reluctantly. At least you can survive, maybe someday a miracle will happen. In the early morning of this day, when the sky was still dark, everyone gathered all kinds of crude containers next to the well on the lake shore, waiting for the respected old patriarch to allocate a day of fresh water to everyone. After one night, some fresh water accumulated in the well. The temperature in the early morning was slightly cooler. Without the sun's baking, the earth and air had not become hot and dry, and the water level of the well water was also the highest in the day. Everyone lined up, holding their own pots and pans, plastic bottles, eagerly waiting for old patriarch to pour their own spoonful of fresh water with his trembling hands. Everyone lined up neatly. No one was fighting, although old patriarch looked like it could be brought down with a single push. It's not that no one wanted to distribute more water before, and some even wanted to occupy this well, but the water in this well is related to the lives of everyone and their families and robbed them. Water is equivalent to killing them. which no one can accept. Those who rely on their height and physical strength, or gangs and gangs, in vain to grab more fresh water. At this time they have no ability to drink water. In front of the power of the masses, anyone who vainly tries to harm the interests of others, there is only one way to defeat. A bucket of clear water was lifted from the well and divided by old Patriarch, and the long line became less and less. Fetching water, pouring water, taking water, everyone's movements are cautiously, for fear of spilling even a drop. When the sun is fully up, the team of fetching water has come to an end, and the air has begun to become hot. The moisture on the surface of the soil is quickly dried and evaporated, and the surface temperature rises rapidly. They all began to become distorted, and the whole land entered the barbecue mode again. Next to the well on the lake shore, the last person carefully left with a bowl of well water mixed with a little sand. Old Patriarch helped the young people around him and himself, everyone after sharing the same amount of water. The little well water left in the bucket was mixed with the fine sand at the bottom of the bucket and poured back into the well. Old Patriarch, the water that can be pumped in the well every day is getting less and less. The last few buckets are already dissatisfied. The water that is pulled up is mixed with sand, and it is all. Old Patriarch was a little helplessly sighed. Now it can only last for one day. He has done everything he can, and now everyone gets the water every day for survival. The lowest limit is now. If it is reduced, a large number of people will die due to lack of water. Now he has no other methods besides praying for a miracle to happen. The elderly old Patriarch turned his head with a heavy heart and looked towards the area around the well. Due to severe water shortage and malnutrition, the weak clansmen can no longer bear the not-so-distant journey from the village where they live to the well every day, so they simply moved their family around the well, set up simple tents on the dry lake bed and in the shade on the shore of the lake. Hundreds of tattered tents inhabited by thousands of people are scattered around the wells. Some of the people who received fresh water drank it at the time, while others returned to their tents. Sip slowly and carefully. To them now, this little bottle of fresh water is the most precious thing in the world, their source of life. Just as old Patriarch looked at the surrounding clansmen, who was struggling to survive and was facing death threats at any time, when old Patriarch was distressed, wind suddenly rose in the calm air. The rags on the simple tent began to sway gently, and old Patriarch could feel that this suddenly appeared, and the oncoming wind seemed to be gradually getting bigger. At the same time, a huge shadow appeared on the ground, and a strange low sound came from the sky. Old Patriarch could not help but looked up towards the sky, and saw a huge black silhouette in the sky above them, casting a huge shadow on the ground and slowly moving downwards. Pressed down. The clansmen in the tent were also startled by the strange sound that suddenly appeared, and slowly climbed out of the tent one by one, lifting the head moved towards in the sky above and looked over. As this huge silhouette slowly descends, getting closer and closer to them, they gradually see what it looks like. This is a huge, pitch-black aircraft, with two circular propellers on the left and right sides, jetting a light blue flame downwards, and the airflow they feel is because of this. Come! In everyone's shocked eyes as if they saw an alien spaceship, this huge aircraft slowly landed on a clearing by the well. The strange low voice immediately disappeared, and the sudden wind calmed down instantly. The rags dancing on the tent fell again, and the dust blown up by the wind gradually dissipated. Its full picture is also fully displayed in front of everyone. This aircraft is very huge, with a length of more than 50 meters and a width of more than 30 meters. The whole body is roughly rectangular, unlike the slender body like an airplane, which looks very thick and heavy. Except for the 4 propellers integrated with the fuselage, all the rest are cabins. Not at all. The huge wings of ordinary aircrafts have a huge internal space, all relying on the sides of the fuselage. 4 thrusters provide power for flight and vertical takeoff and landing. The sharply angular and sci-fi fuselage presents a peculiar black luster under the hot sunlight. It seems that all the sunlight is absorbed by it, without any reflection. Faced with the huge monster that suddenly appeared, dropping from the sky, everyone could not help but cautiously surrounded it, curious about its origin. but didn't dare to go too far. Located in the depths of the prairie, they have never seen an ordinary aircraft, let alone an advanced aircraft that can cause a sensation in developed countries. My Steel Suit 189. My Steel Suit 189. Old Patriarch was assisted by the young Klansman and came to the side of the aircraft. While looking at the strange major event in shock, he couldn't help but feel a little excited and expectant in his heart. Their situation is so bad that it can't be broken anymore. This unexpectedly coming magical flying object may bring them change. As thousands of refugees from African tribes gradually gathered around the aircraft, there was a sudden exhaust sound at the tail section of the aircraft. I saw below the tail section, a huge hatch with a width of more than 10 meters was slowly opening, and turned down to connect to the ground below, forming a broad slope. Followingly, under the gaze of the crowd, uncertain or full of expectation, a group of dozens of tall, burly black soldiers with shiny metallic lance in their hands walked away from the aircraft. "Come out, walk along the slope to the ground." Old Patriarch hurriedly broke away from the hand of the tribe youth who was supporting him, and hobbled forward. "Dear guest, you came to our tribe, don't you know why?" Faced with the old man's question, the leader stood up straight body shape, loudly replied, "We are the Wakanda Kingdom African Joint Rescue Team. At the request of your government, we will assist you." Is this true? It's really good! Although I had thoughts of fluke in my heart before, but when I heard these from the mouths of these mysterious visitors, Old Patriarch was a little bit incredulous. A miracle would really happen? The clansmen of the surrounding tribes are also excited about hearing this. These people who are very difficult to deal with are here to help them. Just by looking at the huge flying machine they are riding in, you can know how powerful they are. They will surely be able to solve their current predicament, and finally, saved. After that, trucks drove out of the huge cabin, unloading a large amount of food, fresh water and other materials. Under the organization of Old Patriarch, the excited clansmen did not swarm them, but lined up neatly to receive supplies. Medical staff in white lab coats have also begun to treat some extremely weak and sick refugees. The land that was once plunged into death and despair has finally recovered a bit of vitality. Dropping from the sky, the Wakanda rescue team brought them hope of life. While distributing supplies here to treat patients, on the other side, a strange vehicle that was larger than the other trucks in a circle slowly drove out of the cabin and drove to several distances from the aircraft dock, stopped in a clearing dozen meters away. Immediately afterwards, a low sound of mechanical running sounded from the car, and 4 supporting arms slowly extended outwards from both sides of the car body, firmly fixing the whole car body. After that, a heavy steel structure tower with a height of more than 10 meters slowly rose up and stood there high, attracting the attention of many clansman tribes. After the tower was erected, a cylindrical iron pillar in the middle of the tower began to rotate at high speed with the sound of low mechanical operation. After watching for a while, and finding that there were no other changes, the clansmen of the puzzled clans all looked away and once again focused on the supplies being distributed. After a period of busyness, everyone finally received their own first aid supplies, especially the moment they got food and fresh water. Everyone moved towards the Wakanda warrior who distributed the supplies, expressing gratitude. These food and fresh water are their hope for survival. However, after receiving the food and water, no one started to gorge oneself directly and happily eat a long-lost meal. Most people put the food away carefully, even if they are really hungry. Those who are not good enough just ate a little and then stopped. They have been living in a food-scarce environment for too long, and many people around them have not been able to support them, and those who are still alive know the preciousness of these food and fresh water. They don't know if there will be another rescue after this time, so they who are afraid of being hungry simply don't dare to fill their stomachs extravagantly. As long as they are not so hungry, it's fine. Will save their lives at a critical time. Although the Wakanda fighters of the rescue team saw this, they did not try to persuade them to eat more. Now they still feel insecure. When they are sure they will not go hungry again, they have plenty of water. Later, the concept will naturally change. and there is no rush at this time. Just as everyone focused on the precious survival supplies they had just received, there was a familiar sound from the strange vehicle that had been ignored before. Wow wow wow! People who were attracted by the sound once again turned their eyes to this large vehicle with a high tower erected. The scene they saw next made everyone in the tribe grow their mouths in shock. I saw that with the high-speed rotation of the straight steel shaft in the middle of the erected iron pagoda frame, a stream of water spouted out of the ground suddenly, and it was carrying some muddy sand, but it soon became clear. The crystal clear water reflected dazzling brilliance in the sun, more beautiful and more precious than diamonds. It's water. My God, we have water. For this far-reaching large-scale rescue operation across the entire African continent, Wakanda made full plans and preparations. At the right time, after the joint rescue operation was officially launched, hundreds of very advanced, huge, powerful vertical takeoff and landing transport aircraft, carrying a large amount of rescue materials and the most important deep-layer drilling equipment quickly rushed to areas in Africa where assistance is most urgently needed. In addition to the known areas of African countries, their aid targets also include many remote tribes located in 2 remote areas and whose conditions are not yet controlled by governments. Using satellite reconnaissance and scanning of the entire continent of Africa, every human-inhabited area has been checked, and all targets that are in trouble and need rescue are screened out and sorted according to their urgency. Assign the task to each rescue transport aircraft. Each transport plane is an independent rescue team. In the coming period of time, they will travel across the African continent and rescue batch after batch of people trapped in desperate situation according to their assigned tasks. On the fuselage of the transport aircraft, their clothes, and the materials distributed, all are printed with Wakanda's national flag and Black Panther head logo. The name of the mysterious and powerful Wakanda has also been extolled throughout the African continent with the launch of this vigorous joint rescue operation. While the rescue operation was in full swing and all the plans were being implemented according to the plan, Chen Mo quietly left Wakanda and returned to the Chinese dojo in Brooklyn, New York. My Steel Suit 190. My Steel Suit 190. At this time, it has only been more than half a month since Chen Mo left. During this half a month, Chen Mo did a lot of things. After realizing the existence of Wakanda, Chen Mo first secretly returned to the top-secret base of Hydra headquarters in Norway, where the system checked all information related to Wakanda, and discovered that he possessed Wakanda royal family members. The identity of Hydra agent, Eric Kermungo. Afterwards, Chen Mo gave him super soldier serum to strengthen him, and used Ulysses Crow's body as a stepping stone to help him step by step to the King of Wakanda Kingdom throne. And then began a series of actions and layout to unify the entire Africa. Now it seems that everything is going very smoothly because of Chen Mo's decisive and swift action. He took Eric Kermungo back to Wakanda to seize the throne, and then to execute the beheading operation and secretly control the military and political circles in Africa, and finally prompted the launch of joint African rescue operations. These series of actions and great changes happened quickly one after another in a very short period of time. So when Chen Mo came out of dojo again, it was actually only a dozen days. Not at all aroused suspicion of the various forces who secretly monitored him outside dojo. Although he has done a lot of things and directed a series of great changes that are taking place in Africa today, he has only appeared in Wakanda, and Wakanda itself is very hidden, so the outside world is not at all people know his connection with this series of events in Africa. Chen Mo's trip to Africa this time can be said to be plentiful harvest. The high-end technology developed by Wakanda based on the super metal vibranium has in many respects far exceeded the current technological level of the most developed countries, almost comparable to the technological power of Hydra. Especially, Wakanda also has a top technology talent. T'Challa's younger sister, Princess Shuri, is a high IQ girl and top technical talent no less than Tony Stark. Today, Many of Wakanda's high-end technologies are developed under her auspices. If Wakanda used several decades to make their technology lead the world by 10 years, then in her hands, Wakanda only took a few years to widen the gap to 20 years. Technologies such as sonic cannon, energy shield, Kimoyazu, aircraft power engine, etc. have all been strengthened in her hands. Today, she is working hard to develop nanotechnology, but she has not succeeded yet. Once the final development is successful, the Black Panther battle clothes can be directly stored in a necklace-sized device, and it only takes a few seconds to release and cover the whole body. When the time comes, the wearing of Black Panther battle clothes will become very convenient and fast, and the adaptability will be greatly enhanced. This Chenmo can't help her either. Hydra is not at all very successful in this aspect. She can only rely on her to study step by step, but according to her own. The research has already been done. Some progress should not take too long to be realized. Leaving dojo secretly and disappearing in front of everyone for some time, no matter how long it takes, it should arouse suspicion, and he is not needed here for the time being. So I am copying all Wakanda's scientific and technological materials after one copy. Chenmo left Eric Kermungo to rule his kingdom and continued to implement the African Unity Plan as planned, while he himself quietly left Wakanda. After leaving, Chenmo did not return to New York directly. Before that, he first returned to the Hydra headquarters in Norway. He has yet to do an important thing, and this thing must be done in an absolutely safe place. One of the main harvests of Wakanda's trip is the heart-shaped herbal medicine. This magical plant born under the special energy radiation of vibranium has a similar ability to Super Soldier Serum. After taking it, it can greatly improve people's abilities and physical fitness. The difference is that it is safer than the improved serum, and the body shape will not change much. But the only drawback is that the person will fall into a coma when it is strengthened, as if it were dead. Completely lost the defensive ability to the outside world. So Chenmo must be in a safe enough place to be able to safely take heart-shaped herbs for strengthening. On this world, where is the safest place to say, so that Chenmo can safely take heart-shaped herbs there and fall into a coma without worrying about his safety? There is only one place, and that is the Hydra headquarters. It is located in the depths of the Scandinavian mountain range in northern Norway. The location is very hidden and unknown to any outsider. In addition, its internally guarded and extremely powerful defense system, as well as he is an extremely loyal member of Hydra, basically impossible for any danger. And if you want to ask the person Chenmo trusts the most in this world, Eddie Albert is none other than Eddie Albert. With him, Chenmo can be absolutely relieved, even if he falls into trouble after taking heart-shaped herbs. After being completely unconscious, Chenmo would not worry about his safety. In the huge office belonging to Chenmo in the Hydra headquarters, Chenmo leaned on a large chair, took out a heart-shaped herbal medicine from the space and put it in his mouth. Gudong. Chenmo chewed a little, and the heart-shaped herbs in his mouth turned into a cool liquid, which Chenmo swallowed. Chenmo could feel a clear stream flowing down the esophagus into the stomach, and quickly spread to the whole body. Where this clear current passes, Chenmo's already very powerful cells have begun to evolve again. Skin, muscles, skeletons, internal organs, etc. have become more powerful than before. But at the same time, Chenmo's brain is also undergoing changes. Under the effect of this change, Chenmo's consciousness began to become drowsy. Although Chenmo is struggling and working hard, stay awake, but as the medicine efficacy of the heart-shaped herbs is fully exerted, the changes in the brain become more and more intense, and this feeling of drowsiness becomes more and more intense. In the end, Chenmo's consciousness still failed to resist the deep brain. Chu's sleepiness fell into a coma. At this time, Chenmo can be said to be the most vulnerable. A gun can kill him. And outside his office, Eddie Albert personally led the base defense Colonel Captain John and a group of the most elite Hydra soldiers, fully armed guards at the door. At the same time, inside and outside the entire base, all have entered the highest level of alert. Every channel and key position has been heavily guarded. With the current power system on Earth, No one can break through there defensively, enters Chen Mo's office. This is also the reason why Chen Mo specially returned to the Hydra base for strengthening. My Steel Suit 191. My Steel Suit 191. The strengthening process of the heart-shaped herbs does not take too long. After a few minutes, Chen Mo lying on the seat slowly opened his eyes, and the sharp eyes flashed. Pass away. This time taking heart-shaped herbs, Chen Mo's strength has been greatly improved. The physical fitness of ordinary people has increased from 7 times to 8 times. Although it seems that the improvement is not large, it brings the overall improvement in strength is huge. The improvement of strength, speed, reaction, perception, cell vitality, recovery ability, body muscle and skeleton strength, etc., together with the improvement of various abilities, makes Chen Mo's strength rise again, and battle strength becomes stronger. And this kind of improvement is more than 7 to 8. The overall strength is more than doubled. At this time, Chen Mo can easily defeat the self before the strengthening, even if it is a 1 to 2 with ease. This is not the place where Chen Mo has changed the most. The strengthening effect of heart-shaped herbs is much stronger than Chen Mo expected. This does not refer to physical fitness, but the strengthening of the brain and spirit strength. Promote. It is not unreasonable for Chen Mo to fall into a coma during the strengthening process. Super Soldier Serum strengthens all aspects of the whole body in a very balanced manner. The strengthening of the brain and the improvement of physical fitness are almost the same, while the heart-shaped herbal medicine is different. The strengthening of the brain and the enhancement of spirit strength are also above physical fitness. It's just different from Chen Mo. T'Challa and Derek Kermango are not at all special spiritual abilities. Essentially, they are ordinary persons, and their spiritual strength the strength of tolerance and endurance is limited and cannot be infinitely improved like Chen Mo, so the more powerful effect of heart-shaped herbs is not obvious on them. It is just to make their brains more developed than before, become smarter, wiser, and better lead and develop Wakanda. This is also one of the main reasons why Wakanda has been able to develop rapidly over the years. The only effect of spirit strength strengthening is to allow them to enter their spiritual world during strengthening, and have some spiritual communication with their deceased relatives, and this is actually formed by the spillage of spirit strength, the brief illusion. The tremendous strengthening effect of heart-shaped herbs on spirit strength is fully demonstrated in Chen Missouri. After taking the heart-shaped herbal medicine, Chen Mo's spirit strength has been greatly improved. The original 5 meters on one side and the volume of 125 cubic meters are directly expanded to 10 meters on the side, and the volume also follows. It has grown to a staggering 1,000 cubic meters, equivalent to the volume of a small 3-story Western-style building covering an area of 100 square meters. The volume of the entire space has soared by nearly 10 times. From the original small warehouse to the large warehouse, the variety and quantity of things that can be accommodated has greatly increased. In the past, it was possible to put up to an off-road vehicle, but now it can hold several heavy main battle tanks. Many large materials that could not be accommodated before can be put into the space, and the strategic value of the space is greatly enhanced. It is no longer the small backpack that could only accommodate some flying knives and magazines. You can even put down a small helicopter, which can be used at critical moments. Of course, for today's Chen Mo, he has a better choice. Both Hydra and Wakanda have super technological strengths. According to his needs, he can easily produce a suitable size aircraft and other vehicles for him to use, of course, if he still needs it. After all the scientific and technological materials copied from Wakanda were handed over to Albert, Chen Mo did not stay in Hydra anymore, and directly returned to Dojo in secret. As for the unification plan for the African continent, he has already arranged it. With the secret assistance of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., everything is going very smoothly. The name of Wakanda is spreading quickly across the continent. Come, now just wait for the right time to proceed to the next step. New York, Brooklyn, China Dojo. Chen Mo pointed out the kung fu of the disciple Wang Jin for a while, and then sat on the sofa with Wang Kun for a cup of tea. Picking up the antique teacup from years ago, Chen Mo drank the tea in the cup, then put the teacup down, glanced at the bright and warm sunshine outside the dojo window, and slowly stood up from the sofa. I should go back. Wang Kun hastily put down the teapot. He was about to add water to Chen Mo, then stood up, turned and stood aside. With his hands down, Wang Jin, his great-grandson, shouted, "Hurry up and drive. I will send you Ancestral Master back." After roaring at Wang Jin, Wang Kun turned his head and looked at Chen Mo. The expression instantly became mild. Said respectfully, "Tall Master, let A Jin drive you back. It's not easy to take a taxi here." Chen Mo looked at Wang Jin with a look of expectation and gently nodded. "All right." Wang Jin, hearing this, looked happy, and quickly grabbed the car key from the table and drove out the door first. It is also a great honor for Chen Mo to be a driver for Chen Mo and drive his own legendary Ancestral Master personally. It is a great honor for him to be a driver for Chen Mo, not just anyone who can have it. This qualification. The last person who drove Chen Mo was more than 70 years ago. After that, he became the guard captain of Chen Mo. At this time, he was already a powerful man. Great character too. He is Hydra's number 2 person besides Chen Mo. His position is only under Eddie Albert, the chief of defense in charge of Hydra's military and defense forces, Colonel John Wolf. After Wang Jin charged ahead, Chen Mo, accompanied by Wang Kun, pushed open the door of dojo and walked out slowly. The intelligence personnel monitoring dojo in the distance quickly reported the situation. In the past 10 days, although they have been staying near dojo, they can only monitor from a distance. They can't get close at all, let alone know the movements of Chen Mo in dojo. This is Brooklyn. It is the sphere of influence of the 7 rings, and it is their core area more important than their headquarters. The defense is very strict. The shops and buildings around dojo are all 7. For those who are gangsters, any unfamiliar faces that appear on this street will be spotted instantly, and they will be closely monitored. Once they find anything wrong, they will be quickly controlled and there will be no chance to get close. But although they don't know what he did in dojo, at least they can be sure that Chen Mo has stayed in dojo and never came out. Chen Mo has no time to pay attention to the surveillance personnel sent by the government and various forces. They have no influence on Chen Mo. Chen Mo knows their existence and actions well, and they play with them. However, they don't know anything about Chen Mo's true whereabouts. Everything they saw, heard, and learned was what Chen Mo wanted them to know. My Steel Suit 192. My Steel Suit 192. Chen Mo walked out of the dojo slowly, accompanied by Wang Kun. The two of them just stood at the door when a deep and powerful rumbling sound of the car engine passed over. A very cool black sports car, which galloped like a wind from not far away, and stopped steadily beside Chen Mo with a sudden brake sound. This sports car is different from the streamlined design of ordinary sports cars. The body has sharp edges and corners, strong lines, rich layering and three-dimensionality, and gives people a powerful feeling full of power and explosiveness. This car reminds Chen Mo of a movie he has seen, Batman's car, Bat War Chariot. However, compared with that Super War Chariot, this sports car is much weaker, just a tough and cool sports car. After stopping in front of Chen Mo, the scissor door on the right opened slowly upwards, and Wang Jin was sitting in the driving seat. Chen Mo moved towards side. Wang Kun nodded, took the opportunity to get into the car. The door slowly lowered, this cool sports car roared again, and quickly disappeared under Wang Kun's eyes on the distant street. In the car, Chen Mo looked at Wang Jin, who was a little excited and a little at a loss, couldn't help but smile. Before several times with Chen Mo, the Ancestral Master, he was accompanied by his great-grandfather Wang Kun. He just stood by as a junior, serving tea and pouring water, while Chen Mo instructed him. There is also Wang Kun on the side, and this time for Chen Mo as a driver. This is the first time he gets along with Chen Mo alone. For his mysterious Ancestral Master, the legendary existence, the superhero who saved the world, even if he has been in contact for several times, now sitting together at such close distance, Wang Jin is still a little excited. And without the great-grandfather who is familiar with Chen Mo by his side, Wang Jin walked alone at a loss. He didn't know whether to drive faster or more steadily, let alone drive obediently and honestly. I should say something to Chen Mo. In fact, he has a lot of words in his heart to say to Chen Mo, the legendary ancestral master, but he doesn't know how to say it when he reaches his lips. The pressure on Chen Mo is really too great. Even if Chen Mo deliberately suppressed his imposing manner, but his unusual temperament and shocking legendary experience still make Wang Jin feel deep in awe. Even as the young gang lord of the Seven Rings gang that controls Brooklyn and even most of the underground forces in the United States, Wang Jin, who never fears anyone, still can't completely let go of Chen Mo. Self-confidence and calmness in recovery. Chen Mo naturally saw his embarrassment and took the initiative to speak. This car is good. Chen Mo's proactive opening made Wang Jin, who had been embarrassed, relaxed in an instant. Seeing Chen Mo praise his car, he was very happy. Like a child showing off his beloved toy, he praised with excitement. Ancestral Master, you have good eyesight. This car is not ordinary. It is designed by myself. Said this, Wang Jin completely forgot the uncomfortableness before. Full of pride, Chen Mo didn't expect that this distinctive sports car was designed by Wang Jin himself. It seems that besides Kung Fu, his obsession with sports cars is not low. As the young gang lord of the Seven Rings gang with huge power and great wealth, he can naturally get any ordinary sports car he wants. The top 10 supercars in the world are estimated to be he drove it all over, and it was obvious that these supercars that made ordinary car fans crazy could no longer meet his needs, so he simply designed a supercar of his own. As for how an ordinary person completes the overall design of a super sports car, it involves a lot of professional technology and complex data, body power layout, suspension, wind resistance and many other aspects. But not a young person can do it alone. Don't forget, he has received Super Soldier Serum enhancement. After Wang Jin became an adult, when he was still in college, Wang Kun felt that his temperament was still calm, so he injected him with Super Soldier Serum. Therefore, Wang Jin's current physical fitness is actually 3 times that of ordinary people. The level of development is far beyond the ordinary person, and the learning ability is very strong. Through continuous learning and experimentation in college, he designed this super sports car by himself. As for manufacturing, Kijibang owns a large number of shares in several major U.S. auto groups. It couldn't be easier for them to help build a sports car. If it weren't for Kung Fu, it would have more. His time was spent on martial arts training. Wang Jin could completely build his own super sports car like Tony Stark. After graduating from university, Wang Jin has been following Wang Kun to learn Kung Fu, coupled with Chen Mo's advice from time to time. His current fighting skills are actually no better than Eric Kermango's Crossbones. How much weaker these battlefield elites like Brock Romulo. The only thing he lacks is actual combat experience. But with his fighting talent and learning ability, as long as he is really invested in actual combat, it does not take too long to grow up quickly and become a truly powerful fighter. Of course, even then, he was still not Eric Kermango's opponent. After all, Eric Kermango received the transformation of the enhanced Super Soldier Serum. Physical fitness it is already 5 times that of an ordinary person. Coupled with the enhancement of Wakanda's heart-shaped herbal medicine, the current physical fitness is 7 times that of an ordinary person, and the strength is far greater than that of the improved Super Soldier Serum. Only an ordinary person has 3 times the body. The quality of Wang Jin, not to mention the fact that he has not yet received the reinforced Crossbones Brock Romulo. Although this is the case, it does not mean that Wang Jin's power is not strong. Don't forget that Eric Kermango was the same as the current Crossbones Brock Romulo before he was strengthened. Are also very powerful fighters. In this world, they are also in the highest ranks, not to mention Wang Jin, who has 3 times the power of ordinary people. With his current strength, equipped with suitable weapons and equipment, it is already enough to fight against a small modern army and is eligible to enter the ranks of superheroes. Before, The strategic response team composed of powerful superheroes formed by Chen Mo in order to deal with possible special events that threaten the safety of the Earth. So far only Chen Mo himself and Iron Man Tony_Stark is nothing more. Looking at Wang Jin, who is full of heroic spirit beside him, Chen Mo couldn't help but a hint of thought flashed in his eyes. Perhaps he will be a good backup candidate. Needless to say, the descendants of my confidant's loyalty are absolutely no problem. Although young, they are still calm. 3 times the physical fitness of ordinary people, coupled with good fighting skills, are enough to deal with any battle. With a little training, it is bound to become a good battle strength. My Steel Suit 193. My Steel Suit 193. Wang Jin, who drove, didn't know Chen Mo's thoughts at this time, and each minding their own business introduced the super sports car he was proud of. It is powered by a V10 engine, which can provide 1000 horsepower. It only takes 3 seconds to accelerate from 100 km to 100 km, and the top speed can reach more than 400 km per hour. At this point, Wang Jin couldn't help showing a hint of pride on his face. Also, even though he looks like a sports car, its off-road performance is also very good. Of course, limited by the chassis and drive structure, the rugged mountain roads are still impassable. Wang Jin shook the head with regret. But I am designing a new model that can guarantee a strong speed while having an off-road capability not weaker than that of a mountain off-road vehicle. Wang Jin's face, there was a look of yearning, and then he became a little depressed. It's just that there are still some technical problems that can't be solved, and they won't be realized in the short term. Chen Mo couldn't help but raised some interest at this time. While ensuring a strong speed, it also has a strong off-road ability, which sounds good. When Chen Mo first took control of Hydra during World War II, he owned a Hydra off-road sports car, which was the car left behind by Red Skull Schmidt. Although at the time, its speed was considered strong, the off-road performance is also good. But now it is a bit bulky, and it is much worse than the sports car designed by Wang Jin. He was very curious about what the new model Wang Jin said would look like. As for the technical problems that he cannot solve, Chen Mo simply does not exist. The level of technology that Wang Jin has come into contact with is only the level of technology mastered by the world's auto companies, which is considered high-end compared to the entire automotive industry, but it is simply insignificant to Chen Mo. The technological level of Hydra and Wakanda has completely mastered several major developed countries with the highest technological strength, not to mention these automobile companies. I don't know how far they have been through away a few streets. With Hydra's current technological power, as long as Wang Jin can design it, they can realize it and make it quickly. What Chen Mo is really interested in is Wang Jin's design ideas. Even if his design is inadequate, Hydra's top mechanical scientists can perfect it and make it perfect. In other words, did you design a concept car? Chen Mo asked. Yes, in fact, the initial design has already been completed. As long as there is enough technical support, it can be manufactured directly. It's just that I didn't consider the technological level of some cars is too ideal in design. After the design is completed, I discovered that it is impossible to manufacture them with the current technological level of several major US automobile companies. After that, I also tried it was modified in accordance with the existing technology, but the performance after the modification has dropped too much, and there is no manufacturing value at all, so it has been shelved. Wang Jin finished. With some regrets he lightly sighed, his eyes are full of fascination. Chen Mo listened to Wang Jin's speech, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but he said nothing. Wang Jin drove a sports car all the way, and soon arrived at Tony_Stark's villa by the sea. Chen Mo has the highest authority of the villa's smart steward Jarvis, so the sports car is unimpeded all the way and drove into the villa directly from the passage opened at the end of the road. Along the wide arc-shaped passage, I reached the bottom of the villa, and stopped in a spacious garage full of various top luxury cars. The 2 scissor doors on both sides of the car body slowly opened upwards. Chen Mo took the lead out of the car and walked towards a coded door beside the garage, turning his head to Wang Jin at the same time. Let's go, since I'm here, am not in a hurry to go back. Come with me to see how Tony's research is going. Wang Jin is also a little curious. No, I know what Chen Mo Ancestral Master and Tony Martial Ancestor have been researching during this time. He has heard from great-grandfather Wang Kun mentioned that his legendary Ancestral Master Chen Mo is not only powerful, but also a genius of science and technology. He has high attainments in biology and machinery. The magical super soldier serum that was injected at the beginning was developed with the participation of Chen Mo. Now many cutting-edge technologies in the military field of the Allies were developed by Chen Mo and Howard Stark together, and Tony Martial Ancestor's genius name is even more clear to him. Today's Stark Industries can have the current strength, largely relying on the large number of advanced weapons invented by Tony_Stark. It can be said that Tony_Stark created the current glory of Stark Industries. And these two peerless genius in the field of science and technology come together. I don't know what kind of sparks will collide, and how to create a perfect masterpiece that shocks the world. With full curiosity, Wang Jin quickly got out of the car and followed Chen Mo. Jarvis, where is Tony now? Chen Mo came to the password door and placed his palm on the sensing screen. A blue light quickly swept across, and the palm print scan was completed. As the code door opened automatically, Jarvis' voice immediately rang. Lord, young master is currently conducting experiments with Ethan Court Academician in the laboratory. Do you need to inform them that you are back? Sure enough, besides the laboratory, they are also impossible in other places. Chen Mo thought to himself. No, I will go straight. Chen Mo pushed open the password door of the garage, and the familiar moved towards the laboratory. Walked. Wang Jin followed him curiously. Although Tony_Stark often went to dojo, it was the first time for Wang Jin to come to his villa. He was very concerned about everything here. Curious, the smart steward Jarvis just now shocked him. Judging from the conversation just now, the intelligence level of this artificial intelligence is really not low. It feels almost like human beings. I don't know what other magical things are here. Under the leadership of Chen Mo, the two arrived at the laboratory quickly, and saw Tony_Stark and Ethan Court Academician working around the computer, and not far behind them, on the other hand, there is a thick, streamlined steel cuboid that is as tall as one person, exuding silver metallic luster. Tony. Chen Mo took Wang Jin into the laboratory, but the two people in front of the computer with concentrated attention completely did not notice their arrival until Chen Mo allowed. The two people discovered their arrival. Father, you are back. Seeing Chen Mo returning, Tony_Stark was so excited, he just threw what he was doing aside and walked quickly, arrived in front of Chen Mo. My steel suit 194. My steel suit 194. Tony_Stark saw Chen Mo coming back and was trying to say something, only to find that Chen Mo was with someone behind him. When he fixed his eyes, he turned out to be an old acquaintance. Wang Jin boy, why are you here too? Tony_Stark was led by Howard to play dojo, and later he often went to practice martial arts with Wang Kun. Right, Wang Jin's junior was naturally very familiar. Later, Wang Jin accepted the super soldier serum enhancement, and he was diligent in martial arts training, and his strength soared. Tony_Stark was often defeated by his own apprentices and his grandchildren. He seldom goes to the fishnet for 2 days. Speaking of this, I have to mention that Tony_Stark has not received the enhancement of super soldier serum so far, because until now, although he has made great achievements in scientific research and made Stark Industries thriving, he himself has always been very frivolous, arrogant, pushy, and a typical playboy. Howard feels that he is really not calm and mature enough. If he is allowed to accept the strengthening of super soldier serum and have a strong physical fitness, he does not know what ridiculous things he will use for it. So Howard decided, wait a moment, wait until he is mature and stable, and then inject him with super soldier serum. And this time, for more than 10 years, Tony_Stark's psychological growth seems to have been completely stagnant. He was in his 30s, but it was still the same as before. In desperation, Howard had to give up temporarily. He planned to strengthen him, and the appearance of Chen Mo made Howard see a turning point. hoping that Chen Mo's teachings can put Tony back on track. At present, everything is developing in a good direction. Tony Stark has experienced the Afghan attack and OD's betrayal. Tony Stark has become a lot more mature than before. Although there are still some foolish people who feel unreliable, he has been able to take on a job. The responsibility of a superhero is to protect the safety of civilians and the Earth. I believe he is already not far qualified to receive the enhancement of Super Soldier Serum. When the time comes, should you tell him about Howard is still alive? Chen Mo is looking forward to the scene where their father and son meet again. Should they cry or fight? Chen Mo thinks that the latter's probability is higher, and the former is simply impossible. Tony_Stark didn't know his godfather's evil thoughts. Seeing the arrival of his little disciple son Wang Jin, after a moment of surprise, a rays of light of harboring malicious intentions flashed in his eyes. Before being defeated by Junior Wang Jin, who has been very hard-working and diligent in Kung Fu, Tony Stark, who has always been arrogant, feels very embarrassed. It can almost be said to be Wang Jin who grew up by him. Not only did he surpass him in fighting skills for 3 days of fishing and 2 days of exposure to the net, he was even more powerful than him. This made Tony Stark, who thought he was fit and fascinated thousands of young girls, very disappointed. He didn't know that Wang Jin could already hide his strength. Otherwise, he would have 3 times the power of ordinary people, and he would be sent to the hospital with one move. At this time, seeing Wang Jin again, Tony Stark, who has strong steel battle clothes, couldn't help but move his mind. Martial ancestor, I will send Ancestral Master back. Simple Wang Jin didn't know what Tony was thinking in his mind, and greeted him respectfully. Following Wang Kun's teaching, Wang Jin also pays attention to his seniority. Tony_Stark's father is a comrade in arms of Chen Mo, Ancestral Master. He once fought side by side with his great-grandfather Wang Kun. He is his elder. Although Tony_Stark is only older than him, he was a teenager, but he was really in the same generation as his grandfather, so he was very respectful in front of Tony. You are here just right. My new battle clothes have just been made. Let's learn from each other. Tony could not help but show a smirk when he said that, and finally got a chance to get back in one game. I found my face as martial ancestor. Wang Jin was hearing this for a moment, asking him to do something with Tony_Stark wearing steel battle clothes. He has watched the video of the Iron Man and Ironmonger battle. Although he has 3 times the physical fitness of ordinary people, it is still inferior to the high-tech products driven by machinery. Steel battle clothes. A lot of gossip, even he beats. Isn't that looking for abuse? Seeing Wang Jin's silence, Tony_Stark continued quickly. It's okay, I don't use weapons. Let's fight hand to hand. Let Martial Ancestor take a test. Has your Kung Fu improved? Tony's words made Wang Jin's face even more ugly. Fight? Don't wear battle clothes if you have ability. But Tony_Stark is his elder after all. He doesn't give face so badly, so he has to press his mouth without saying a word, and at the same time cast his eyes on Chen Mo, who is asking for help. Chen Mo was also stunned by Tony_Stark's shameless. Feeling Wang Jin's pitiful look at asking for help, Chen Mo turned his head and glared at Tony, and said, a lesson. Would you like me to discuss with you? You can use weapons. Just let me see how you improved the battle clothes during this time. Tony_Stark hearing this, complexion changed. I couldn't help but think of the ironmonger that was driving in Stark Industries. Chen Mo suddenly appeared and beheaded the ironmonger who had been pressing him with a single sword, and killed him easily and neatly. Although the gold titanium alloy used in the outer armor of Mark III is hard, he does not think it can withstand Chen Mo's attack from the Sword of the King, which is no stronghold one cannot overcome. Moreover, Mark III is not the enlarged version of Ironmonger. If Chen Mo was beheaded with a sword, he would not be as lucky as Obadiah and would survive. Recalling the scene of Ironmonger being quickly approached by Chen Mo, leaping up and beheading with a sword, Tony_Stark could not help but swallowed quietly, and stopped talking about the discussion anymore, and turned to laugh. He leaned in front of Chen Mo and started to change the subject. Daddy, you just came back. You should take a good rest." Seeing that Chen Mo is still stern and silent, Tony is sweating on his forehead, and Chen Mo is not human. Such a powerful strength, if he really fights with him, it is likely to dismantle the Mark III he has just completed into scrap iron, and he himself will inevitably be fattened. Thinking of this, Tony couldn't help but look towards Ethan Kortekademetian on the side, winking at him and asking him to say a few words for help. Ethan Kortekademetian saw the wink from Tony, turned his head and looked towards Chen Mo, but under Chen Mo's cold and majestic gaze, he quickly looked away, turned his head aside, and pretended not see Tony's cry for help. Tony_Stark glared fiercely at Ethan Kortekademetian and then looked towards Chen Mo in a somewhat guilty look. After discovering that Chen Mo was still stern, he couldn't help but move his eyes away in the laboratory. When he saw the steel cuboid in the middle of the laboratory, Tony's eyes suddenly lit up. "My steel suit 195. My steel suit 195, Daddy. Look." Tony_Stark walked quickly to the streamlined cuboid in red and gold, pointed it to Chen Mo and said excitedly, "This is the new version of steel battle clothes that has just been manufactured, Mark III. Father, you are so prescient." "I do what you said, right? The dressing method of battle clothes has been improved, and a new laser-guided tracking rapid deployment system has been added. As long as the bracelet is activated when needed, battle clothes will automatically activate the flight mode and arrive quickly according to the positioning of the bracelet, and if the long distance is not calculated, it's the flight arrival time of battle clothes, and the fastest dressing at close range takes less than 1 second. Tony Stark said, slowly raising his arms and flattening them to both sides of his body. Stretching out, the 2 silver bracelets on his wrists were also displayed in front of everyone. "Jarvis, start battle clothes." Tony_Stark tone barely fell. Ever since Chen Mo entered the laboratory, they have stood quietly in the center of the room, like a shape. The golden red cuboid of the science fiction steel box suddenly moved. In the sound of clanging machinery, the gold and red armor on the surface of the rectangular parallelepiped quickly bounced outwards and began to deform. Soon there was the prototype of battle clothes. At the same time, the rear and the bottom also followed its sprayed-out white flames, pushing it to quickly close behind Tony_Stark with open arms. The battle clothes in flight, after being deformed, the front ends of the 2 robotic arms protruding to both sides, moved towards the front, shot out 2 red mesh lasers, and quickly located Tony_ on the 2 wristbands worn by Stark's flat hands. The 2 red lights on the wristbands immediately lighted up, indicating that the positioning was completed. The 2 robotic arms quickly adjusted their positions. When the battle clothes were attached to Tony_Stark's back, they just matched his arm, and the front end of the robotic arm accurately wrapped his wrist. Completed the positioning of the first step, and the more dazzling changes began immediately, like the deformation of Vajra. The entire battle clothes attached to Tony_Stark's back quickly unfolded, from back to front. Tony from both sides Stark's arms, legs, and torso were completely wrapped, and after the head was completely wrapped in the helmet, Iron Man, wearing cool steel battle clothes of gold and red, appeared in front of everyone. From Tony_Stark's order to Jarvis, it only took less than 2 seconds to complete the dressing, and the time for the battle clothes to fly and unfold was added. Chen Mo is very satisfied with this effect. He has a cube space where things can be taken and placed at any time. He does not need to let battle clothes fly from a distance, so he can completely omit the flight time. Moreover, he can make the battle clothes stand by in the unfolded form directly, and directly fit the body when taken out, so that even the unfolding time is saved. As long as the prepared battle clothes are taken out from the space, go directly to the final dress. According to Tony_Stark's demonstration just now, this process only takes 0.5 seconds. In other words, when you need to put on steel battle clothes, Chen Mo only needs 0.5 seconds to dress up quickly and go straight into battle. Tony Stark, who is equipped with steel battle clothes, glanced at Chen Mo quietly, and found that he looked at the battle clothes with thoughtfulness, and could not help but sigh in relief quietly. Finally, Chen Mo successfully diverted Chen Mo's attention and escaped the battle with him. With this laser-guided tracking rapid deployment system, from now on, you can completely get rid of the constraints of the dressing platform. You can quickly equip anytime and anywhere. The mobility of battle clothes, and the ability to respond to emergencies. There has been a qualitative improvement. Seeing that Chen Mo's attention was temporarily diverted to prevent him from remembering what was just now, Tony_Stark began to talk about Mark III Steel new features of battle clothes, and praised Chen Mo who proposed this idea. Even Wang Jin, who was just bullied by him, forgot what happened before, and his attention was completely drawn to Mark III, with his eyes shining. Looking at the gold and red, angular and cool battle clothes in front of him, he listened carefully to Tony_Stark's narration. This upgrade not only adds a laser-guided tracking rapid deployment system to battle clothes, but also greatly increases the mobility and resilience. I have also greatly enhanced and upgraded the entire battle clothes weapon system. The third-generation arc reactor provides battle clothes with a more powerful, stable and long-lasting energy supply. The original flight stabilization device of the hands is optimized to emit more powerful formidable power. The arc pulse gun can easily destroy cars and destroy concrete walls. The formidable power of the cluster gun on the chest has also been greatly strengthened. Tony Stark stretched out his hands and palms while talking. His flight stabilizer lit up a dazzling white light, but then it dimmed again. Not at all. It really fired. After all, it's in the laboratory now. With the reformed formidable power, the laboratory can be replaced by 2 shots. Most of the equipment inside is damaged. Apart from this, the other weapons originally equipped in battle clothes have all been improved and upgraded, and more formidable power huge weapons have been added again. On both sides there are 30 miniature automatic tracking missiles on each shoulder, which can lock and attacking 60 enemies at the same time, which is very useful in rescuing hostages and dealing with large groups of scattered enemies. At the same time as Tony_Stark explained, manipulated the battle clothes to open the weapon compartment of the shoulder. The armors on the shoulders on both sides of the battle armor moved backwards, revealing the missile nest below. On each side, 30 miniature automatic tracking missiles the size of ordinary pistol bullets were neatly arranged in the missile nest. As long as the battle clothes scan and lock the enemy, they can quickly launch, automatically aim and lock their respective targets, track them, and perform precise strikes on multiple targets at the same time. A new laser-cutting weapon has been added to the wrist. The formidable power is very powerful. It can easily cut large armored targets. Even heavy tanks with heavy armor can also be easily cut. It also consumes a lot of energy. Most of the energy supply needs to be used during use. The thrusters that consume more energy must be turned off, so they cannot be used during flight. Because the formidable power of laser-cutting weapons is too powerful, so Tony_Stark not at all demonstrated, just raised his wrist, popped the laser transmitter from his wrist, and showed it to everyone. New weapons have also been added to the armor legs. There are 10 heavy high-explosive missiles on each side. Each formidable power is enough to blow a house into ruins. Tony_Stark said. The 2 large pieces of armor were on the front of the thigh bounced to the sides with a sound, revealing the baby fist-sized heavy high-explosive missile inside. My Steel Suit 196. My Steel Suit 196. Finally, Tony Stark raised his arm. The armor on the forearm moved to one side, and a missile nearly 20 centimeters long rose from the arm. The original anti-tank missiles on the arms have also been upgraded and replaced with 2 formidable power larger high-explosive armor-piercing projectiles. The destructive power for underground bunkers, fortifications, and heavy armor is extremely amazing. The fully upgraded Mark III has to some extent surpassed the fully loaded F-22 Raptor in terms of weapon configuration. Indeed, even though the built-in missiles on battle clothes are very small, they are the result of Stark Industries' cutting-edge technology. The formidable power is not much weaker than ordinary conventional missiles. Also, Don't forget the arc pulse guns and the cluster gun on the chest does not have a limit on the amount of ammunition. As long as the energy is sufficient, it can continue to attack, equivalent to 2 cannons that can fire in a row and a heavy cannon. From this point of view, the F-22 Raptor will pass by surpassing the US's strongest main fighter in firepower. Furthermore, this is only under normal circumstances. For Chen Mo, with a huge storage space, he can replenish battle clothes with weapons, ammunition and energy at any time. Basically, it can achieve unlimited battery life, no matter how intense it is. There is no need to worry about running out of ammunition and insufficient energy in the battle. If Tony Stark is equivalent to a humanoid superfighter after wearing Mark III steel battle clothes, then Chen Mo can be regarded as a humanoid war fortress. 1,000 cubic meters of space are all equipped with heavy high-explosive missiles of only baby fist-sized, which can fully accommodate tens of millions of pieces, plus enough palladium metal plates. Chen Mo can completely incarnation unlimited ammunition infinite cruise bomber. One person destroys a country. If you return to World War II and kill Hydra's Valkyrie Goddess giant strategic bomber, one person can easily destroy all the troops and end World War II. I have to say that Tony Stark is really a genius in weapon manufacturing. He can reduce missiles to the smallest size only of pistol bullets, and can also maintain precise guidance and tracking. The largest is no more than a baby's fist, the size of a cigar. But its formidable power is no weaker than ordinary armor-piercing bullets and high-explosive bullets. Furthermore, such a large number of huge might weapons can all be hidden inside the armor. Chen Mo could not help but think of the modification of the War Machine by Justin Hammer in Iron Man 2. They are all mounted outside, although they look very prestigious, but in Chen Mo's view, putting those things on the outside of the steel battle clothes is like putting patches on a perfect piece of art! Look at the smooth-looking Mark III in front of you. Not only can it be deformed and quickly deployed, it can also hide a large number of weapons under the armor, which ensures the flexibility of action, and it maintains the smoothness of the outer lines of the body, so that the battle clothes can maintain the lowest wind resistance during flight and reach the highest flight speed. The most important thing is to avoid the disadvantages of external weapons being exposed and easily destroyed by enemy attacks, and to eliminate loopholes in defense. After meticulously improving and upgrading Tony Stark, Chen Mo is very satisfied with the brand new Mark III, and now the Mark III can be regarded as meeting his needs for steel battle clothes. Until this moment, Chen Mo, who had been stern-faced, finally calmed down and let Tony Stark, who had been secretly observing him, quietly relax. Strike while the iron is hot. In order to completely distract Chen Mo's attention, Tony_Stark has no time to stop and catch his breath, and continued to show Chen Mo his research and development results. As long as Chen Mo is satisfied, he should not be taught up. The shape of battle clothes has also been further optimized, and the air resistance during high-speed flight is further reduced. At the same time, in addition to the main propulsion device of the feet, 4 new positions have been added to the back and sides of the ribs. The propulsion device is more powerful. The maximum speed can reach Mach 6, and the speed exceeds 7,000 km per hour, and it can reach any corner of the Earth in 3 hours. Tony_Stark said. The 6 propulsion devices under his feet and back, and under his ribs were activated at the same time, ejecting dazzling white flames, pushing the battle clothes slowly away from the ground, and at the same time, his hands were stretched out to the sides, palms facing next. 2 white light flames were also ejected to help him maintain balance and stabilize his figure in the air, thus steadily floating in the mid-air ground. In the entire battle clothes, including both hands, there are a total of 8 thrusters that provide power for the flight at the same time. At this time, they are suspended in the air and only output very small power. Once the 8 thrusters output all at the same time, the huge propulsion produced can make the speed of battle clothes soar, break through the speed of sound in a short time, and finally reach the terrifying speed of 6 times the speed of sound. Be aware that the maximum flight speed of the F-22 Raptor fighter is only Mach 2.25. Among the world's active fighters, the extreme speed of the fastest SR-71 Blackbird fighter is only Mach 3.35, which is even Mach. The shadow of number 3 can't be caught. Even the speed of conventional missiles is generally below Mach 6. Therefore, with the current strength of the air forces of various countries, it is impossible to attack the Mach 3 at all, and the entire sky can be allowed to gallop. This brand new steel battle clothes is the third battle clothes manufactured by Tony_Stark, named Mark III in order, but in fact, its performance and advanced level can be combined with the Mark VII in the movie is comparable. Even with the help of Chen Mo's high-end technology support and a large number of forward-looking improvements, the overall performance of this Mark III is much better than the Mark VII in the movie. Especially after Chen Mo provided high-res energy engine technology, Tony_Stark improved the thruster of battle clothes, so the Mark III could have such an amazing speed. Slightly anxiously descended to the ground slowly, the eyes behind the helmet looked through the screen, quietly looking at the expression on Chen Mo's face. I wonder if his performance has completely dispelled Chen Mo. Cleaned up his determination. Chen Mo naturally did not forget what he planned to educate Tony just now. This kid relied on being Wang Jin's elders, but shamelessly wanted to rely on the powerful steel battle clothes to recover from Wang Jin. Defeating the lost face, Chen Mo couldn't help but get a little angry. Feeling the heartbeat of Tony_Stark restless under the battle clothes, Chen Mo fiercely glared at him and said harshly, "You are Wang Jin's elder, you should look like an elder. What you should do is protect him, take care of him, not tease and bully him." My Steel Suit 197. My Steel Suit 197. Wang Jin is obsessed with Kung Fu. His fighting ability is better than you. There is nothing shameful. Your talent in weapon research and development is unmatched. This Mark III is the best proof. You are all a family. There is no need to score a lot. You are an elder, and you should be humble and generous. Chen Mo looked at Tony with earnest words. Education Road. Daddy, I was wrong. Tony_Stark opened the battle clothes and walked out of it, watching Chen Mo seriously admit his mistake. But he didn't malicious, just want to tease Wang Jin. Even if he really does it, he will pay attention to his measure and will never hurt him. But just as Chen Mo said when he taught him, he is also an elder, Wang Jin's martial ancestor. Bullying Junior is a bit wrong, so he simply admitted his mistake. It doesn't work if you don't admit it. Seeing Mark III can't distract Chen Mo's attention. If he refuses to admit his mistake, Chen Mo will definitely not let him off easily. Certainly unavoidable. Maybe even the brand new Mark III will be disassembled into parts by Chen Mo. Thinking of Chen Mo's domineering scene of killing Ironmonger, Tony Stark could not help but shudder, bowing his head obediently and honestly and admitting his mistake. At this time, Wang Jin, the fuse of the incident, was just because Ancestral Master taught martial ancestor, and he stood aside with an innocent face and did not dare to make a sound. I'm not qualified to interrupt, just listen honestly. Chen Mo saw that Tony_Stark's attitude was fairly correct, so he gently nodded, so that Tony's hanging heart couldn't help but loosen, and he finally escaped without being beaten. But then, Chen Mo turned his head and looked towards Wang Jin, who was standing aside and staring at his toes. Wang Jin, don't you have a car design drawing in your hand? Send him to Tony, and let Martial Ancestor help you build it. Tony_Stark, who had escaped punishment, was hearing this busy and nodded. Car design drawings? No problem. It's all trivial. See Martial Ancestor help you build it. Tony strode to Wang Jin and patted him hard, said confidently on his shoulders. Tony_Stark is also a car lover. The world's top luxury cars and classic antique cars with decades of history in the huge garage have all been disassembled and modified by him, and their performance is huge. Upgrade, far surpassing similar models. As a peerless genius who made the super equipment of steel battle clothes, the car design drawing in the hands of a young man who had just graduated from university should not be too simple for him. But soon, he realized that he seemed to be wrong. Is this a car? Nonsense. This is simply a war chariot, okay. Moreover, it is a super war chariot beyond the level of modern technology. The so-called design drawing is simply a conceptual drawing. Although there are detailed structural designs for each part, many of the technologies cannot be achieved with the current technological level. This car is completely a concept car that can only exist in the design. After Tony_Stark got Wang Jin's design drawings, after a careful analysis, he found that the car was simply not as simple as he thought. Although for him, it's impossible, but it takes a certain amount of energy to modify, optimize, and perfect, which is completely different from what he thought in his mind when he originally agreed. According to his original idea, he could slightly improve the design and then hand it over to Stark Industries for manufacturing. However, it now seems that he has to do it himself. However, since it has been agreed in front of Chen Mo, repentance is impossible, so we can only make it out. In the beginning, we must first refine the original design drawing that was only conceived and modify it according to the actual situation. This also requires the participation of the designer Wang Jin. Therefore, another permanent resident was added to Tony_Stark's villa and the manufacture of Mark III was completed. Tony and Ethan Court Academician, together with Wang Jin, invested in the development of this super war chariot and Chen Mo just at the very beginning, put forward his own opinions on the design modification of war chariot, and provided some important high-end technical support. Those war chariot needs, but currently do not have technology, all can be solved in Hydra and Wakanda's technology database. After this, Chen Mo acted as an arm-flinging shopkeeper, and handed over the development of War Chariot to Tony_Stark and Wang Jin, Ethan, and he put his energy on Mark III. Number of research. Previously, when Tony Stark was developing the laser-guided tracking rapid deployment system, Chen Mo was busy implementing the African Unity Plan in Africa, so he was not at all involved in the research. When he came back, he directly through Jarvis, I called up all the drawings and the materials of Mark III and studied it from the beginning. The more you study, the more Chen Mo feels Tony_Stark's horrible talent. The laser-guided tracking and rapid deployment system involves too many places, too complicated, and it needs to be transformed from an iron can, forming a semi-encircling battle armor, and finally completely enveloping the person. The entire deformation mechanism is extremely complicated, and it has a great influence on the transmission of battle clothes and the weapon system. But Tony_Stark was able to design this complete system in a short time, and balance its relationship with other systems of battle clothes to ensure the stable operation of the entire battle clothes. I have to admit that Tony Stark is really a peerless genius in terms of weapons and machinery. The research and development speed of the Super War Chariot designed by Wang Jin also proves this point. According to Wang Jin's initial conceptual design drawings and Chen Mo's opinion, Tony_Stark redesigned the War Chariot and manufactured the parts one after another through Stark Industries. Some key points: the production of the parts was carried out by him himself, and soon entered the assembly stage. At the same time, the situation in Africa has gradually changed. Before, Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. took advantage of Wakanda to launch the Warlord beheading operation. The troops had no heads and the governments of various countries were in chaos. They were launched collectively and completely controlled the governments and military of African countries. And all are done in secret. On the surface, African governments still control the country. After that, during this rare period of calm for the Warlord forces, all countries began to carry out rescue operations in unison, and it quickly evolved into a joint rescue operation across Africa. With this joint rescue operation, the name of Wakanda spread quickly across the land of Africa. The huge flying machine printed with the Black Panther pattern brought precious food, fresh water, and a large amount of survival materials to refugees suffering from war and famine, freeing them from the threat of death. My Steel Suit 198. My Steel Suit 198. Actually, there have been mysterious legends about Black Panthers in many parts of the African continent. In the past, when Wakanda had not begun to hide, The Black Panthers at that time often traveled across the land of Africa and appeared in various parts of Africa. With their powerful strength, they left behind the legend of the Black Panther. In recent years, although Wakanda has been hidden, there are war dogs who have been helping and rescuing civilians in the war. T'Challa's ex-girlfriend Nakia is one of them. While saving people, they also allowed the legend of the Black Panther to spread more widely on the African continent. So the Black Panther has an extraordinary position in the hearts of many African people. After the start of the joint rescue operation, Wakanda's powerful power and the Black Panther pattern on the huge aircraft made people connect them with the legendary Black Panther, and the accumulated influence over the long years power has gotten a huge explosion. Panther has become the savior of many people in mind, and Wakanda has become the holy land in their hearts. Although Chen Mo is far away in New York, in fact, while studying the battle clothes of Mark III, he has been paying attention to the situation in Africa and the progress of the plan. According to the feedback in his hand, Chen Mo feels that the time is ripe for the next step. Following Chen Mo's orders, Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D., and Wakanda joined forces. Without the knowledge of other countries, a huge operation is secretly brewing, waiting to be launched at that moment. Earth-shattering is bound to bring an incomparable great shock to the entire world. Africa, which has always been poor and chaotic, ignorant and backward in the eyes of the world, does not have much sense of existence, is about to show a grand event in front of the world. By then, the entire world will be shocked. This will be a magnificent moment like never before in human history. While giving the final action order to the three major organizations, Chen Mo also issued a seemingly irrelevant order. Following his order, the three major organizations moved quickly. At the same time, with another order from him, an improved super soldier serum was sent from the Hydra base, arrived in the hands of Eric Kermungo, and finally injected into Princess Shuri's within the body. Chen Mo is not only paying attention to the overall situation in Africa during this time, but also in the Wakanda Kingdom. Princess Shuri's research progress on nanotechnology, Chen Mo has also been paying attention to it, but at present, although there is some progress, but the distance is completely mastered and applied to the Panther battle clothes, there is still a considerable gap. According to Chen Mo's analysis of research progress and the appearance of nano battle clothes in the movie, it may take several years to complete, which is too long for him. The Mark III steel battle clothes that can be deployed quickly have been successfully manufactured. Chen Mo's biggest goal has been completed, and he has also taken heart-shaped herbs. The strength has been greatly improved, and it is almost time to prepare back to the real world. Chen Mo Impossible has been here for several years for a nano-combat uniform. If it can't be completed in a short time, then it will have to wait for the next time. But it's not that there is no way to speed up the research. Super Soldier Serum can strengthen the body in all aspects. It can improve all aspects of the ability of the recipient of the strengthening, including the brain's memory, thinking, reasoning, judgment, etc. She was originally a super genius Princess Shuri. After being injected with Super Soldier Serum, her brain power will inevitably skyrocket again, and the speed of nanotechnology research will certainly be greatly accelerated. It should be possible to achieve breakthroughs in a short time. In the next few days, Chen Mo thoroughly understood the entire design of the Mark III. As long as he had enough equipment and materials, he could make the Mark III himself. Moreover, with Tony_Stark, the complex and exquisite deformation system was designed as a reference, and Chen Mo's super brain quickly mastered the essentials. This also means that he can modify the transformation system of Mark III and change the deployment method of steel battle clothes according to his own needs. After all, he who has space does not need battle. The clothes arrived in the long-distance flight, and the deployment dress, he only needs to open the battle clothes to accommodate him. I have thoroughly understood the design of the steel battle clothes of Mark III. Chen Mo, who has nothing else to do for the time being, also joined the research and development of the super war chariot designed by Wang Jin by Tony Stark. With the addition of experienced and knowledgeable and the addition of Chen Mo, who has crushed everyone by brain power, The design modification and improvement work of Super War Chariot was quickly completed, and Chen Mo is now learning and using it now. The deformation technology learned from the Mark III is applied to the War Chariot, although it can't make the huge change from box to battle clothes like battle clothes. It can also achieve many very powerful and practical functions. After the design of the new War Chariot was completely completed, a rare group of 4 members of the Super Weapon R&D team walked out of the underground laboratory and sat in the spacious living room of the luxury villa, watching TV. While watching TV, eating the pizza that Jarvis helped to order, a few scientific research bachelors gathered together and enjoyed the rare free time after the progress of the research was made. From tomorrow, they will officially start the construction of the Super War Chariot. They will work with 4 people, neglect sleep and forget about food. Before the War Chariot was made, they were impossible and as leisurely as they are now. As for Tony_Stark's beauty assistant Pepper, after Chen Mo helped Tony regain control of Stark Industries and reclaim all shares to achieve 100% full holding, Tony_Stark appointed Pepper as the new president of Stark Industries, will take charge of the entire company for him. The subsequent delisting of the company and the completion of the privatization of the company were also carried out under Pepper's leadership. After that, Tony Stark completely became an arm-flinging shopkeeper, handing over all of the company to Pepper, and he devoted himself to the research and development of the Mark III steel battle clothes. Finally completed the Mark III, but took on a new task for myself, but for this Super War Chariot designed by Wang Jin. With the continuous modification and improvement of the design, Tony_Stark he became more and more interested in it, and he wanted to see what a powerful Super War Chariot would eventually be built with the joint efforts of the 4 of them. Tony_Stark did the arm-flinging shopkeeper. All the things of Stark Industries fell on Pepper. During this time, she was very busy with the company's affairs, and she came back late every day. However, she herself is having fun, feeling that she has found a new value in life. My Steel Suit 199. My Steel Suit 199. No, the 4 big lords who just came out of the laboratory are occupying a sofa, lying or sitting, eating pizza without image. While watching TV leisurely, Pepper, the new president of Stark Industries, is still at the company and has not returned. Chen Mo occupies a large single-person sofa alone, leaning back comfortably in the soft sofa backrest, resting his elbows on the armrests of the sofa, holding a large piece in one hand. I ate delicious pizza with cheese and grilled meat, while holding a can of iced Coke in the other hand. I drank a sip from time to time, with a face of coziness and contentment. Everyone else is the same. Tony Stark slumped directly on the sofa, sighing while eating pizza. Comfortable. It would be great if Pepper was there. Several people are either the top rich, the secret organization controller, or the heir of the big gang. The top scientist is satisfied with a pizza meal. It can be seen how bad the food is usually for several people. The pile of instant noodles in the corner of the laboratory tells everything. Pepper used to be Tony Stark's personal life assistant, and took care of his life in an orderly manner. When Chen Mo and Ethan Academician worked with Tony here to develop the Mark II, their living conditions were comparable. It's much stronger now. It's just a pity. Now Pepper is a career female leader and domineering female president of Incarnation. She feels pretty good, but she suffers a few of them. Chen Mo heard Tony's sigh and gave him an angry glance. When I was working, I neglect sleep and forget about food. I don't care about anything. Now I think of other people when I eat. When will you be able to hug a beautiful woman like this? But Chen Mo has already been a matchmaker. I didn't bother much about Steve and Carter. The result was wonderful. The 2 people who had been miserably missed finally came together and had a daughter, which completely rewritten the history of tragedy. However, now Chen Mo doesn't want to do it again. Anyway, they are not like Steve. Chen Mo will come together sooner or later without interference. Younger generations will do all right on their own. Let them go. Tony Stark was unfathomable mystery by Chen Mo's white eyes. When Chen Mo didn't speak, He didn't take seriously if he didn't understand. He picked up the pizza in his hand and took a fiercely bite. At this moment, the electric door of the living room was suddenly opened, and Pepper, in a neat white suit, walked in with a briefcase. Seeing the four people in the living room, especially Tony Stark's chicken coop-like hairstyle, and the beard that hasn't been shaved for a long time, Pepper rolls the eyes helplessly. Without his own care, this group men are almost becoming refugees. Stepping quickly to the sofa, looking at the almost empty pizza box on the coffee table, Pepper said angrily, "You eat this every day?" Usually when she comes back, a few people are still busy in the laboratory, and she has all her energy in the company during this time. She and Ben don't know what they eat every day. Under Pepper's gaze, Tony_Stark chewed twice before swallowing the food in his mouth vigorously. "Of course not. Today is to improve the food. Would you like to have some?" As Tony_Stark said, he pointed to the remaining piece of pizza in the box. This caused Wang Jin, who had just wiped out the pizza in his hand and was about to reach for it, couldn't help but retract his hand. Pepper looked at Tony Stark with a sincere face. He didn't know what to say for a while. Did he owe him in his previous life? Busy to death every day, helping him with the company, and having to worry about his life when he comes back. Did he raise a son? Turning his head to look at the other three people who are almost a virtuous person on the sofa, Pepper couldn't help but add another sentence in his heart. No, they are four sons. Just as Hot Mom Pepper watched the four of them suffer from headaches, the picture on the TV in the living room suddenly changed and moved to a room that looked like a live news. "Dear viewers, this station is now broadcasting an important news," the blonde beauty host in the live broadcast room said a little passionately. In the living room, Chen Mo and others were also attracted by the sudden insertion of the sound, and looked towards the TV screen. Just now, there was a major news that shocked the world. African countries have undergone drastic changes. A dozen days ago, not long after the joint African rescue operation with the participation of African countries began, the heads of the 61 African countries held the African Summit in the capital of the Kingdom of Wakanda and finally announced the establishment of the African Unity Alliance. The purpose of the African Unity Alliance is promote the unity and development of African countries, strengthen cooperation among African countries in political, diplomatic, economic, cultural, and military aspects, safeguard the sovereignty, territorial integrity and independence of African countries, eradicate war and poverty from Africa, and promote international cooperation. In the eyes of the world, the Wakanda Kingdom, which has always been a poor and backward African country, has also shown its true strength in front of the world. This is located in the small country in northeastern Africa, has the level of science and technology that is not weaker than that of the world's big countries and developed countries. The rescue team they sent quickly rushed to various parts of Africa, and delivered a large amount of relief materials to refugees in a timely manner, and in arid Africa a deep water well was drilled miraculously and quickly on the land, and the water source problem that had the greatest impact on the refugees was solved in a short time. As the hostess narrated, the picture on TV changed. On a barren and arid African grassland, a huge four-engine aircraft is slowly landing. A large amount of food, fresh water, medicine, tents and other materials are being continuously transported down. The picture turns again. A huge drilling equipment, it was roaring and revolving, and soon, one after another flashing fresh water flowed out of the dry and cracked ground, and there were countless excited cheers next to it. This news has actually been reported before. In addition to being happy for the African people, Tony_Stark and the others didn't feel much, because Wakanda not at all exposed the highest technology. Now what was revealed was nothing more than a large transport aircraft and deep drilling equipment. Even if it was higher than the world's most advanced level, it did not exceed that much. The true core stealth, sonic technology and other high-end technologies are not at all exposed. Suddenly, a large number of spy agents who want to enter Wakanda are all blocked. Wakanda's true strength not at all fully exposed. Tony and Pepper and the others in the living room looked curiously at the TV screen. They wanted to know the major news that shocked the world among their host population and what were the dramatic changes in African countries. My Steel Suit 200. My Steel Suit 200. The screen turned back to the live broadcast room again, and the beautiful hostess continued to report to the camera, but in her expression, she could find a hint of disbelief inadvertently. Just now, all 61 countries in Africa held a press conference at the same time, announcing that the whole of Africa was officially unified. From then on, there is only one country in Africa, the Kingdom of Wakanda, which was originally all African countries. All were merged into the Kingdom of Wakanda and became a province under it. The original national government was directly downgraded to a provincial government agency of the Kingdom of Wakanda and no longer exercised diplomatic legislation and other rights. Please see the front below. On-site report sent by the reporter. The people in the living room didn't watch the next report anymore, but looked towards the people around each other with disbelief. I heard that right? Africa is unified. What Wakanda came out of that suddenly? Tony Stark looked up and looked towards standing in front of him with his face full of unbelief. Pepper asked skeptically. Pepper, is it April Fool's Day today? We were tricked by the TV station. Pepper, who was also shocked by the news, gently shook the head. No, today is not April Fool's Day. This news should be true. Africa is really unified. Tony and a few others looked at each other in blank dismay, could not help but burst out of foul language. Brilliant force. Chen Mo sitting on the sofa, the corners of his mouth slightly tilted upwards, revealing a faint smile. The African Unity Project is finally completed, and everything is not as easy as Tony and the others saw. After all, the European and American countries that have huge interests on the African continent are not eating dry food. The unification of Africa will inevitably infringe their interests. This is something they do not want to see and absolutely not allow. That's why the previous joint rescue operations and the Union of African Unity have used these seemingly normal means to cover up the true purpose while rapidly expanding Wakanda's influence and control throughout Africa. And all aspects of the action are very fast. Even if European and American countries find something wrong, it is too late to stop it. Who would have imagined that the unification of more than 60 countries on an entire continent would have been completed in less than a month? This is the amazing power of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. hidden behind the scenes. It can easily subvert a country's regime, but it is also because the target is chaotic Africa. If you switch to Europe and America, it will not be so easy. It is even more impossible and so simple and rude. Even with the full support of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., the process of Wakanda's unification of Africa is not easy. If you want to thoroughly control Africa and realize the unification of Africa, apart from controlling the governments and military of various countries and gathering people's hearts, the biggest problem is the opposition of European and American countries. They are impossible to watch the chaotic Africa achieve unification towards stability and unity. How can they easily grab huge benefits in resource-rich Africa? This is also the reason why Chen Mo did not choose military force to unify Africa. If the name is not correct, it would be unsatisfactory. The military force conquest will give the Western developed countries an excuse to intervene. When the time comes, they want to maintain Africa. China's vested interests will inevitably send troops to intervene, just like what happened in the Middle East. They talk about democracy and human rights, but they wantonly trample on the sovereignty of other countries and interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. So Chen Mo simply will not give them an excuse or opportunity to intervene. Not only that, after the start of the joint rescue operation, a number of huge large transport aircraft rescued the refugees, while under the cover of the rescue operation, secretly transported mass production materials from African countries to Wakanda. With the supply of resources across Africa, Wakanda, with advanced technology, has completely exploded its terrifying production capacity. The production base has fully begun the production and construction of military materials, and batches of world-class weapons and equipment are quickly produced. After the establishment of the Union of African Unity, all the armed forces of all countries were reorganized. After screening, Only less than 10% of the original elite soldiers were retained. But there is no melee between warlords. It just protects Africa and maintains stability. It is indeed unnecessary to keep that many troops. Moreover, all the fighters who remain after these screenings are the most elite fighters. Equipped with advanced weapons, the battle strength is much stronger than before. However, the role of these soldiers is not to respond to military force interventions in Western developed countries, but to maintain the stability of the African continent. It is Wakanda's elite soldiers and high-end military forces that really respond to foreign military force threats. After the declaration of African unity, the armed forces of Western countries in Africa were quickly expelled, facing a larger number and more advanced equipment of African soldiers. These Western soldiers who were originally proud of African soldiers, instantly his face changed. Looking at the now changing shotguns, the African soldiers who were more advanced and powerful than their equipment, they didn't even have the mind to resist, and they withdrew obediently. The Western countries that have been accustomed to Africa are naturally unwilling to take away the cake in their hands. After being expelled from the troops in Africa, they quickly formed a joint force to prepare for the liberation of Africa. Conduct military force intervention. Then they discovered that Africa's airspace and territorial waters were completely blocked, and their warplanes and warships could not get close to the African continent. Whether it is the most advanced American F-22 Raptor fighter, B-2 stealth strategic bomber, or European Typhoon fighter, French Rafale fighters cannot enter African airspace. As soon as they approach, they will be quickly intercepted by Wakanda fighters. Their proud radar stealth is completely ineffective, and the speed, maneuverability and other aspects of the Wakanda fighters far exceed them. In the air confrontation, they could not catch the shadow of the Wakanda fighter jets, let alone lock them for attack, but their own aircraft kept sounding the siren that was locked by the radar, regardless of how they maneuvered, avoided, or even accelerated to escape. They couldn't get rid of the Wakanda fighters' lock. After several fighters were shot down one after another, the other fighters finally had to surrender obediently and were escorted to land in Africa. Several attempts of the coalition forces all ended in failure. After the loss of a large number of fighters, the coalition forces had to give up the continued use of air power. The Navy's offensive was also blocked. After ignoring Wakanda's warning and crossing into African territorial waters, Wakanda fighters once again taught them a fiercely lesson. I saw a ripple of air approaching a Burke-class destroyer driving forward at high speed from the air, and then this warship was hit by a missile, and the ship's side was blown out by a huge damage hole. A large amount of seawater rushed into the hull madly, and this world's top guided missile destroyer with powerful battle strength soon sank into the seabed.